Temple of Orcs by Keith Robinson. Book 15 in the Island of Fog series. Prologue. The slim, brown-haired boy marched along the dark castle hall to the door at the end. A couple of guards reached for their swords, but they didn't draw. "She's retired for the night, laddie," one warned. The boy didn't bother arguing. "Morgana!" he shouted. A guard sucked in a breath and hissed, "That's Queen Morgana to you. Watch your tongue or—" "Morgana!" The door flew open, and a pale-faced, raven-haired woman stood there, her blue eyes piercing even in the dim light. She was busy tying a sash around her nightrobe and looked like she might have just crawled out of bed as the guards had indicated. "Seth, what are you doing? It's late." He took a deep breath. "I've decided." "Decided what? Can we talk about this in the morning?" "I'm going to the Temple of Orcs." The Queen blinked at him, her mouth opening and shutting. "You... what?" "It's me they want, and we both know they're not going to hold off for much longer. They'll come for me no matter what, and things will get ugly, so I might as well make it easier on you in the Grey Kingdom and go now, tonight, on my own, so the Orcs don't need to storm the gate tomorrow or the next day." Queen Morgana sighed and stepped into the hall. Her guards dutifully moved aside. "Seth, you're not going to the temple. Not tonight anyway. Perhaps we can talk about this in the morning? Let's not be hasty." But Seth had already made up his mind. "I'm going, and there's nothing you can do to stop me." He spun around and hurried away. In the back of his mind, he knew the Queen could, in fact, order her guards to restrain him right now, and he wouldn't have enough room in the hall to do anything about it. She did exactly that as soon as she gathered her wits. They came running, and Seth broke into a youthful speed that the clanking, armored, middle-aged men couldn't match. "Seth, stop!" the Queen yelled. He made it outside to the parapet and stripped off his clothes long before the guards caught up. His transformation into a dragon was sudden enough that the two men staggered backward to get out of the way of his enormous reptilian bulk. He thrashed his tail and spread two giant leathery wings, but saw no need for a threatening display of claws and teeth. Now that he was outside, nobody could stop him, except maybe Rhea at the gate, but she'd be a fool to mess with him. "Wait, Seth!" the Queen gasped as she rushed outside. She'd taken a moment to throw on some clothes, but she looked disheveled. "You can't go alone, and talking to King Gruel is not easy. He's a megalomaniac who gets what he wants. He wants you for some reason, and you'd be a fool to go to him willingly." Seth grunted. He understood her words just fine, but he couldn't talk back at her while in dragon form. She approached. "Look, if you're going, then let me come with you. And for goodness sake, do you ever stop to think about what you'll wear when you're back to being human again? Here, let me grab your clothes." After scooping them up in a bundle, shoes and all, she clambered onto his broad, scaly back. It wasn't the first time she'd been his passenger, and he didn't mind. In fact, he grunted with glee, pleased that his ploy had worked so well. The Queen would never have agreed to his foolhardy plan if they'd simply sat down and discussed it first. She'd have munched on one of her apples for a while and nodded slowly, then told him again why thinking like her sister Agatha was wrong. The way to deal with orcs wasn't to battle them, nor to assassinate their king in the dead of night. It wasn't to give in to them either. No, it was best to open negotiations and figure out a peaceful resolution. But until then, they'd be in the same position tomorrow as they'd been in for the past few weeks, with orcs menacing citizens every time they stepped outside the confines of the Grey Kingdom. The Queen had settled on his shoulders and was now ready to go. But then a couple of counselors appeared, begging for an explanation. Seth grew impatient, listening to her. "So I'm taking Seth to the temple to see King Gruel," she told them. "Say nothing to my sister until the morning. I can't face the aggravation." "But my queen!" There was nothing more to say because Seth started beating his wings, causing the councilman to step back in a hurry. With a brief roar, he launched into the misty night sky. His former mistress, Queen Bee, wouldn't have dithered the way Morgana did. She'd have organized a stealth attack on the Orc leadership, using her street-savvy and conniving wisdom to worm her way in, and then, when the moment was right, slice the head off the serpent. In short, she'd have dealt with King Gruel from inside his circle of trusted friends and colleagues. And that was Seth's plan, to get inside, to present himself willingly to King Gruel as a hostage or prisoner or honored guest. It didn't matter as long as he got inside the temple walls. Then burn the king and end this. Having the queen along made it a little easier when they arrived at the Grey Kingdom's one and only exit from the impenetrable dome that surrounded the realm. Seth felt no need to do anything. He simply landed and waited while the queen called for Rhea to raise the portcullis. It rattled and rumbled, lifting out of the way. Mist drifted around him in thick patches as he stomped through the open gate to the outside world. Once clear, he took off and headed for the temple on the nearby hills. It was just a few minutes' flight away, visible from a distance as a black silhouette against the star-studded moonlit sky. "Have to be very careful how we approach," the queen was saying, above the rushing wind. "Land just out of range and let me request an audience with King Gruel." Seth growled. "No requesting audiences. They want me? Okay, they can have me. I'll fly straight to their door." The queen couldn't read his mind or understand his growls, so she had no idea what he planned until it was too late. She started yelling, "Seth! Seth! No! Stop! They'll shoot you down!" But he hurtled toward the shadowy temple without hesitation, gritting his teeth and fighting the urge to veer away. The king wouldn't fire at him, although a nagging voice suggested he might be wrong about this. The king might not want him as a guest after all, nor even a prisoner. He might just want him dead. Too late now. Seth flew in low and landed on the grassy slopes beneath a giant wall. In the darkness, he saw very little, but heard the shouts of orcs in the battlements above his head, along with the creaking of giant crossbow machines as they rotated. Maybe the orcs weren't sure what to do with him, and were preparing to fire if ordered. Queen Morgana let out a noisy breath, and she gave him what he imagined was a hard slap on his neck. "That was foolish, Seth." She climbed down and dumped his clothes on the grass in front of his snout. Then she went to bang on the door. Since her back was turned, he reverted to human form and immediately felt the chill in the air. He dressed and put his shoes on while the queen pounded on the door over and over. "Fetch King Gruel. There's a queen and a dragon to see him." Feeling better now that he was clothed, Seth joined her at the door. Made of stout oak and strengthened with iron plates and bolts, it stood not much taller than the queen. That was because the temple had originally been built for elves. Still, why bother with a small side door when they had a rarely used grand entrance at one end of the structure? "Now let me do the talking," the queen told him at the sounds of bolts sliding across. "Showing up at this time of the night isn't ideal, but now that we're here, let's see what we can do to remedy the situation." The door groaned open. Inside, a flickering torch lit up a gnarled face. Tusks projected from a grimacing jaw. "Our king will see you now." "Thank you," the queen said, stepping forward. "I'm grateful for the—" "Not you." She paused. "Excuse me?" The orc ducked under the doorframe and squeezed his huge shoulders out. He held the torch high. "The king has no interest in talking to you at this time of the night, Queen Morgana. However, he extends a warm invitation to this bright young lad." According to the queen, orcs hadn't always been so well-spoken. They'd changed over the last 10 years, grown smarter somehow, and more dangerous. "That's not happening," she said, moving to stand in front of Seth. "We're here together in the hopes of discussing, It's okay," Seth said quietly. He patted her arm as he slid back into view of the towering orc. "Let's see what the king wants of me. You know he can't hold me against my will." The queen grabbed his shoulders and shoved her face close. "Seth, the king is powerful and hot-tempered and can do anything he pleases. If you think he can't tame a dragon shapeshifter, then you'd be wrong. He can. I won't let you go in alone." But Seth gently extracted himself from her grip. "I'm glad I came to Castle Grey. You're a good queen, much better than your rotten sister says you are. But you're not as strong as my Queen Bee was." He lowered his voice. "I'm a scrag from the streets of Old Earth and always will be, and scrags fight for things they want to keep. So I'm going in there, and if I have to, I'll take out the king so we can be done with him and get on with our lives." She gasped and blinked at him, her mouth flapping up and down. He took the opportunity to make his leave. Marching past the waiting orc, he entered the doorway into the darkness of a corridor. He glanced back, just in time, to see Queen Morgana's stricken expression. And then the door shut with a resounding boom. "This way!" the orc rumbled, stomping on ahead. The corridor was much taller than the doorway, so even the tallest orcs had no need to stoop, but there wasn't nearly enough space for Seth to transform if he needed to. Still, this was merely a service entrance. He could tell from the bright orange light ahead that a much larger space awaited them. He'd have plenty of room to spread his wings there if needed. Seeing dozens of silent orc figures looming a short way in front, he began to question his wisdom about walking into the lion's den like this. "I'll be fine," he told himself. "Talk to the king, warn him off, and if he threatens me in any way, then I'll burn him. Queen Bee would do it if she were me. She'd want me to stand up for myself, and I will. Nobody messes with a dragon shapeshifter. I'll be in and out of here in no time." Right? Chapter 1. Return to the Grey Kingdom. "Hal!" At the sound of his mom's voice, he groaned, rolled over, and buried his head deeper in the pillow. Must be a dream. There's no way she'd be waking me up this early on a Saturday morning. "Hal, come here, please. Simone wants to talk to you." He groaned again. Just 10 more minutes. But he couldn't doze off again now if he tried. Miss Simone was visiting? That meant either he was in deep trouble or she had a mission for him. Or both. Sitting up, Hal blinked and rubbed his eyes. The slanting orange rays coming through the window suggested it was the crack of dawn. On a Saturday. He pulled on some smart clothes and shuffled along the hall. The front door stood open, and his mom, wrapped in a robe and frowning, waited on the doorstep with a woman whose blonde hair shone in the sunlight. "Simone has another job for you," his mom said rather stiffly. "It's important, so go outside and talk with her, would you?" Sure, Mum." He'd barely cleared the threshold when she closed the door behind him. Miss Simone gave him a rueful smile. "I don't seem to be as welcome as I once was. I'm sorry, Hal. I know I'm walking on thin ice, coming here and asking your parents if I can borrow you yet again, but—" She trailed off, offering a hopeless gesture with her hands. He understood. "No rest for us shapeshifters, right? Your mother would dearly love for you and your friends to have a few weeks of uninterrupted schooling. No distractions, no missions, and certainly no danger." She leaned closer and lowered her voice. "Although, honestly, I suspect this has nothing to do with your grades, dismal though they are. I think the stress is getting to her, to all the parents. It can't be easy, watching their children head into potentially deadly situations every week." Miss Simone put an arm around Hal's shoulders and led him away from the front door. As usual, she smelled faintly of seaweed, a constant reminder she was a mermaid shapeshifter even though she rarely went for a swim. "Let me guess. he said as they stepped out onto the woodland path. We're going to rescue Seth and some selkies today? Yes. It was chilly in the shade of the trees, and Miss Simone pulled her silky green cloak tight around her shoulders. It seemed to glimmer with energy. I would have sent you yesterday, but I felt it prudent to wait until the weekend, since you've already missed 2 days of school. Hal grinned. Last Wednesday morning had started with an injured griffin landing on the streets of Carter. That had led to the shapeshifters accompanying a lost golem to her hidden kingdom. On the way, they'd learned of 4 selkies being held prisoner at the nearby Temple of Orcs, along with a large group of people from the Grey Kingdom who, convinced that a better life awaited them, had willingly gone to join the Orcs. And Seth, he thought. He's there too. We don't know exactly what danger they're in, or even if they're in danger, Miss Simone said, staring off into the trees. But Hal, I can feel it in my bones. I had all day yesterday to think about this and to make inquiries, and I'm more certain than ever that the Orcs have a dastardly scheme in motion. Hal felt a shiver pass over him. Any kind of mission, even the dangerous ones, gave him a thrill of excitement. So we're going back to Castle Grey to see Queen Morgana? And then to the temple, Miss Simone confirmed. Just negotiations, hopefully. Let her do the talking. She wants her people back, and the selkies as well, so she'll take charge. You'll be there as a show of force. Hal nodded. Being a backup show of force was all right with him if it helped get the job done. He liked not being responsible for making decisions. Let Queen Morgana do that stuff. He'd be quite happy to just stand behind her and look menacing. I'm also troubled by these magical artifacts she told you about, Miss Simone went on. An immortality stone? The hand of King Midas, which turns objects to gold? Well, that's fine. But an ancient sword that can kill 9 people with one swing concerns me. And as for Pandora's box, jar, Hal offered. That's what the Queen called it anyway. Whatever it's called, it's worrying that the Orcs have such a deadly relic in their possession. It's real then, not just a legend. We can't afford to ignore it, Hal. A strong breeze chose that moment to gust through the trees. She hunched a little more, and Hal shivered. And what about Seth? He asked. Ah, yes, Seth. Technically speaking, he's a fugitive. Most of the scrags involved in that shapeshifter skirmish last year are free now. They served their time and are hopefully staying out of trouble. They seem happy enough. All they needed was a decent chance in life. So, Hal prompted, so we should bring Seth back here for a trial. Really? He's just a kid. So are you, Hal. He's about your age. Hal frowned. Well, yeah, but he didn't know any better. Miss Simone stared into space, lost in thought. That's my point. Seth is a dragon shapeshifter. All the other scrags sat in prison until they acknowledged their crimes. We showed them leniency and released them, and now they're free, grateful for the second chance and eager to make their way in this new world without breaking any rules. But Seth escaped. He's young and headstrong. Queen Bee was like a mother to him, and she died on the beach at Broden. Does he blame us for her death? Is he angry and looking for revenge? He's a dragon shapeshifter just like you, only without your upbringing. That makes him dangerous. Okay, Hal muttered. So what do we do if we see him? Bring him back here for a trial? After a pause, she turned her gaze on him. Call it a hearing. I need to know his state of mind. We haven't run across him this past year, but he might be simmering with anger for all we know. Let's see if we can clear the air. But be careful, Hal. He started counting on his fingers. So, rescue 4 selkies and a bunch of people from the Grey Kingdom, bring Seth back here for a trial, and steal Pandora's jar. Got it. Miss Simone smiled and squeezed his shoulder. All in a day's work. But seriously, please be careful. Follow Queen Morgana's lead. Hal frowned. Hang on. You're not coming with us? She shook her head. I fear my presence would be counterproductive next to the Queen's, and I'm not much use as a show of force. What would a mermaid achieve in a battle with orcs on a hillside? You could scream at them, Hal said, remembering how piercing her voice could be when provoked. Miss Simone ignored his suggestion. Now have some breakfast and meet the others in the market square in an hour, assuming I can talk their parents into letting them go. Buzzing with excitement but also a hint of anxiety, Hal rushed inside to brush his teeth and hair, have a bite to eat, and try to reassure his mum yet again that it was just another mission, nothing to fret about. This was their job after all. He and his friends hadn't asked to be shapeshifters, but they were. He reminded his mom of that once again as he wolfed down his eggs and listened to her worrying about the perils. Into who knows what kind of danger, she was saying when Hal tuned back into her. It's not right. I thought I'd lost you with that awful Greek god business over in Old Earth. Norse, Hal mumbled. Cert's a Norse legend. And I understand that you saved us, Hal, and I'm so proud of you, but why can't somebody else do this kind of work? You're 13 years old, for goodness sake. 14 next month, he reminded her. Anyway, don't forget, the only reason we exist at all is because we're shapeshifters, because of the deal you made with Miss Simone. We wouldn't have been born at all if it wasn't for that. Yes, I know, she grumbled. With a sigh, she gripped his shoulder and leaned over to kiss his cheek. That doesn't mean I can't worry about you. I know, Mum. 9 shapeshifters gathered in the market square for a quick mission briefing by Miss Simone. Hal couldn't help feeling excited, nor could Robbie, Lauren, Fenton, Darcy, Thomas, Emily, Dewey, and of course Abigail, who immediately sidled closer and slipped her hand into his. Half an hour later, Hal transformed and set off to the north, with his 8 passengers talking excitedly over the wind. And not long after that, the golden temple of Orcs gleamed on the horizon. Miss Simone had detailed everything they knew, or thought they knew, about the Orcs and their plans. The truth was, nobody really had any idea of their end game. They captured 4 Selkies, Emily said loudly from behind Hal's broad dragon shoulders, and all 30 of Queen Morgana's soldiers. The soldiers weren't captured, Thomas said with obvious disgust. They chose to go to the temple, and they hoped to bring their families along too. The Orcs also have magical artifacts, Dewey chipped in. Thomas wasn't done. I mean, why would anyone willingly go to live in a temple full of Orcs? Are they stupid or what? That'll be the lure of the pocket realms, Abigail said. If the Orcs have a bunch of magic portals leading to faraway places, I mean, that's pretty neat if you think about it. What do residents of the Grey Kingdom have at the moment? A boring, grey, misty village inside castle walls. But what if they went to live in a temple with doorways to pretty forests, spectacular waterfalls, mountaintops, oceans? And the Orcs offer protection, Lauren suggested. I mean, you're either their enemy or their friend, right? Thomas snorted. And this sounds like a good reason to abandon your home and move in with them? Not to us, Thomas, Robbie said, sounding a bit irritated. But to some people, yeah. I mean, if the soldiers and their families want pretty forests, there are plenty around. And what exactly are the Orcs offering protection against anyway? Thomas shook his head. It's obviously a trap. Any half-wit can see that. Harsh though he may be, it was difficult to believe droves of people could be duped by the promises of club-wielding thugs. Even Queen Morgana's sister, Agatha, had switched sides to join the Orcs, though she presently languished in a cell at the castle. Hal steered well clear of the Golden Dome for now. The Orcs had a knack for firing massive spears with high accuracy. The spears were as thick as his arms and could pierce a dragon's armor. They probably have a set of giant crossbows poking out of the temple walls, he thought, as he gave the structure a wide berth. But that makes them arrows, not spears. Or are they bolts? He wasn't a weapons expert. He just knew they were deadly. Well out of range, Hal flew past the temple and headed for one of the many hills just beyond. He smiled at the sight of a misty clearing in a patch of woodland. "Can you see Baba Yaga's cabin?" Darcy exclaimed. "Look, is that the roof poking out of the fog?" "Yep," Emily said with a laugh. "It's moving, like a shark circling in the sea." A moving cabin would be strange enough, but one perched atop giant chicken legs. The old woman who lived there was a strange one for sure. Finding the invisible Grey Kingdom would be far more difficult, but for a faint path that ended abruptly near the top of a random hill. At first, second, and probably third glance, the path would be an oddity at best, apparently leading nowhere. But Hal and his friends knew it marked the entrance to a hidden kingdom. He thumped down at the very end of the path and waited for everyone to dismount. Then he reverted to human form. "Hello!" Abigail shouted toward the empty hillside ahead. "We're here to see the Queen." They all waited in silence while a cool breeze tugged at their clothes. It blew down the hill despite the presence of a giant, invisible wall blocking the way. The modest kingdom was there, but not there. Abigail cupped her hands to her mouth. "Hello? I said, we're here to—" The breeze cut off at that moment, and the way ahead darkened as a dreary mist faded into view. It engulfed them, and in the sudden greyness, a stone wall with a large archway appeared. Just like that, the entrance to Queen Morgana's kingdom came into existence. It seemed she'd ordered the repair of her portcullis, and it must have taken all day Friday to get it hanging again. Hal felt a pang of guilt. Robbie had broken it, and he could have put it back, given the chance. "Hi!" Abigail called again, smiling up into the mist where a squat tower loomed above the gate. "Rhea, we're here to help the Queen. Can you let us in?" After a moment, a warbling horn sounded. Before anyone could comment on it, a woman's voice floated down. "I'm sending someone to fetch her. Don't break the gate again, please." "Can't you just let us in?" Thomas demanded. "We know where she lives." "Anyway, we're honored guests," Robbie said, a little haughtily. "There's no point coming in," the gatekeeper replied. "Seriously, just wait a moment. Queen Morgana will be right out. She's been awaiting your arrival and is ready to get going." That took everyone by surprise. Well, not completely by surprise. "Huh?" Emily whispered. "I kind of expected a big fanfare. You know, being escorted through the village to the castle, marching to the throne room, bowing before Her Royal Highness and her council." "Yeah, and having a banquet of roast boar and potatoes," Robbie said. "And chewing on chicken legs," Lauren added. "Music and dancing, that sort of thing," Dewey piped up. "Oh, come on, guys," Darcy giggled. "You really think the Queen's in the mood for all that right now, with her soldiers missing?" Fenton sighed. "Well, let's hope she doesn't keep us waiting too long." He trailed off as the sound of hooves came out of the mist. Seconds later, a horse thundered into view and stopped at the portcullis. Queen Morgana was resplendent in her dark blue tunic with silver trims, brown pants, knee-high leather boots, and a sword sheathed over her shoulder. Her raven hair framed blue eyes and a pale face, pale because the Grey Kingdom didn't have a whole lot of sunshine. She grinned through the latticed bars at them as the portcullis began to clank upward. "Welcome, my young friends. Glad to see you so bright and early. Lady Simone gave me her word you'd be here, and so you are. And not a moment too soon." She dismounted from her horse. After whispering and patting its neck, the stallion trotted off into the mist. By this time, the portcullis was halfway up. Queen Morgana ducked under and marched out to meet the shapeshifters. Behind her, the portcullis began to descend again. She jerked a thumb over her shoulder. "Sorry to lock you out, but it's more about locking people in. I had some drifting off yesterday, heading for the temple. That's 30 soldiers and now another 20 wives and children. Thank goodness Rhea alerted me. I couldn't persuade the wives to return, and others were getting ready to desert me, so I had the portcullis repaired instead." "Wow," Thomas muttered. "The Grey Kingdom is now a prison." "Aren't people mad about that?" Emily asked, a little more politely. The Queen shrugged. "Some are. Some aren't. I would guess about half the people here want to leave for the temple, believing it to be every bit as wonderful as the Orcs have promised. I won't let them." "So nobody has a choice?" Thomas persisted. Hal winced. He could tell the Queen didn't like being questioned. "They will have a choice," she growled, "but not until I've seen for myself what the Orcs are offering. I suspect witchcraft or sorcery is at play here. Perhaps King Gruel is using ancient relics to beguile my people with subtle magic. I'm not sure, but until I am, nobody leaves. As the Queen, it's my duty to protect my people, whether they like it or not." Abigail nodded. "Of course. I'm surprised people are even listening to these Orcs." The corners of Queen Morgana's mouth turned down in disgust. "They're clever. They sent a couple of our soldiers back to us at dawn yesterday to brag about the temple. The word of 2 residents is far more reliable than any Orcs. That's why so many got excited and started packing to leave. Well, I put a stop to it. Those 2 soldiers are now detained, along with Agatha, until I've seen for myself what the Orcs are doing." Thankfully, Thomas didn't pursue the matter any further. Not yet, anyway. The Queen marched away from the gate, leaving the mist behind. Then she stopped and turned to look at Hal. "Would you be so kind as to transport us? I can't think of a more impressive entrance than arriving on Dragonback." Even though he'd expected this, Hal grimaced. "But the spears." "We'll stop short of their range. Don't worry. I've been to the temple several times, including once on Dragonback with Seth. I know the drill, and despite everything, the Orcs and I still have an understanding." Before Hal could transform, Thomas chipped in again with his brutally honest comments. "Look, I'm all for rescuing anyone who's held against their will, but it seems like your people made up their own minds. And if that's true, they should be allowed to live where they want. If I lived in a foggy place like your Grey Kingdom, I'd want to leave as well." He spread his hands and looked around. "Am I right? I mean, that's exactly what we did." "It's not really the same," Emily said. She hastened to explain to Queen Morgana. "We told you about our island, but that was different." "Is it?" Thomas challenged her. "I don't trust these Orcs one bit, but they're making a pretty sweet offer, if it's true." Queen Morgana scowled. "It's almost like you've been listening to those 2 soldiers who came home yesterday morning. That's exactly the kind of nonsense they were spouting." A brief discussion ensued about the wonders of pocket realms and whether the Orcs had the best intentions and so on. But Hal tuned them out for a moment, his thoughts drifting. Queen Morgana wasn't quite as amiable as when they'd first met her on Wednesday. She'd been a golem then, her memories scattered. Since regaining her faculties and her true form, she'd proven to be strong-willed, but a little impatient and demanding. Then again, the burden of responsibility had to weigh on her. She'd returned to a castle run by her younger sister, who'd already given her blessing for the Queen's small army to go off to the temple. Worse, Agatha had allowed a group of Orcs into the castle grounds as if they were all good friends. Hal felt sure Queen Morgana had sent them packing the first chance she got. "I mean, you have to admit it's pretty grim here," Thomas went on, still badgering the Queen. "And then there's Seth. He's a dragon. I'm pretty sure he could have left the temple any time he wanted if he really wanted to, but since he hasn't—" "He could be a prisoner," Abigail argued. "There are plenty of ways to trap dragons." Queen Morgana spoke through gritted teeth. "That poor boy only went to the temple to avert conflict between my people and the Orcs. It was a very brave move. Look, I appreciate and admire your honesty, Thomas, but I have to disagree. Now, Hal, can we please go?" Hal transformed, and whatever Thomas was still going on about was forgotten as everyone climbed aboard. It would be a quick trip to the temple, and an even quicker death if a barrage of spears came hurtling across the sky. Chapter 2. An Audience with a King. "They always fire a respectful warning shot," Queen Morgana said, from her perch on Hal's back as he flew over the hills. Hal landed where he was told, and at that moment a spear thudded into the ground 10 feet in front of him. "This is respectful?" Thomas exclaimed. "The alternative is less respectful," the Queen said, climbing down. She stepped past the giant spear, walking boldly or stupidly into Orc territory. She raised her arms out to the sides, palms upward. Everyone watched with concern. From this distance, it should be easy to dodge an incoming spear if they could accurately predict where it would land. But what if the aim was off, or the Queen inadvertently stepped sideways into its path? To Hal's horror, 2 more spears launched from the base of the temple. He roared in warning. "Look out!" some of his friends yelled. But nobody had time to do anything useful. The Queen had frozen. She could have thrown herself sideways or backwards without much thought, but instead she remained standing. Both spears whined through the air and slammed into the ground at the same time, where they thrummed and rattled for a few seconds. The Queen waited calmly, almost dead center. Almost dead, Hal thought. She glanced back and smiled. "You see, they offer me their most sincere welcome." Robbie exploded with indignation. "That's their welcome? Are you serious? They could have killed you. If that's their welcome, I'd like to see what they do to unwelcome—" He broke off, apparently realizing his statement was a little silly. The Griffin last Wednesday morning had been speared by the Orcs. That was what they did to unwelcome visitors. Queen Morgana gestured for them to follow. "These spears signify that I have been extended the courtesy of safe passage to their temple. We may visit. They've granted us an audience with their king. Hal, be human again. All of you, single file." Feeling very uncertain, Hal did as he was told and joined the others, following the Queen in a long line. He understood the logic. Spreading out side by side would only provide a larger target for the Orcs to fire spears at. Far ahead, on the top of the hill, figures emerged from a large opening in the base of the temple. Hal counted 10 Orcs, each armed with clubs. They fanned out and stomped down the hill to meet the visitors. They looked anything but friendly and welcoming. Trembling, Hal prepared for battle. "Remember," Queen Morgana said softly, "negotiation is my goal today. Peace talks. I want my people back. I want the Selkies. And I want Seth." After a moment, Hal felt compelled to mention what Miss Simone had said. "We need to bring Seth back to Carter." The Queen glanced sideways at him. "What? Why?" It was Abigail who answered. "For a trial. If he's sorry for what he did last year, Miss Simone will most likely release him. She just needs him to know that he can't go around causing trouble and getting away with it. As a queen, I hereby forgive him any transgressions. He's a good boy." Thomas snorted. "Huh, he's a scrag-dragon shapeshifter. He's a kid with a powerful weapon." The Queen turned to face him and said calmly, "And you aren't?" "Thomas, shut up," Darcy hissed. "I think we've all had enough of you for now." Everyone fell silent again, and attention returned to the approaching Orcs. Some were heavy, with rolls of fat overflowing their belts. Others had strong, muscular physiques. All wore a hodgepodge of unwashed rags that did little to hide their pallid flesh. They sweated as though it took a great effort to haul their bulk around. Thick veins bulged out of their biceps. "You're back," one snarled in a shockingly deep voice as he glared at the Queen with his red eyes. "Agatha said you'd be gone for a long time." "She was wrong," Queen Morgana retorted. She spoke over her shoulder to the shapeshifters. "My friends, meet Wartfang. He's second in command to King Gruel." Hal found himself offering a bow, then froze when Thomas gave a soft snort and Abigail nudged him. His face heated up, and he felt silly. Despite his rank, Wartfang was as ugly and brutish as the other orcs, with great slabs of muscle and a ferocious scowl punctuated by sharp tusks. "What do you want?" the giant demanded. Queen Morgana placed her hands on her hips. "I want to speak with King Gruel. I want my people back. I want Seth, the shapeshifter boy. And I want the Selkies." All 10 orcs roared with laughter. With a smile that looked more like a grimace, Wartfang whacked his club against the palm of his hand. Hal fully expected him to make a hostile challenge like, "Or else what?" "Sorry, ex-queen," the orc said instead. "You brought that boy to us of your own free will. He was a gift. King Gruel appreciated the gesture. To take him back now would be rude." "I had no choice. You'd have taken him by force if I hadn't." The orc's hairless brow rose in surprise. "We never would have crossed that line. We value our friendship. Isn't that right, boys?" The other 9 orcs nodded in unison, grunting and huffing their agreement. "And besides, you're no longer queen. Am I right? Your sister is in charge now, and it would undermine her authority if I made deals with you." Queen Morgana sighed. "Wartfang, you know by now that Agatha is in a prison cell, and I've taken back my throne. You know this because I sent your small group of thugs home." Wartfang winced. "Ouch. Thugs? That's rather uncalled for." Hal could hardly believe how articulate these brutes were. "What else do you call a gang of orcs that stands around outside the castle walls with clubs, menacing anyone who tries to enter?" "I call them diplomats, ma'am." The rest of the orcs roared with laughter again. The queen clenched her fists. "Your people pose a tangible threat to mine, yet I'm here to extend the hand of friendship to you." "Sorry, ex-Queen Morgana. I respect you, but what can I do? My king likes your new queen better." "Agatha is not the queen." "Yeah, well, I'd hate to upset the apple cart, so to speak." "Are you refusing me an audience, Wartfang?" "I'm afraid so." A gentle breeze blew across the hillside, ruffling a few loose rags and tugging at the queen's hair. Nothing else moved for a few seconds. Then Queen Morgana spoke calmly over her shoulder. "My friends, please restrain these orcs." She gave the order with such composure that, for another long moment, nobody moved. Then Thomas leapt forward, transforming in mid-air. His tail swung up, and poison darts shot out. Everything happened fast, and the orcs jerked in surprise as Lauren sprang into the air with her white wings flapping. Fenton slithered closer and ejected a spray of foul-smelling stomach water. Dewey clip-clopped around in sporadic circles as if trying to get control of his legs. Abigail shrank and buzzed out of the way. Emily hurled herself at one of the orcs and sank her teeth into his shoulder. Darcy promptly vanished from sight. Robbie grew to 3 times his normal size and stomped into battle. And Hal shifted to his dragon form. Queen Morgana had drawn her sword, but she ducked when the army of shapeshifters rushed past her from all angles. The orcs, taken by surprise, flinched and recoiled, then started yelling and swinging their clubs about. Several of them quickly became woozy from Thomas's quills. Thanks to Fenton, one orc found himself struggling against a greyish, sticky membrane that coated his arms and legs. Another, clutching at his bitten shoulder, suddenly became wrapped in powerful naga coils and went down with a thud. Dewey spun around and rear-kicked an orc so hard that the brute tumbled backward. Robbie gave a roar and threw himself into the fray, reaching for the throats of 2 orcs and banging their heads together. Hal found it difficult to help. With his friends in the way, his fire was useless. He gave a few bellows to get the orcs' attention, then turned and carefully swung his tail to knock one of them down. "Hal!" Queen Morgana shouted. He squinted at her. "Hal, hold Wartfang!" The Orc's second-in-command snarled at the sound of his name and climbed to his feet. "Nobody's holding me!" he roared. But Robbie's fist lashed out at that moment and caught the Orc on the side of the head, knocking him down again. Seizing his opportunity, Hal took a few steps closer and grabbed the sweating thug in one front paw. He flapped his wings and half flew, half hopped backward away from the crowd. Wartfang bellowed and struggled underfoot, but though he had both hands free, he could do nothing to wrench open a dragon's huge paw. Still, the Orc was strong and big. Hal could barely stretch his reptilian fingers around the brute's thick torso. The Queen yelled for calm. "Let it be known that I, Queen Morgana, will not be ignored. Wartfang, you will ask your king to bring out Seth, the 4 Selkies, and my soldiers. Only after their safe release will I consider our neighborly peace restored. Until then, we are at war, and you've seen firsthand the army I have at my side." Hal thought it was probably an effective speech, but he wasn't sure he liked being considered part of the Queen's personal army. The shapeshifters took direct orders only from Miss Simone. He didn't mind a demonstration of their powers to get a point across, but not being dragged into a full-scale war on her say-so. "What trickery is this, Morgana?" Wartfang gasped, sweating even more profusely now as he continued struggling to get free from Hal's grasp. "This dragon is identical to that other boy. They could be twins." "That's truer than you know," Abigail yelled, suddenly at full human size again and buzzing around out of reach. "Watch out!" Emily screamed. She still had her tail wrapped tightly around an Orc and was rolling about on the grass with him, yet she was the first to spot a trio of spears hurtling through the air toward them all. Robbie roared and, stupidly, went to intercept them while gripping a dangling Orc in one hand. Everyone else scattered in all directions. The spears shot over Robbie's head. Behind him, the first rammed into the ground close to Emily. The second landed at Hal's feet. The third rocketed past Thomas's red-furred mane and narrowly missed Dewey's rear end. Everyone gasped at the near-fatal attack. For a moment, shapeshifters and Orcs shared the same concern and looked toward the temple, fearing another onslaught of spears. Then Wartfang struggled again. "My king won't negotiate, you fools. He'd sooner kill us all where we stand than give in to whelps like you. Ex-Queen, if you want to live, you'll retreat out of range." "Not until we get what we came for," Queen Morgana said. There seemed to be a bit of an impasse. Half the Orcs were down, whether trapped by hardened glue, pinned by an ogre, wrapped up in a naga's coils, or drowsy from poison quills. The rest stood firm, ready to attack, but wary of Hal's grip on their leader. "I don't have any quills left," Thomas moaned, staring in horror at the bare stinger on the end of his segmented tail. "I'm normally more careful than that." Actually, there were some quills left, but only half-sized ones. They would quickly resume growth and fill in as needed, but it would take hours. "More spears!" Lauren yelled in a panic, and this time there were at least a dozen of them. Emily, Lauren, and Abigail abandoned what they were doing and shot straight upward. Dewey galloped away. Fenton slithered frantically. Only Thomas and Robbie held their ground, again, stupidly. Hal was already busy flapping his wings and launching, but a split second later he realized his stubborn friends were in terrible danger by standing there instead of fleeing. Without thinking, he flew over their heads and landed between them and the temple. An instant later, 2 spears tore into a wing. More hit the ground nearby, and a couple of Orcs cried out. Then another spear clipped the bony ridge on Hal's back, and he roared in pain, the noise carrying across the hillside. He imagined it was like having a tooth knocked out, only 10 times worse. But he barely had a moment to think about that agony, because just then, the last spear punctured his chest. He gasped and staggered back in disbelief. "Hal!" Abigail screamed from far away. Everything started to dim, including the angry bellow of an ogre and the muted cries of horror from his other friends. Queen Morgana came running, her eyes wide. Still gripped in his paw, Wartfang groaned and gasped, and it took long seconds for Hal to realize he was probably squeezing the orc too hard. Rather than let go, he attempted to launch again. This time, he flapped about and only managed to get halfway into the air. One wing was useless, so he gave up, turned, and stomped down the hill, his vision starting to blur. The spear sticking out of his chest hurt bad enough without the constant motion as well. He roared and growled, but kept moving until he collapsed on his side. Shouts and screams faded around him, but he was acutely aware of Lauren's latest warning. "Wyverns, look out! Watch those tails!" the Queen shouted. "You're surrounded!" an orc boomed. Screams and yells, grunts and roars, the flapping of wings. Hal forced an eye open. He lay on his side, face flat against the grass. The spear hurt so bad, but it was even worse now because Robbie was yanking on it, trying to pull it out. Hal groaned and tried feebly to ward him off with a wing or his tail, but he quickly faded again. The pressure eased, and the noise dimmed. A single voice spoke into his ear, Abigail urging him to shift back into human form. He grimaced, wishing she'd go away. He just wanted to sleep. Something slapped his snout over and over. Wake up, Hal! You need to change. Transform a few times. Come on, Hal, you can do this." She was persistent. Maybe she had a point. He could shapeshift, and that might help. But he doubted it. He had a giant spear in his chest. Well, it was gone now, because Robbie had pulled it out. But he still felt a terrible burning. Probably wyvern poison. The image of an injured griffin sprang to mind, with its terrible wound and purple-colored stain. Only special centaur treatment had saved the creature's life. Hal didn't expect that here. All he could expect right now was to be further attacked by wyverns. He snapped his eyes open. Blinking and trying to focus, he saw Abigail's face up close, and behind her, a large group of shapeshifters and orcs. And behind them, 3 wyverns standing there like guard dogs, their wings partially extended, tails arced overhead, yellows, reds, blues. Their sleek bodies shone in the sunlight. What's going on? Did the fighting stop? Have I been asleep? "Hal!" Abigail shouted again with tears streaming down her face. "Hal, please, please, shift!" With a monumental effort, he turned his mind to transformations. "Yeah, I guess I could. Need to concentrate." He felt like he succeeded, judging by the whoops and hollers and Abigail's screech of joy. But it was all he could manage. Exhausted and with agony spreading across his now human chest, he blacked out. Chapter 3. Prisoners. Hal moaned as hands lifted his utterly limp body. He was unable to open his eyes to check what was going on. Someone cradled him in massive arms. Probably Robbie. Or one of the orcs. He couldn't tell who it was, but he wished they'd put him down. Movement made his pain worse. It wasn't only in his chest anymore. It was across his entire upper body, creeping over his shoulders and down his arms. "Stop, stop!" he mumbled. "Hold on, Hal," Abigail called to him. She gripped his hand. He could feel her cool skin against his. Just a little longer. The orcs are saying they can save you. Yeah, right. Why would they do that? He couldn't make sense of it. Why shoot a bunch of spears at the enemy and then try to save them afterward? And not only that, how could they fire on their own orc warriors? Constant flapping and screeches caught his attention. The wyverns kept flying short distances and landing again, escorting the prisoners always nearby. "We're prisoners. We're going to the temple. They've caught us." The idea of the 9 shapeshifters being overpowered by a few orcs infuriated him. Well, 10 orcs, and 3 wyverns, not to mention their deadly aim with giant spears. Still, it was pretty rare for Hal and his friends to be thwarted so quickly. I nearly died, he thought, starting to fade again. I still might. Persistent slaps to his face woke him. He frowned and battered at whoever it was. "Quit! Quit!" "He's awake," Lauren murmured. "Welcome back, buddy," Robbie said too loudly. Hal grimaced and tried to roll over, but he couldn't because his head was cradled in someone's lap. Blinking, he cracked his eyes open to find Abigail's upside-down face hanging over him. "Hey," she said. A warm tear dropped onto his cheek, startling him. He had to wriggle from her grip to sit upright. Though the room swam, he felt better almost immediately. Everything came into focus. A flickering torch on the wall drew his attention first. Smoke curled from it and drifted into a sturdy metal grill in the ceiling. They were in a square room, large enough for him and his friends to spread out, but too small for Hal to transform. The low ceiling, solid stone walls, and a giant slab of granite for a floor told him a breakout would be impossible. The deeply recessed doorway suggested the walls were 3 feet thick. The door itself was solid oak, clad in strips of iron, with no sign of a handle. Abigail and Robbie knelt by his side. Everyone else sat on the floor nearby, in a semicircle. Thomas leaned against a wall. "How do you feel?" Emily asked. Hal immediately peered down at his chest. He guessed he'd sweated a lot, judging by the damp, clingy material. Scared of what he might find, he pulled up his shirt. But instead of a deep wound, he saw nothing more than a purple and yellow abrasion. How? If he were guessing, he'd have thought maybe 10 or 15 transformations were needed to heal such a terrible injury. "I don't even remember shifting, except for that first time. Did I really do this in my sleep? How many shifts did it take?" "It wasn't you," Abigail said softly. "The orcs did it. They brought a bowl of water and poured it over your chest, and the wound just kind of bubbled and steamed and sizzled," Robbie said, his eyes wide, "and then the wound was gone." Hal searched their faces. Surely they were joking. "They poured water on me?" "Yep," Robbie said. "And the great big hole in my chest vanished?" Tears welled in Abigail's eyes again. She swallowed and held a hand to her mouth. "Hal, that was the worst injury I've seen you with. It was worse than when werewolves attacked you. You would have died if the orcs hadn't saved you." Hal reached for her hand. "Nor, I would have shifted." "No, Hal, you wouldn't." She gently backhanded him. "You were unconscious, and you can't shift 10 or 20 times when you're unconscious. You were dying." "And it's my fault," Robbie said, his voice cracking. Hal glanced at him, shocked. His best friend's eyes looked as watery as Abigail's. "Oh, now, hang on a minute." Thomas spoke up then. From the wall he leaned against. "My fault too. We should have run. We just stood there like idiots, and you jumped in front of us." He got up and stamped closer to gaze down at him. "The only reason I'm alive, Hal, is because you got in the way of that spear. And the only reason you're alive is because you're a dragon, and the spear is pretty small and thin when it's stuck in your big fat butt." "Chest," Hal muttered. "The point is, if it were anyone else, even Robbie, that spear would have been too big. It would have killed us. So, thanks. For saving our lives, I mean." "Wow. Thomas is actually thanking me?" "Anytime," Hal muttered. Everyone else remained silent, but it was pretty obvious now that he'd given them all quite a scare. He slowly climbed to his feet, expecting a stabbing pain, but experiencing nothing of the sort. "Okay, well, this isn't the first near miss we've had. I'm fine. Where's Queen Morgana?" Now that he'd changed the subject, the rest of them got up off the floor and started pacing. "The orcs have her," Lauren said. Hal wandered closer to the door. What's outside? What did you see when we came in? Nothing much, Emily offered. We came into the temple by way of a massive elven door, meaning it was only just big enough for orcs to squeeze through. Inside was a long corridor with torches on the walls. This room was the very first we came to. They shoved us in here. Nice. We're hoping Darcy will free us soon, Emily added. Hal frowned, finding it creepy that the door had no door handle. Huh? What do you mean? How? He was puzzled by the silence, and he turned to find everyone looking at him with half smiles as if they shared a secret. It took him far too long to catch up. He gasped when it suddenly dawned on him. Darcy's not here. Fenton grinned. Nobody's seen her since the fighting started on the hill. She turned invisible and, well, disappeared. He looked so proud that Hal had to laugh. Well, good. You think she snuck inside the temple while we were busy fighting? Fenton nodded. Maybe not while we were fighting, but I reckon she rushed ahead when it was obvious we were all being taken prisoners. So yeah, I think she's about somewhere, lurking in the corridor, waiting for a chance to unlock our door. Emily punched the air. Shapeshifters united. We're so cool, Robbie said with a grin. Nobody can hold us for long. But wherever Darcy was at this moment, it wasn't right outside the door. They waited and quickly grew impatient. Where is she? Thomas complained. He went to the door and thumped on it. Hey, let us out! It wasn't clear if he was calling to Darcy or the Orcs, but a deep, muffled voice from outside startled them all. Shut up! The shapeshifters stood quietly for a moment. Well, Lauren whispered, that's why she hasn't let us out yet. There's a guard outside. Abigail sighed. We're going out the air vent, then. Everyone turned their attention to the grill in the ceiling above the flickering torch that hung on the wall. I've got this, Robbie said. He started to grow, pausing his transformation as soon as his head touched the ceiling. He reached for the grill, stuffed his fat fingers through the gaps, and began tugging on it. When flames licked at the shaggy hair on the back of his arm, Hal rushed to take the torch down from the wall sconce. That's a pretty narrow shaft, Lauren remarked. Not for me, Abigail said. Nor me, Emily added. I can be a water naga with no arms and easily slither along that vent. But there's no water, Dewey piped up. Well, true, but I'll go, Abigail insisted. Problem is, we still have that guard outside. I'll probably end up hanging about in the corridor with Darcy, waiting for a chance to unlock the door, but we'll figure something out. That's if Robbie can get the vent open in the first place, Fenton muttered. Come on, you great big idiot. Put some effort into it. Robbie grew a little more, leaning forward with his knees bent. His shoulders and upper back pressed against the ceiling. He still wasn't full size, but he had to be getting close. He grunted. His fingers were now too fat to fit between the metal slats. He started punching the grill instead, drawing back his fist and letting loose with a roar. The bang, bang, bang reverberated around the small room. Hal glanced at the door. Surely the orc could hear such a racket. That didn't mean he'd be stupid enough to come rushing in, though. Robbie finally managed it. The grill bent inward, and then he could insert his fingers behind it and wrench it off the wall. It clattered to the floor, and he turned and offered a toothy grin. Done. Abigail was ready. She blew Hal a kiss, sprouted her wings, shrank to 6 inches tall, and buzzed up into the blackness. She was gone in a flash. Help me up, Hal said, waving Robbie closer. Using the ogre's clasped hands to step up on, he raised himself to peer into the shaft. It ran horizontally, probably passing over several adjacent rooms, and absolutely pitch black, except for a few rays of light farther along. Abigail wouldn't be able to escape the shaft if more grills blocked her way. She'd probably return any second now, thwarted and glum. Wish I could burn the door down, Hal growled. I don't want to burn with it, Emily warned him. Keep your fire to yourself, please. Maybe Robbie could bash it open, Lauren suggested, reaching out to stroke one shaggy arm. He grinned at her touch and leaned toward her, very much like a goofy dog vying for affection. Worth a try, Thomas said with a shrug. Dewey spoke up. I could kick it. Then do it, little man. With an eager look on his face, Dewey transformed. He stood taller in his centaur form, but he easily cleared the high ceiling as he trotted over to the door. Turning his back to it, he lashed out with a double-hoofed kick. The door didn't budge an inch. Dang, Fenton muttered. I felt that. Dewey looked disappointed. Sorry, guys. Robbie had a try, but even his heftiest punches had no effect. He ended up sucking his sore knuckles and moaning softly. Shut up! The orc guard shouted from outside. Abigail returned just then. She grew to her full size, looking thwarted and glum. There's no way out. I can't get past the grills. The shaft is long, but all I saw was a bunch of stupid rooms. Storerooms, bedrooms, more storerooms, maybe a restroom. A restroom, Thomas said scornfully. Well, a room with wooden seats and holes in them. It smelled horrible. Hal realized he was still holding the flickering torch and went to place it back into the wall sconce. This is annoying. What do the orcs want with us? Where's the queen? Where are all her soldiers? How are we going to get out of here? Abigail smiled and started counting off on her fingers. I agree. Don't know. Don't know. Don't know. And don't know. Come on, Darcy, Thomas complained again. Where is she? Don't know that either. It was pretty obvious that further talk would lead to bickering. Hal gave up and went to sit against a wall. Abigail joined him, and then everyone else sat as well, the room falling silent, except for several heavy sighs. I need to pee, Lauren murmured. Nobody's stopping you, Thomas retorted. Silence. Boredom reigned. Emily did her best to pass the time by questioning Fenton about his relationship with Darcy. It didn't go well. Mind your own business, he snapped. We're just friends. Shut up about it. Whoa, Hal said, unable to contain his grin. Okay, I seem to remember everyone, including you, badgered Abby and me to death when we started dating, and then everyone badgered Robbie and Lauren, so now it's our turn to badger you. Yeah, big fella, Thomas said with a laugh. Spill it. Have you kissed her yet? Shut up! Fenton hissed, shooting him a glare. His face had turned as red as a beetroot. Abigail giggled mercilessly. Oh my gosh, Fenton, there's nothing wrong with dating. Admit it. You like her. You've held hands plenty of times, Dewey said, braving the murderous glare he got back. He even started a quiet chant. Fenton and Darcy, sitting in a tree, Kissing. Everyone laughed, but it was Lauren who came to Fenton's rescue. Oh, leave him alone, guys. Can't you see he's embarrassed? I'll bet Darcy's not, though. She'd be bragging if she were here right now. Where is she? Thomas growled for the umpteenth time. I swear, if she doesn't hurry up and... A clunk startled them. Then the door swung open. For a second, Hal thought Darcy had made it at last. He jumped up, ready to greet her like the hero she was. Then he froze. Wartfang marched in, followed by a couple more orcs. Your queen strikes a hard bargain, he boomed, but you're free to go. Nobody moved. Bargain? Abigail inquired. Free to go? Dewey repeated. The orc snorted and jerked his head toward the door. Well, get out before I change my mind. Everyone hustled, weaving between the three hulking orcs. Hal felt sure it was a trap of some kind. Outside in the corridor, a fourth orc glowered at them. Shut up, he growled, for no apparent reason. All of Hal's friends turned to the right, and he immediately assumed that was the way they'd come in when he'd been half dead. Sure enough, a bright patch of daylight awaited them. But everyone paused, glancing back at Wartfang. Where's the queen? Emily asked. Yeah, we're not going without her, Thomas muttered. Wartfang grinned down his tusks at them. You are going without her. That was the deal she struck with my chief, and let me tell you, I think he's lost his mind. He's letting 8 shapeshifters go in return for her staying and promising peace between our people. He gave a snort so loud that it echoed off the walls. I told him we don't need peace. But he's a funny one, King Gruel is, full of honor and integrity and all that nonsense. We're not leaving without Queen Morgana, Hal said, as heat rose in his chest. Bring her to us, or we'll have to make another deal, Abigail interrupted, gently taking his arm. Right, Hal? A deal with these nice people? Now it was Thomas's turn to snort. If you think... Shh, Fenton hissed. Let the grown-ups talk. Hal unclenched his fists and absently rubbed at his chest, which itched a little. Sure. Yeah. A deal with these nice people. How about you let Queen Morgana go and keep me instead? Or me, Abigail said, forcing a grin, while she dug her fingers fiercely into Hal's arm. I'm completely harmless, a mere fairy. You don't want a huge dragon roaming about. Besides, you've got a spare dragon already, haven't you? Wartfang chuckled softly. I'd love to stand here and barter with you for a bit longer, but the deal is done. Now leave before we shut the door and lock you in. To Hal's satisfaction, not a single one of his friends moved from their spot. In fact, some of them crossed their arms. Everyone tilted their chins up and glared with defiance at the 4 orcs. Wartfang's grin faded, his brow furrowed deeply. All right, you asked for it. He bellowed over their shoulders. Shut the door. At the end of the corridor, the square of daylight started to narrow. It seemed to flare brightly right before the 2 low doors came together. Then it went dark with a dull boom. That's it. Deal's off, Wartfang said rather haughtily. He turned and began stomping along the corridor. This way, you fools! The other 3 orcs stood back to allow passage. Hal and his friends sidled past them, then picked up speed. I don't get it, Robbie said. He glanced over at Hal as he walked. These orcs shoot spears at us, and at their own mob, manage to stab you through the chest, then save your life while locking us up, then release us, then trap us again. Yeah, I mean, what the heck, Lauren agreed. A little way ahead of them, Wartfang chuckled softly again, but said nothing. Abigail nudged up against Hal as they hurried along. Well, we did it, she whispered. We're inside the Golden Temple. Let's hope we can get back out again, Dewey mumbled. Chapter 4. Pocket Realms. The orcs had invaded the Golden Temple years ago and ousted the elven residents. It wasn't a huge surprise, then, to find typical elven grandeur within. It reminded Hal of the temple on Whisper Mountain, only much bigger and far more splendid. Sand-colored stone walls, mosaic-tiled flooring, plush velvet drapes, intricate tapestries, colorful paintings, statues in illuminated alcoves, and a massive golden dome looming high above. Ignoring the dozens of orcs milling about the gigantic circular hall, the shapeshifters stopped in the center and craned their necks to gawk up at the impressive ceiling, which was supported by a ring of columns. The place was so big that Hal imagined he could fly around with ease. Leading off the grand hall, the main stretch of corridor was equally wide and probably 4 times longer. Another 100 or more bustling orcs went about their business, crossing from one side to another, in and out of rooms and archways, some venturing into dark and narrow alleys. Hal gawked in amazement. He hadn't appreciated just how colossal the building was. This is like a complete indoor town, Robbie marveled. There's room here for Carter's entire market to spread out, probably 2 markets. Not only that, but the numerous doors, narrow alleys, and grand archways arrayed down both sides of the corridor suggested numerous rooms beyond. This is amazing, Emily cooed. How many live here? Just for a moment, Even Wartfang seemed to forget he was leading prisoners to see the king. He took on the role of a tour guide and gestured wildly as he led them past the dome. We're nearly 1,000 strong here, with adequate living quarters behind most of these doors you see, but we have room for many, many more. Hal and his friends were struck dumb at an astonishing sight. Every archway they passed appeared to lead directly outside to daylight. They all knew about pocket realms, of course, like captured bubbles of reality from across the world. In fact, he and Abigail had even met a fairy named Phobal and watched him create one from a bead of lake water. Still, so many entrances to different lands lined up one after the other. Elves are ridiculously grandiose, Wartfang explained. Most of these arches are purely decorative, nothing but pretentious decor, so we decided to use them as different kinds of doorways. They frame the entrances to our pocket realms, and with many pocket realms at our disposal, our territory has greatly expanded. Even knowing what they were looking at, it seemed impossible. How could one archway lead to a steamy jungle, another to a dusty plain, a third to snowy mountains? The first opening had captured everyone's attention. Giant ferns, tropical trees, hanging vines, and a hazy, wispy atmosphere. Hal clearly heard the incessant sounds of buzzing insects, squawking birds, and chattering monkeys. Some bugs buzzed about in the corridor, causing passers-by to swat at them. "Welcome to Eden," Wartfang said with a laugh. "Don't go wandering off in there. You'll get lost. It's bigger than it looks. You can see a river through the trees." The orc pointed with one huge, gnarly finger. "If you're lucky, you'll see the Selkies you've come to rescue." Naturally, all 8 shapeshifters stood and watched, squinting into the dense fauna to where a fairly wide river gurgled. "A river," Dewey murmured. "How is that possible?" "These are pocket realms," Abigail said. "Yes, but—" Hal understood Dewey's point. If there's a bubble around the jungle, like a huge glass sphere, how does the river keep flowing? Where's it coming from? Where's it going? The orc barked a laugh and snapped his fingers. "Now you're getting it. One of the quirks of pocket realms. Water passes through the bubble, the wind keeps blowing, smells waft in and out, heat and cold. Any idea how that happens?" Nobody did. Wartfang grinned. "It's simple, really. Pocket realms seem like they're completely impenetrable spheres, don't they?" Hal remembered all too well how solid the dome over the Grey Kingdom had felt when he'd crashed into it. "But that's not really so," Wartfang went on. "The truth is, the walls of the sphere are only a barrier to people. Humans, orcs, elves, fairies, you name it. We're all unable to cross over. Yet inanimate objects and elements can. Wind and water, fire and snow, rain and dust, no problem." "What about birds, bugs, and fish?" Dewey asked. Wartfang pointed at him. "Great question. Birds, bugs, and fish have no restrictions. We think the walls of a pocket realm are resistant to souls." "What?" Abigail gasped. The orc nodded. "We call it a soul barrier. Ask Hobfidget if you ever get to meet him. He'll regale you with all kinds of fascinating nonsense. Now, let's keep moving." "Where are Queen Morgana's missing soldiers?" Robbie wondered aloud. "Never mind the soldiers," Fenton retorted. "Where's Seth?" "Never mind Seth," Abigail murmured in a much quieter voice. "Where's Darcy?" Hal had been wondering that too. She could be anywhere. For that matter, she could be walking alongside them. He squinted, trying to spot the telltale signs of an invisible dryad, a distortion in the air. But if she were near, she kept herself hidden. The steamy atmosphere leaking out of the jungle made Hal's clothes cling to his skin. He plucked at his shirt and wiped the moisture from his forehead as Wartfang led them away. Immediately, a dry heat wafted in from desert plains as they walked by the next realm. Then, a blast of icy cold air from snowy peaks. Hal couldn't wrap his mind around a detail. "There's only a short distance between the archways," he called to the orc. "It doesn't look like there's room for giant pocket realms to be next to each other." Wartfang snapped his finger and thumb and nodded. "Good, good. Another question for Hobfidget, if you want a detailed explanation. All I can tell you is that realms can overlap while remaining separate. But what do I know? I'm a warrior, not a scholar." They continued on. Orcs walked everywhere, crisscrossing the spacious hall. The sound of chatter and laughter filled the air, deep, booming guffaws as well as curious shrills. It turned out that female orcs, though as masculine and bold as the brutish males, had oddly high-pitched voices. One towering lady orc nearly bowled them over as she hurried out of a narrow alleyway. She gave them all a quick glare, then gave Wartfang a surprisingly rough backhand on his shoulder. "You're blocking the way. Don't talk to me like that, you oily whelk," Wartfang snapped. He sighed and shook his head, adding under his breath, "There's no respect these days." "What do you all do here?" Lauren asked. Wartfang glanced back at her. "We live," he said simply. "Look, here's our market." He gestured to the left. Everyone peered through yet another brightly lit archway to find orcs selling wares, jostling one another, talking loudly and laughing, and going about their daily business without a care in the world. So weird, Hal thought. "Gotta say, I thought this place would be more evil," he said. Wartfang laughed as he weaved past a slow-moving crowd. "What do you think we are? Just because we're big and ugly doesn't mean we're horrible, violent thugs." "Well, you do kidnap Selkies," Thomas griped. "Ah, good point." Wartfang halted and swung around. "Don't think of it like kidnapping them. Think of it as offering an opportunity. They're all free to roam about the place, you know." "As prisoners," Abigail pointed out. "Yes, well, maybe for now. But what a place to be a prisoner, eh?" Wartfang clapped her heartily on the back, and she stumbled forward with a gasp. "This place is paradise." "Paradise?" Robbie exclaimed. "You mean the jungle back there? It's full of biting bugs, or the dusty plain, or the snowy mountains, or what's in there? A dead forest?" "Well, if you don't like jungles, desert plains, snow-covered peaks, or the twisted remains of a magical woodland, how about this one here?" "No way!" Fenton gasped as he peered into the next pocket realm. They all stared in amazement at a silent, star-studded night sky over a beach. Gentle waves splashed onto the sand, where a couple of orcs canoodled quite some distance away in the light of a dancing campfire. "It's so," Emily said, trailing off. "Pretty," Lauren finished. They'd identified 5 different realms on the right-hand side, plus the market on the left, and they were only part way along the hall. What other realms had they missed? Hal counted maybe 15 archways on each side of the hall, and more at the far end. "How many pocket realms do you have here?" he asked, feeling weak at the knees. Wartfang grinned. 46. You'll notice they're not invisible like Morgana's Grey Kingdom, and we don't need any of her dismal mist to access them. Our magic is more advanced than her early experiment." "What about these really narrow alleys?" Robbie asked, glancing to the left. "That's the 3rd we've passed now. Where do they go?" The orc grunted, looking for a moment like he wasn't going to answer. Then he shrugged and said, "Battlements." Hal's ears pricked up. "Oh, can we see? I was wondering how—" "You want to scope out our defenses?" Wartfang barked a laugh. "Over my dead body. Now, this way. We're going to the far end of the temple." The orc lumbered ahead. Following close behind, the shapeshifters walked in somewhat of a daze, trying to take in the myriad realms surrounding them. A glance to the right revealed an island in the middle of an ocean. A boat bobbed in the water, tied to a hook that was mounted on one of the columns forming the archway. A glance to the left gave them a view inside some kind of gloomy, ancient structure covered with cobwebs. Orcs were digging into the floor using picks and short-handled shovels. Back over on the right, everyone cooed at a gorgeous scene of a lush orchard, where orcs plucked apples under a deep blue sky in the heat of the sun. Humans were there too. They wore chainmail and armor. Hal faltered. So did some of the others. "Hey!" Abigail exclaimed. Wartfang paused and turned to look. "Ah, those are Agatha's soldiers. Or Morgana's," he chortled. "Either way, looks like they're already making themselves at home." "But why?" Abigail asked. "Why not? The rewards are great." He said no more, but Hal couldn't help feeling a thrill of excitement and apprehension. There had to be 10 or 15 people in that orchard, most of their chainmail and armor discarded. Half of Queen Morgana's army. Where were the others? And how on earth were the shapeshifters supposed to rescue them when they looked so relaxed and free? The numerous pocket realms began to blur into one. Sunshine, winter, rain, hills, mountains, plains, caves, a bit of everything. "Do you ever change them out?" Fenton asked. "I mean, if you get bored and need something different?" Again, Wartfang chortled. "Once in a while, yes. We take votes and replace the ones nobody likes. This temple is a gateway to many worlds." At the end of the hall, the orc passed through yet another archway into darkness. They had crossed over into the night. A subtle shift in the ambience prickled Hal's skin. His friends felt it too. They all glanced about and frowned as if the wind had changed. The wind had changed. They'd all caught brief chills and heat waves and sprays of seawater as they'd walked the hall, but now a strong, persistent breeze tugged at their clothes. "Why is it dark?" Dewey asked in a small voice. When Wartfang didn't respond, Fenton repeated the question a little louder. The orc looked over his shoulder with a frown. "Why is it dark? Why do you think?" "It's night time. A few realms are on the other side of the world." Hal's eyes adjusted to the poor light as they took tentative steps on hard rock. A plateau spread out before them, ending at a cliff edge. "This is impossible," Emily gasped. "I mean, obviously it's not, but still, I feel like I'm in a dream." "Are we actually on a mountain now?" Thomas exclaimed, spinning about. "Look at that." They all turned to face their rear. A jagged peak towered over them under a clear, starry sky. The archway leading back into the temple shone bright and orange, like a cozy, firelit window. "Where are we?" Lauren called to the orc, who continued marching. Not bothering to reply this time, Wartfang led them around the mountain. The expansive plateau narrowed to a path. Hal sneaked a peek over the cliff and gasped. It had to be a 1,000-foot drop to the steep slopes far below. "I know this is a pocket realm, but is it inside the temple?" Thomas demanded. Robbie rolled his eyes. "Man, you're so dim. Does it look like we're inside the temple?" "Where are we exactly?" Hal asked their guide. "We're in Old Earth." The orc shrugged. "How should I know? I'm not the mystical type. That's Hobfidget's job. He's the one who truly understands elven magic. The rest of us simply enjoy the views. Probably not Old Earth, though." "I thought all pocket realms were in Old Earth," Dewey said. "Then how come there's a magical forest back there?" Robbie countered. Abigail whistled softly. "Ooh, good catch." Wartfang airily waved his hand. "We've advanced past antiquated elven magic. In fact, one or two of our pocket realms are much closer to home. For example, a canyon that's merely a day's walk from here." "And what's the point of that?" Thomas muttered. "It makes trade a lot easier. No tedious traveling, you see. Now, enough questions." "Where's Queen Morgana?" Emily asked anyway. "With King Gruel, just up here." Wartfang took them on an ever-narrowing path that abruptly turned into a staircase leading up the side of the cliff. He stomped up with ease, uncaring of the terrifying drop-off to his side. "Well, I don't know where Darcy is," Hal thought, But I know where she isn't. She wouldn't climb these steps unless she absolutely had to. To everyone's astonishment, the steps curved up around the cliff and ended on another plateau higher up, where a small castle stood. Built into the rocky slopes, it was a very modestly sized castle with a couple of towers and a simple front door. In fact, compared to the grand clifftop structure overlooking the beaches of Brodon, this place was nothing more than a stylized mansion. Lights were on inside. Wartfang led them in through the open door and stopped. The shapeshifters crowded in after him, spreading out, when they realized they'd arrived in what appeared to be King Gruel's throne room. "Welcome," the king boomed. Hal couldn't help gawking. King Gruel himself. He was gigantic, easily the biggest of the Orcs. Overweight as well as muscular, he wore a bright red robe so capacious that it covered the throne and flowed down a couple of steps onto the floor. Tusks protruded from the corners of his square jaw, and a short horn stuck up from the top of his head. Hello?" Emily said in a small voice. A couple of orc guards lurked at the edges of the grand, torchlit room, and Queen Morgana sat stiff and upright on a smaller throne nearby. "What are they doing here?" she demanded of Wartfang. She turned her gaze to Hal and the others. "What happened? Didn't they let you go?" "We chose not to," Abigail said. The Queen's eyes opened in surprise. "You chose to stay? What?" "We're not just going to walk away when you're stuck here against your will," Hal said. "We came with you to rescue Seth and the Selkies." The king barked a laugh, which echoed off the walls. Wartfang joined in the laughter, but he was clearly being polite. My, King Gruel said at last. "Well, so be it." He offered a flourishing gesture to the queen and bowed his bald head, revealing not one, but 3 short horns running from front to back. "I honored our deal, Morgana, but these young upstarts refused your kindness. Now they stay." "King Gruel," the queen said, "please reconsider. They don't know what they're saying. My offer stands. Release Seth and the 4 Selkies and allow me the chance to reason with my people, and in return, keep me as a token of my goodwill. But let these children go. You don't need them." The king's casual smile abruptly turned downwards, and a terrible scowl appeared. He struggled upright, took a deep breath, and started bellowing. "Don't tell me what I need!" Everyone in the room jumped, including Wartfang. The queen threw up her hands and recoiled. I'm sorry, it's just that, well, you said you would—" "Silence!" The echoes of his voice sounded for at least 5 seconds. With grunts and growls, he slumped back on his throne and sighed. Watching everyone with oddly beady eyes, he absently wiped spittle from his chin and gave a snarl. "Being nice is exhausting. Enough of that. Enough of bargaining, and enough of treating me like a fool. Remember, I possess Pandora's jar, and I'm not afraid to open it." He jerked a thumb over his shoulder when he said this. Behind him, standing against the back wall, an ornate cabinet with glass doors loomed in the shadows. It seemed to be empty, except for one small, brown-colored, upright vase. "That's it? That's Pandora's jar?" Hal and all his friends stared wordlessly. Queen Morgana glanced over too, a grimace on her face, as if being in the same room with the artifact gave her the heebie-jeebies. King Gruel sneered around at everyone. "Yes, take a good look." "Would you truly risk opening such a thing?" the queen asked, surprisingly blunt. "It won't hurt me," the king muttered. He pulled his robe open slightly at the neck to reveal a fist-sized pebble hanging off a chain. "I'm wearing the Sintamani stone. I'm invincible." "But your people, you'd risk their lives?" "Lady, I'll lob spears at my people if it gets the job done. We also have healing water, remember?" "Even so." The king rolled his eyes. "I'm tired of this. I did my best to be neighborly out of respect for years of peace between our people, but you're not the queen anymore, Morgana. And quite frankly, your sister is far less troublesome." What? She's the one who suggested going to battle against you, whereas I only ever wanted peace. Yes, well, in the end, she didn't go into battle with me. She's a good little girl who knows her place. He growled and clenched his fist. And I expect you to release her to me, along with whoever in your town wishes to come here. As Queen Morgana rocked back and forth in despair, the king shot her a furious look and jabbed a fat finger at her. Mark my words, Morgana, you're my honored guest, but don't push your luck. As for these kids, you offered me a deal, and I graciously allowed them to leave in return for your cooperation. But they stayed. They broke the deal. Not me, not you, but them. It's done, and I'll hear no more about it. Do we get a say in this? Thomas piped up. A few of the shapeshifters sucked in a breath and nudged him sharply. King Gruel rotated his head and squinted at Thomas. Did you actually speak to me just then? Queen Morgana held up her hands in a placating gesture. Please, King Gruel, these children have no idea who you are. They're innocent. Hal's initial apprehension had given way to rising anger. This huge king might be a powerful orc ruler, but he was no match for a dragon. We're not so innocent, he said, as boldly as he could muster. The king's beady eyes widened. He gripped the arms of his throne and eased upright again. What did you say? I said we're not so innocent. We're not a bunch of clueless kids. We're shapeshifters, and we've dealt with bigger villains than you. Well, maybe not bigger, Thomas added, edging forward to stand alongside Hal. You're pretty big, as in a little on the podgy side. Thomas, Lauren hissed. It's true, though, Fenton said. He sidled to the front as well. I'm wondering exactly how someone as big as you even climbs out of that chair. Never mind comes after us. He doesn't, Robbie growled, slowly growing in height. He asks Wartfang and the others to do his dirty work, and then he shoots spears at them. I mean, what kind of king does that to his own people? Have you boys lost your minds? Queen Morgana gasped. Be quiet. Hal shook his head. Mindful of the incredulous looks King Gruel, Wartfang, and the two guards wore, he knew there would be an explosion of wrath soon. He was ready, but he couldn't help being curious as well. What's going on in this place anyway? He asked. What do you want with the Queen's army and her people, and shapeshifters? Why do you— Shut him up! The king roared. There it is, he thought, the explosion of wrath. Time to go! Chapter 5. Grab and Run. Wartfang and the guards came running. While 7 shapeshifters transformed in a matter of seconds, Hal stepped forward and coughed up a blast of fire. It had been building in his chest for a few minutes now, and he was glad to let it out. His sweeping flames caused a brief distraction, just enough to stop the orcs in their tracks for a second or two. By that time, Robbie had grown to full size and lunged forward with his fists held high. Fenton, slithering across the floor, went straight for the throne and spewed a gush of foul-smelling water which splashed all over the king's hands and his voluminous red robe. Emily leapt into action, flinging herself at Wartfang and wrapping her coils around his neck. Lauren flapped upward, then swooped and attacked one orc guard with her talons. Dewey spun around and bucked wildly, lashing out with his hooves and trying to connect with the other. Thomas, with no quills to shoot, hung back with his bare stinger held high. Abigail shrank and buzzed to safety, hovering high in the air and screeching her encouragement to the shapeshifters. "How dare you!" the king boomed, struggling to get up. But he couldn't, and his expression turned to surprise when he realized his hands were stuck fast to the throne. What the— With Wartfang and the two guards occupied, Hal once again had very little to do in the confines of the room, so he ran across to the Queen. "We're getting out of here. Go outside. We'll be there in a second." "What have you done?" she cried, wringing her hands. She took hold of his shoulders and shoved her face close. I came here to reason with him, not stir him into a frenzy. Now they're going to— No time to talk, Hal interrupted. Sorry, but we have to go. First, I'm going to grab Pandora's jar. The Queen gasped as he broke free. Hal, we'll never get out of this place if— It was already too late. An army of orcs streamed into the room from both side doors, immediately cutting off access to the cabinet as they rallied around their king. They came in with clubs swinging, and the tide turned very quickly. Suddenly, the shapeshifters were overwhelmed, pushed back to the door they'd come in by. They wanted Hal and his friends outside. This was their way of herding them out, and herd them they did. A wall of immense bodies rushed toward them, and it was either leap outside or be crushed. Tripping down the steps, Hal and his friends righted themselves and stumbled away from the small castle. Orcs spilled out and spread wide, completely blocking any attempt at re-entry. They smacked their clubs against the palms of their hands, fangs and tusks bared as they growled and hollered in warning. "Oh man," Hal moaned. "I was so ready to grab Pandora's jar from the cabinet." "That's why they threw us out," Queen Morgana said with a sigh. "And now I'm ostracized too. We're lucky they're not attacking us." "Let 'em try," Thomas said, hunkered down on his 4 legs with his scorpion tail swinging overhead. "I don't have any quills at the moment, but my stinger is full of deadly venom." He raised his voice. "Who wants it, huh?" Emily slithered in front of him. "Shh, Thomas. Don't antagonize the enemy any more than we need to." The steps down the side of the cliff lay behind them, but Hal was ready to fly back to the rocky passage. He'd be there in no time. In fact, he wished he could just fly away over the mountains. Was this pocket realm's boundary as solid as the Grey Kingdom's? What if he flew at it really fast? King Gruel loomed in the doorway behind his army of orcs, so large that he had to twist his shoulders to fit through the frame. He stomped heavily down the steps and bulldozed his way past his guards. In one hand, he wielded the biggest club of them all, a long-handled weapon with a massive spiked ball on the end. "You!" he bellowed. "All of you are my prisoners. Either give yourselves up or pay the price." He held up the deadly club. "I have the weapon of the warrior god Dagda. With this, I can kill all of you at once." Hal couldn't help thinking of their battle the previous week with the Norse warrior known as Seth. That giant had wielded a powerful weapon as well, a fiery sword. And look what happened to him, he thought. We beat him. We can beat these orcs too. "How's that even work?" Robbie shouted. "How do you kill all of us at once? We're supposed to stand in a line so you can bash our heads together." "Robbie, shut up," Abigail hissed. The funny thing was, Queen Morgana had actually told them it could kill 9 people. Specifically 9, as if Surt and his Norse legends surrounding the fabled number 9 still lingered. Darcy was absent, but the Queen was with them, so that made 9 in total. In answer to his challenge, King Gruel let out a roar and swung the club with all his might. The shapeshifters stumbled back a little farther and ducked as the weapon whistled toward them. The way it spun rattled Hal. It cut through the air in a graceful sideways arc, defying physics as it circled around to bash his brains in. It definitely had the power and the aim to pulp anyone in its path. But even though everyone ducked, it looked like the club would have passed over their heads anyway. The fearsome weapon veered back to King Gruel's outstretched hands. It smacked into his grip, nearly knocking him off his feet. "A warning shot!" the king shouted. "I want you alive, but don't test me, or I will kill you." They all stood back up, relieved. Queen Morgana stepped out in front. "King Gruel, we surrender. Please let these children go, and I'll—" "Hey," Thomas interrupted. "Nuh-uh, we don't surrender." For once, Hal agreed with him. He raised his voice to the king. "We're leaving. If you try to stop us, you'll regret it." Abigail nudged him. "Hal." "I have an army of orcs at my disposal," the king growled, stomping forward a few paces. Some of his guards accompanied him, small in comparison. "You cannot escape this place. Remember, these are pocket realms. If you think you can fly off into the night sky, then think again. The only way out, my friend, is via the temple." "Then that's where we're going," Thomas shouted. "And you do not want to get Hal all riled up. He's a dragon, you know." Abigail nudged Hal again. "Hal, look." "What?" he said, annoyed at the distraction. Thomas was bragging about him right now, and he didn't want to miss it. But while King Gruel retorted, and Thomas laughed, and Robbie piped up with a rude comment, Hal tried to spot what Abigail was so excited about. It took him a moment, but then he saw it. A strange fuzziness in the air between him and the orcs. A distortion, as if an invisible dryad were hurrying across his path. "Let's go," a familiar voice whispered amid the bickering and arguing. "I have it. Let's get out of here." "Have what?" Hal muttered. Darcy was close now, standing before him and Abigail. He always found it odd, being able to see through her. "It's under my shirt," she urged. He immediately remembered how she'd once hidden a human baby under her shirt, covering the baby, and whatever she had right now turned it invisible too. The question was, "What? What do you have?" She clicked her tongue. "Well, Pandora's jar, obviously. Now let's go." Pandora's jar. Startled, Hal transformed and waited while his friends climbed aboard. Darcy had bided her time and shown up in the most spectacular way, and now they had in their possession one of the most dangerous magical artifacts in existence, and the king would go crazy once he found out. Hal faced the orcs with a menacing growl, and they backed off a little. To the king's credit, he held his ground, gripping the club and glaring at him. When all the shapeshifters and the queen were safely aboard, Hal launched into the night and headed out over the cliff. He could almost feel the heat of the king's baleful glare. It didn't take long to figure out that, as with the Grey Kingdom, the Pocket Realm's boundaries were as solid as an actual wall, no matter how hard he flew at it. The invisible force bloodied his snout, jerked his head around, and nearly knocked the stuffing out of him. He struggled to regain control of his flight while his friends shouted in terror. A soul barrier, he thought, remembering Wartfang's explanation. Bet I could lob a rock through. Or Pandora's jar. He considered it briefly, then abandoned the idea. It would shatter on the ground, releasing whatever it was inside. Or it would fall into the wrong hands. No, better to take it home and store it safely. In the distance, the orcs roared with laughter at his failed attempts to penetrate the soul barrier. Angry, Hal headed for the plateau where they'd arrived. Orcs waited for them, but he sent a blast of fire their way, and they scattered. When he landed, everyone jumped down and hurried through the well-lit archway into the temple. Hal took a moment to revert to his human form. Naturally, more orcs lurked inside. Being last, Hal heard a series of roars and grunts and yells as a skirmish took place without him. By the time he entered the brightly lit temple, 5 of the bald giants were laid out on the floor. Robbie stood over them, panting and snorting. "Nice," Hal said. Robbie grinned and gave a thumbs up. But what now? All 9 shapeshifters and the Queen weaved between bustling crowds. Word of the escape hadn't reached the general population, and nobody tried to stop them, yet. Maybe it was possible to get to the far end and out the same door they'd come in. Nope. As they reached the steamy jungle, a legion of the king's guards stalked into view. They had the way out blocked, or at least one way out. There had to be others. "Into the trees!" Thomas shouted, abruptly transforming. He turned a sharp left through the archway and into the jungle. His red fur was visible among the ferns before he vanished from sight. Seeing little choice, The rest of the group dashed after him. This isn't helping, Hal thought, growing desperate. The Orcs would follow. There was no escape out of Pocket Realms. They could all run around in the jungle for the rest of the day, but eventually they'd have to return to the archway and face an even larger gang of thugs. "Thomas!" he shouted into the steamy, tangled vegetation. "The idiots left us behind," Emily grumbled. They had to walk single file because there was no trail to speak of. Thankfully, Robbie trampled one for them as his huge ogre bulk ploughed into the wilderness. Hal was already sweating, and the gnats bothered him relentlessly. He slapped at his neck, then grimaced at the rather large mosquito squashed into his palm. But he had no time to complain about that because Abigail suddenly gasped and backed up, almost knocking her head against his. A bright green snake had dropped down and now hung from a branch, hissing like crazy. "Whoa!" Fenton in front of her swung around at the sound. "How did I not see that?" "It's me it's after," Abigail said, trembling. "Nearly fell on me." "Be careful," Queen Morgana warned. "That thing looks dangerous." The snake seemed content to simply hang there and block their way rather than drop to the ground and slither after them. Still, it meant the group was divided. "Let's go around," Hal muttered, trying to find a route through the dense vegetation. Birds and monkeys screeched. Bugs chirped and hummed. The rush of water filtered through the trees. Hal couldn't believe how noisy the jungle was. And humid. So humid. "Thomas, come back!" he yelled, growing angry. "I'm not going another step in this mess." Ahead, Robbie had paused. They all waited where they were, glancing about, on the lookout for more snakes and other deadly creatures while slapping at swarming mosquitoes. "What do we do?" Dewey called from the rear of the line. "Are the Orcs following us?" Lauren asked. "Not that I can see." "Well, someone's back there." They all froze in place. The distinctive sounds of rustling came to them. It went on for half a minute before two figures stepped into view. Not Orcs, but humans. It was their turn to freeze. A couple of middle-aged men in chainmail and armor used short swords to thrash at the ferns. "Arnold!" the Queen gasped. "And Taylor! Where are the others?" Both men looked startled. While one opened and shut his mouth a few times, the other cleared his throat and dropped to one knee. "Lady Morgana, it's good to see you." "Queen Morgana," she snapped. Well," the man on his knee mumbled. He rose slowly. "We follow Agatha now, milady." "Then you're a fool, Taylor. I've already taken back my throne, which you'd know if you weren't here with the Orcs. Would you like to join Agatha in her cell? Or will you reaffirm your allegiance to your rightful queen?" The men glanced at each other. Taylor shrugged. "It doesn't matter now. As you said, we're here with the Orcs, and we're staying. Have you seen what's on offer? Sun, sea, forests, mountains?" Yes, we've seen it all." The Queen threw up her hands in disgust. "So that's it? The Orcs lure you to their side simply by throwing in a good view?" Arnold looked shocked. "No. What do you take us for?" "It's much more than that, Lady Morgana. The Orcs are offering us immortality. This temple has ample space for many, many more of us. Half the town will follow, I'm sure of it. We'll all live forever in infinite realms of our choosing. There are 46 pocket realms here, all safe from intrusion by outsiders, all protected by the Orcs, ours for the taking, a slice of paradise for us all." "In return for what?" Both men raised their eyebrows. "Ma'am?" Taylor queried. She squared her shoulders and spoke stiffly. "What do the Orcs want from you in return for immortality and paradise?" "Why, our allegiance," Arnold said. "If and when the time comes, we'll fight for King Gruel." "Against—" The men glanced away. "Anyone, I suppose," Taylor mumbled. "All enemies of the Orcs. Even humans, even the people you grew up with in the Grey Kingdom, when they follow me into battle against the Orcs? What about right now? We're fugitives. Aren't you going to arrest us? Or have you already forgotten your brand new allegiance? Her scorn was so complete that neither man said anything for a moment. Then, frowning, Arnold offered a polite bow and said, "Well, it's good seeing you again, Lady Morgana. We'll be off now. We have pocket realms to explore." "Arnold," the Queen beseeched him, "your wife—" "She and Taylor's wife and kids came yesterday. They're at the beach. It's a new start, Lady Morgana. Can't you see that? The mystic Hobfidget promises bigger and better pocket realms, the benefits of—" "Gah!" she snapped, cutting him off with a dismissive gesture. "Get out of my sight." The men hurried away, pushing and stamping through the trees. While the Queen simmered and shook her head, the rest of them waited awkwardly. Then Thomas came crashing into view, neatly bypassing Robbie's shaggy bulk and skidding to a halt directly under the snake. He casually swung his tail up and whacked the snake so hard that it tumbled free of the branch and lay twitching. "Just saw a couple of humans," he started. "We know," everyone chorused. "Huh? Well, I also saw the Selkies, all 4 of them, lounging about in the water. Come on this way. We completely missed the river on our way in." He dashed off again, in his element, among the dense trees. "I feel like lounging about in the river myself," Hal grumbled as they set off after him. "I have sweat dripping down my back." "Lovely," Darcy said with a laugh. Hal caught a glimpse of the small jar clasped tightly under her arm. He didn't dare tempt fate by reminding her not to open it. He didn't need to, though. She knew it was bad. That was why she'd stolen it. Tripping over roots and pushing past massive fronds, they all exclaimed and grimaced at the number of spiderwebs sparkling in the slants of sunlight. Covered with dew, and each home to hand-sized yellow and black orb weavers, they were both beautiful and terrifying. Hal didn't mind spiders all that much, but he didn't relish the idea of stumbling into a web and picking up a passenger on his face. Thomas led them to the river. It gushed noisily, running pretty fast from what had to be a hillside or even a waterfall lying out of sight not too far away. Long, lush grass sprouted from the banks. Once the group had picked their way over, they stopped to look down on 4 Selkies. They were in their seal form, floating lazily, their dark eyes gazing up at the newcomers, whiskers twitching. "Now what?" Hal muttered. The Queen was still busy fuming and had nothing to say. "We rescue them," Emily said simply. Lauren turned to her. "And how exactly do we do that, Em? We can't even rescue ourselves right now." "Oh, come on," Thomas griped. "We're shapeshifters. We can do this. Look, Hal, stop moaning and be a dragon so we can all get on your back. You can burn a path through the trees if you have to, then burn the Orcs if they get in our way." When nobody responded, he swung about and raised his stinger. "Guys, why are you all so moody?" "You!" Lauren exclaimed as she plucked at something on her ankle. She held up a wriggling, black, slug-like creature. "A leech." "Never mind your leech," Fenton said. "A red frog landed on my shoulder and nearly went down my shirt." Abigail held up her hands. "All right, guys, stop. Thomas is actually right for a change. We can do this, if we can quit complaining for a second." She nudged Hal. "What about it? Can you trample a path out of this jungle for us?" "Of course he can," Queen Morgana cut in, suddenly focused again. "But please don't underestimate those Orcs. You can't simply stomp past them. They'll attack from all sides. They're not little weaklings, you know." "She's right," Darcy muttered. "And don't forget that a dragon isn't going to squeeze into that narrow corridor we came in. It was made for elves, and it's barely tall enough for the Orcs." The Queen allowed her point to linger before continuing. "And if Hal can't be a dragon, all they need is a small group of guards waiting for us. We can't just walk out of here." "Pah!" Thomas scoffed. Robbie was slowly shrinking to his normal size. As he did so, his face brightened. "We could always go directly up." A silence followed, or at least a voiceless pause. There was nothing silent about the jungle. A monkey chose that moment to scream at them from high in the trees above. "What? Crash through the domed roof?" Abigail said, frowning. "With all of us on board?" Darcy cried. "No way!" Hal rubbed his chin as an idea came to him. "No, hold on. Maybe not crash through." "Spill it," Fenton demanded. "I'm tired of these dramatic pauses." But Hal was already thinking about a possible flaw in his plan. He nodded toward the Selkies, who gazed back from the rushing water. "What about them? I mean, they can't exactly hold onto my back with those flippers." Emily clapped her hands. "They can take their sealskins off and be human. Don't worry about that. I'll talk to them and explain. Hal, start burning us a path out of here." Hal transformed carefully, still mulling over his idea. It might not work, but it was literally all he could think of right now. He spun around and started breathing fire. The ferns and vines blackened instantly, and the dew turned to steam, adding to the muggy air. The humidity didn't feel so bad now, though. Being a dragon had its benefits. Not affected by the heat, impervious to scratches and mosquito bites, able to stomp about without tripping. Their short trek back to the temple would be fast and painless. He couldn't help feeling guilty at the sounds of birds taking flight and monkeys screeching. Even the sight of deadly snakes slithering to safety bothered him. Hal slowly burned the vegetation, making a path wide enough to fit his dragon bulk through. Emily had persuaded the 4 Selkies to shift to their human forms and step out of the water. Hal was glad he hadn't seen them morph. He found it creepy, the way they shucked off their seal bodies as though removing a padded coat. Dripping, the women gathered on the riverbank, clad in simple, dark green, reedy frocks with ragged hems, clutching their precious seal skins. "I wish I knew what happened to them and why they were brought here," Emily said wistfully. "But they don't speak our language." "Never mind that for now," Queen Morgana said. "Children, it's time to leave." "But what about Seth?" Abigail pointed out. "We can't leave him here. We need to help him. It's not his fault he had a terrible life before he came to New Earth." Queen Morgana glanced around. "It appears you know Seth better than I do. He never spoke of his life there, but I get the impression he misses his mother." "She wasn't his real mother," Thomas muttered. "Then, who was she?" "A scrag," Abigail said. "Called herself Queen Bee. She adopted him and taught him a life of villainy. I think there's hope for him, if we can get him out of this place." "Another time, perhaps," the Queen said, looking troubled. "Before you arrived, the King hinted that he needs Seth and the Selkies because they're shapeshifters. He seemed curious about whether the spell would last or not." "What does that mean?" Dewey asked in a small voice. "What spell?" The Queen moved abruptly, gesturing toward Hal. "I don't know. Come on, let's get going." Hal had to wait for everyone to climb aboard, including the 4 extremely nervous Selkie women, before he could begin stomping about in the jungle. He resumed his burning, not for his own sake, but for his passengers. Otherwise, they'd run into more snakes and probably a spider or 3. He listened carefully as the Queen went on. "Judging by these 4 Selkies, I think he was telling the truth when he said they were being treated well. They seem unharmed, don't they?" Still eager to leave, though, Hal thought. "I'm guessing Seth is somewhere safe," she went on. "We'll have to come back for him." Hal was in 2 minds about that. He wanted to escape the temple right now, with no spears stuck in his side, but the idea of returning later gave him a knot in his stomach. And what if Seth wasn't being treated well? What if he was being tortured in a dungeon? We can't go without him. Chapter 6. The Golden Dome. Hal continued burning the foliage. The air was full of smoke and steam. Sizzling, popping sounds echoed through the trees. When he burst out of the jungle and into the temple, He wasn't too surprised to find a legion of burly orcs arranged in a semicircle. The king stood with them. Big and heavy though he was, he'd hot-footed it from his throne and now waited there calmly, holding the powerful club, smacking it over and over against the palm of his hand. "Surrender!" King Gruel shouted without preamble. Hal also wasn't in the mood for preamble. He launched straight upward, at first causing the orcs to drop into a defensive crouch. When they realized he wasn't pouncing to attack them, they watched with puzzled interest. It was a very short flight to the domed ceiling, a few quick thrusts of his wings. Hal kept flapping so he could hover in one place. With all his friends, the Queen, and 4 Selkies clinging to his back, he had to be very careful about what he did next. He breathed fire, a long stream of roaring flames that spread out across the ribbed underside of the dome. He kept it going, concentrating on a fairly small area, superheating it as quickly as possible. Black smoke rolled outward and engulfed his friends, forcing him to drop a little lower. "Whoa!" Robbie shouted amid a frenzy of coughing. "It's getting toasty back here." Hal took a breath and resumed burning. Come on, come on. The entire dome is gold. I can melt this." He wondered how hot his flames were and how hot they would need to be to melt a hole in the roof. Gold was a soft metal, but he seemed to remember a blacksmith saying it had a high melting point. Then again, his flaming breath was far hotter than the average fire. He only had to soften the ceiling enough for it to collapse without red-hot molten gold dripping all over him and his passengers. Of course, the black smoke might choke them to death first. Below, the orcs roared and lobbed spears. Not the deadly giant spears they used outside, but smaller handheld weapons that bounced harmlessly off his scaly hide as he flapped about. King Gruel threw the warrior god's club, and it spun fast on its way up, whistling around in a graceful arc. It whacked painfully into Hal's side, then dropped away. He growled with relief. He figured the club was designed to kill humans, not a dragon. The king and the masses of orcs fell silent as it clattered down. Then they resumed their angry roaring. More projectiles came flying up, clubs, spears, knives, even shields, an endless volley that started to get on Hal's nerves. Lauren flew off his back and swooped past him, her white wings spread wide as she circled the orcs and dodged their vicious, non-stop fusillade. "I'll drop it!" she screamed. Abruptly, everything stopped. In the sudden quiet, projectiles that had already been lobbed rained down onto the temple floor, and it was a moment before that ended. All the while, Lauren swooped around and around, holding Pandora's jar under her arm. "Oh, please don't drop it," Hal thought, momentarily distracted from his burning. Apparently the orcs were just as worried. They stood still, eyes wide, tusks jutting upward as they craned their necks to watch the circling harpy. "Don't be fools," the king roared, "and stop burning the dome. You'll bring the roof down on us." Well, duh, Hal thought, doubling his efforts. It had to be getting close to melting point by now. Who could tell with all the black smoke? But even he could feel the heat rolling off it. His friends must be uncomfortable back there. "We can negotiate," King Gruel pleaded, his voice surprisingly loud as it echoed about the temple. Dozens of orc warriors were braced for a fight. Many dozens more lingered throughout the massive hall, and human soldiers had appeared, dwarfed by the orcs and loitering with obvious uncertainty. Queen Morgana had already challenged the 2 men in the jungle about this very thing. Even if they were spellbound, could the soldiers really switch their loyalty so easily and fight with the orcs? Hal was afraid he'd never get his fire hot enough to do any real damage to the ceiling. He began to sweat, not literally, but deep within his mind. "Come on, Hal," Thomas shouted. "It's just gold." Hal bellowed, focusing on the hottest fire he could muster while he beat his wings as steadily as possible. He had to do this. He had to. "It's not working," one of his passengers said. Darcy? He's melting us instead, Fenton grumbled. Some of them began to choke on the acrid fumes, but Hal couldn't drop too far away from the underside of the dome or he'd never get it superheated. Give it up, the king laughed. A ripple of mirth spread throughout the temple, growing louder until it drowned out the roar of flames. Hal began to feel the onset of disappointment and failure. How would he ever live down the shame and guilt of this? A dragon unable to melt a simple gold roof. At that moment, a single but very large molten lump dropped out of the smoke. He watched with delight as it spattered on the temple floor below, causing orcs to jump back in alarm. A steaming dollop like that could inflict a terrible wound if someone got in the way. Hal felt a change in the air. As he continued breathing fire into the thick layer of smoke under the dome, he watched the smooth surface immediately surrounding his burn zone. It had a strange ripple to it. It was wobbling. I think I might have done it, he thought with glee. Lauren screamed. Orcs yelled. Robbie shouted a warning. For a second, Hal thought they were trying to warn about the roof collapsing. Instead, a huge winged creature swept into view. A dragon. It must have flown out of a pocket realm, because there was no way it had been loitering in the temple hall the whole time. Unless maybe it had. Seth was a dragon shapeshifter after all. Hal had the strangest sensation of staring into a mirror. He missed a beat of his wings, then had to flap extra hard, all of which caused him to bob up and down and from side to side. He quit breathing fire while he steadied himself. The other dragon faced him with wings beating equally steadily, hovering just as still. Apparently, Seth had practiced this too. Now he was trying to prove he was a match for Hal, or simply showing off. 2 dragons breathing fire at once would get the job done in half the time, Hal thought with sudden excitement. But it was impossible to growl his thoughts while breathing fire. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched Seth warily, wondering what was going through the boy's mind. And Seth stared back, neither attacking nor helping. "Stop him!" the king roared from below. Hal turned up the heat. If the molten gold he'd watched fall to ground was anything to go by, he'd done the bulk of the work already. He didn't need Seth's help. With the golden structure warping and bubbling and black smoke belching across the underside of the dome, it wouldn't be long now. He was dimly aware of his friends choking like crazy. Though Abigail, Emily, and Lauren swooped around in circles, the rest of his passengers remained clinging to his back, coughing and hacking. Down below, King Gruel and his orcs roared with fury. They resumed their frantic barrage of missiles, but their aim was careless, and most of the spears and clubs missed and rained back down again. "It's going!" one particularly loud-mouthed orc roared. Hal and Seth broke off and veered aside as the ceiling fell. Massive chunks of warped, bubbling gold plummeted to the temple floor, along with a heavy spattering of molten globs. Orcs scattered in all directions. Daylight poured through the smoke. It was a much bigger hole than Hal had expected, plenty of room for his fully extended wings. "Let's get out of here!" Robbie yelled in delight. "Go, go, go!" Thomas shouted. Hal was growing tired of flapping in one spot for so long. His wings needed a rest. He glanced at Seth, instinctively being polite and allowing the other to go first, but Seth was busy circling around, his eyes on the massive opening. Hal nodded urgently. "Go!" he roared to Seth. "Now's your chance!" But Seth shook his head. With an extra pump of his wings, Hal shot straight upward into the clear, fresh air. The noise of the orcs dropped away immediately, and all he heard then was the whooping and cheering of his passengers. After checking Abigail, Emily, and Lauren had caught up, he soared high into the sky to avoid any giant spears fired from the battlements. Far below, the golden dome gleamed in the sunlight, but black smoke still rose. He imagined the roof remained superheated and soft right now, cooling rapidly into a sorry-looking warped state, like a deflated balloon. "Where are you, Seth? Why hadn't the boy flown out after him already? Did that mean he didn't want to leave?" Hal couldn't help thinking that Seth, orphaned twice after growing up in old Earth alongside Scraggs, would probably find the king's offers of immortality and paradise appealing, even compared to the dismal Grey Kingdom. Hal circled a few times, trying to peer straight down into the hole in the roof. He saw only darkness where the smoke lingered. Exhausted, Hal decided they needed to regroup. He landed on the nearby hills and returned to human form. "Why didn't Seth follow us out?" Thomas exclaimed as soon as they were all face to face again. "Is he stupid or something?" "I think the Orcs must have caught him with a spear," Emily said, her brow knitted. "Oh, I hope he—" "He didn't get caught by a spear," Hal interrupted, momentarily distracted by the 4 silent Selkies as they huddled together with their bundled sealskins. "Those flimsy little sticks aren't worth a flip when they're flung upward like that. No, Seth stayed because he wanted to." Robbie snapped his fingers. "It's because he's a loser. A life with Queen Bee wasn't terrible enough for him, so he thought maybe a life with King Gruel would be a suitably terrible replacement." Lauren backhanded him. "That's a mean thing to say, Robbie." Abigail stepped closer to give him a punch as well. "Yeah, shut up. We all get raw deals sometimes." Fenton snorted. "She's right, Robbie. Look at you. I mean, who'd want to be a tall, skinny beanpole with a hopeless mop of hair and a weird interest in bugs?" "Speak for yourself, you big oaf," Robbie retorted. Queen Morgana cleared her throat. "Children, I wonder if you'd consider staying to save Seth and all my soldiers. I'm certain they've been beguiled, and that's reason enough to save them, but what's behind this scheme worries me more. Where have all these Orcs come from? There never used to be so many. It seems the king's recruitment is far-reaching. They're up to something. And why is he now recruiting humans to their cause?" They all mused about that. "We need to ask those Selkies," Thomas said at last. That was easier said than done. Every word that came out of their mouths was unintelligible nonsense. They might as well be barking like seals. "I'm taking them home," Hal announced loudly. A grin spread across Emily's face. "I was wondering when that idea would pop into your head." "Oh, and I suppose you already thought of it?" "Only about an hour ago. We can ask Sapphire. Not all Selkies have learned to speak our language, but she definitely has." Everyone wanted to come along, so Hal hunkered down once again in his dragon form while they all boarded, Queen Morgana included. The Selkies, keen to go home, scrambled onto his back without much persuasion, jabbering in their strange tongue. Hal flew as quickly as he could over the landscape. He avoided the temple and headed for the malevolent marshes. There, he passed over a small hamlet called Doolan's Point, then kept his eye peeled for a sighting of the hideous hag Jenny Greenteeth, or those creepy, shambling mounds. He saw nothing but silent, waterlogged terrain. He made it to the Selkie River in no time. Landing on the grassy bank, he allowed the others to dismount and then reverted to human form. The 4 Selkies ran for the water, pausing only to wrap themselves in their sealskins before diving in. The 4 creatures quickly fattened, barked noisily, and sank below the surface. "Ah," Hal said, "they'd better not be thinking they can just disappear like that." But they had, leaving behind a quiet, flowing river with no sign of anyone or anything. The shapeshifters could only wait, so they perched on rocks or sat on grassy tufts, uncertain how to proceed. 5 minutes passed, and widespread impatience set in. "Typical. They vanished without so much as a by your leave," Darcy complained, tossing her blonde hair back. "We literally saved their skins," Lauren agreed. "Emily, turn into a naga and go bite some seal butts." At that very moment, one of the seals popped into view. Everyone stared at the dark, gleaming eyes and dog-like nose and whiskers. Was it one of the 4 creatures they'd rescued? Or a different one? It was impossible to tell. The seal ducked under, then emerged again nearer the rocky bank. A couple of flippers reached up and peeled the head back like a hood to reveal a human woman's face underneath. She smiled and waved. "Hello?" "Sapphire," Emily said, rushing forward. "Finally, someone we can talk to." The Selkie peered around at them all. "I see a few new faces this time, but the tall lady is missing." Emily gestured. "You haven't met all of us. That's Abigail, Lauren, Fenton, Darcy, and Dewey. And you remember Hal, Robbie, Thomas, and me." "How could I forget?" she said softly, giving Thomas a wary look. The boy grinned, apparently pleased at the recognition. "As for the tall lady," Queen Morgana said, "I think you mean me. I'm no longer that ugly golem of sticks and mud dragging around a cloud of mist. I am Queen Morgana of the Grey Kingdom." "Ah!" Sapphire's eyes widened as the Queen quietly bowed. Abigail edged forward. "It's nice to meet you," she said tentatively. "You speak our language perfectly. How come the other Selkies don't?" Sapphire raised an eyebrow. "How come humans don't speak ours?" Well, there's not much call for it where we come from." Emily broke in. "Sapphire, we have to know what the Orcs did to your friends. Did they tell you?" "We rescued them, but now we need to understand what happened." "Of course," Sapphire agreed. Hal couldn't get over how utterly strange it was to talk to a woman who bobbed about in the water wearing what looked like a seal costume. Her entire head, the seal's head, hung backward off her shoulders, the eyes sightless and the whiskers still. Meanwhile, the human woman's neck protruded from inside the flesh and skin of a real, living, quivering seal. He shuddered and looked away. "Ruby told me all about it," the Selkie woman said. "She was the first to be taken and was with the Orcs the longest. On her first day, King Gruel came to the jungle and spoke with her at the riverbank. He said she was precious and that he wouldn't hurt her, that she was an honored guest. All he wanted from her was loyalty." "Oh, is that all?" Fenton retorted. Sapphire ignored him. She continued to gaze mostly at Emily. While he was talking, he offered her a drink from a water skin hooked to his belt. Ruby wasn't thirsty, but he was making an effort to be kind, and she was nervous. So she took a sip. The king kept talking, but he smiled as he put the water skin away. Ruby thought nothing of it. In fact, she felt far more relaxed after that, as if the king's little chat had reassured her that he was kind and generous. She warmed to him immediately. "What was in that water?" Darcy gasped. Sapphire nodded ruefully. "Exactly." "Beguiled," Queen Morgana growled. "I knew it. This is why Seth stayed behind, why he has never returned to me." The spell faded after a couple of hours, Sapphire went on, and then Ruby was scared and wished only to escape. Naturally, she could not. We are a peaceful people, and the Orcs are strong. Hal had a brief image of a delicate Selkie going up against a horde of towering Orcs. Yeah, not happening. A week later, Opal was kidnapped and brought directly to the king to stay in his castle, and she, too, unwittingly took a sip of that water. The spell lasted a couple of days before breaking, at which point she was cast into the jungle to be with Ruby. Sapphire spread her hands. "I think you can see a pattern here. The same happened with Jade, and then Carnelian, and with each, the spell was progressively more powerful, but only as long as they remained isolated from negative influences. Carnelian was loyal to the king until he reunited her with the others in the jungle, and then the spell easily broke because they talked sense into her. So the king has magical water that forces some kind of false loyalty to him, Abigail mused. That's really sneaky. And one sip is all it takes." Darcy spoke up. Are we saying the king got the Grey Kingdom's entire army to drink it? The queen sighed. My sister did. She visited the king, and he beguiled her, and she returned to the castle and beguiled my soldiers. Her face darkened, her fists clenched, and she started pacing. Hal was still puzzled, though. Okay, so that's how the king is getting people to like him. But what's with his sudden interest in shapeshifters, exactly? He wants a pet dragon, Thomas muttered. That's probably true, Abigail agreed. Who wouldn't want a super-loyal dragon shapeshifter by their side? She nudged Hal. Luckily, we don't need any sneaky spells to make it happen. All I know, Sapphire told them, is that my friends were quite happy at the temple while the spell lasted. The jungle river was wonderful, so they said. They thought of the king as gentle and kind, and they enjoyed his hospitality and couldn't ever imagine going back home. He offered immortality and paradise, and they believed him, until the spell broke. That left everyone a little speechless. King Gruel? Gentle and kind? It was hard to imagine anyone believing such a thing. So, if 4 Selkies can break the spell, the queen said, puzzled, then why do my people remain in the temple? Why did our presence this afternoon not stir them to break free of the spell? I pleaded with Arnold and Taylor, and they were not swayed one bit. Why do they remain under the king's influence when 4 Selkies— She stopped, and it seemed the entire group came to the same conclusion at once. Because the spell doesn't work as well on shapeshifters, Emily announced first. Abigail nodded furiously. That's it! The king gave Seth a sip of the spell and thought he had a pet dragon for life, but the spell broke straight away. Rather than give him a much stronger dose, which might have been dangerous, the king kidnapped other shapeshifters so he could experiment on them, the queen interrupted. Yes, to give them larger and more dangerous doses until they remained fiercely loyal without adverse effects, at which point he would be in a position to thoroughly subdue Seth. A king with a loyal dragon by his side would be a powerful foe indeed. The quick summary had them all thinking hard as they said their goodbyes to Sapphire and the Selkie River. Seth hadn't exactly helped to melt the Golden Dome earlier, but he hadn't stopped them either. Maybe the king's hold on him was tentative. Maybe the commotion during the escape had broken the spell and brought him to his senses. So why haven't you flown away? Hal thumped down at the misty entrance to the Grey Kingdom. Once everyone had dismounted, he joined them in gathering around the queen as the portcullis slowly opened, rattling and clanking as if about to drop loose. Inside the grounds, just visible in the mist, people lingered with bags, sacks, and carts. Queen Morgana gave a heavy sigh and swept a hand through her hair. That didn't go as well as I'd hoped. We did rescue the Selkies, but I'm no closer to bringing my people or Seth home. And now look, more of my people eager to desert me for the promise of a better life at the temple. Do you think they drank some of the king's loyalty spell? Dewey asked. Good question, Hal thought. The queen pursed her lips, then shook her head. I don't believe so. These are the soldiers' wives and children. A more natural kind of loyalty is at play here. Well, we did get Pandora's jar, Darcy said, gently patting the artifact that she had tucked tightly under her arm. Yes, thank goodness. Darcy held it out to her. Do you want to store it somewhere safe? The queen recoiled and shook her head. Please, you keep it. Better that it's far away from the Orcs. I'm sure it will be safer with you and the good Lady Simone. She absently smoothed her jacket and sleeves. I'm going back to the castle to speak with my council. I need to deputize my more sturdy folk, as I fear a struggle is imminent. Could I persuade some of you to stay? I can hang about, Robbie offered. Thomas raised a hand. Me too. The queen beamed. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'll post you just inside the gate to stop people leaving. You can keep Rhea company. Great, a female voice said from above. She didn't sound enthused. Well, Hal said, the rest of us should head home, but you'll hear from us later today, probably. Right, Abigail agreed. This isn't over. There was nothing more to be said for now. Part of their mission was complete. Miss Simone would decide what to do next. She was the boss, after all. Hal transformed. With his passengers safely on board, he took off and let out a quick bellow to say goodbye to the Queen, Robbie, and Thomas. They waved, then turned and headed through the misty gateway. Seth continued nagging at the back of his mind. Was he on the king's side or not? The idea of going up against him filled Hal with apprehension. It would be like fighting himself. Same size, same strength, same everything. He'd tangled with Seth before, in the coastal town of Broden, but it had been more a battle of wills than anything. This time, fighting a spellbound, fiercely loyal dragon could be much, much worse. Chapter 7. Trapped. Hal flew into Carter and landed on the grass outside Miss Simone's laboratory buildings. "Darcy, do you want to go in and find Miss Simone?" Hal said, once they'd dismounted and he'd reverted to human form. "Why me?" she grumbled. "Because you have Pandora's jar. Go get it locked up somewhere safe." She grimaced and sighed. "As safe as a kraken's eyeball? Come with me, Fenton." "Sure thing." The two of them set off inside. Bench seats stood on the lawn, spaced a little way apart. They'd been installed for doctors and scientists to use during lunch. Hal lounged on one with Abby, the sun on their shoulders. Emily took another with Lauren. Dewey pulled out a small notebook and hunkered down at the base of a tree, screwing up his face in concentration. "Still trying to write poetry, then," Hal whispered, nudging Abigail. She giggled. "Leave him alone." The doors to the lab flew open. Miss Simone swept out, her blonde hair bright in the sunshine, and her green, silky cloak billowing as she moved. "Hal!" she barked. He jumped up. What was she so mad about? Darcy and Fenton appeared behind her, looking sheepish. They must have bumped into her in the hallway. "Hal, I need you to fly Pandora's jar somewhere else, somewhere safe." Hal replied. He noticed Darcy still carried the stupid thing, clasped tightly in both hands and pressed to her stomach. "Fly it where?" Miss Simone grasped his shoulders. "Anywhere that's not here. My goodness, that object is so dangerous, and since the Orcs know who you are and where you live, they'll likely come to fetch it back. We need to hide it, and fast." "How would they know where we live?" She gripped his shoulders tighter and said one word. "Seth." "Oops." "He helped us escape," he argued, feeling weak at the knees. "Well, he didn't exactly help, but he didn't stop us either. He may be on our side." "He stayed with the Orcs instead of escaping with you," Miss Simone said sternly. "We have no idea what his agenda is." Hal caved. "Okay, where am I taking it?" Miss Simone released him, straightened up, and looked off into the distance. "There are a million possibilities, but I don't know how the Orcs found it in the first place. How are they able to locate these powerful artifacts? It's almost like they have a magical spell to zero in on such things." "One of the pocket realms was inside a dark place," Abigail pointed out. "I remember it had sand-colored block walls. It might have been inside a temple or pyramid or tomb or something like that." Miss Simone closed her eyes and pinched the bridge of her nose. "How? Oh, this is not good. If they can do that once, they can do it twice." She glared around at them all. "You did good to get it out of their hands, but I fully expect them to come after it. So, Hal, simply taking the jar somewhere remote won't be enough. We need to protect it with magic or armed guards or both. Perhaps—" Something happened then. A weird tingling in the air, a change in the direction of the breeze, an odd drop in the ambient volume. Hal blinked and stuck a finger in his ear to clear it, noting how his friends did the same. Even Miss Simone frowned. Her hair started to swirl gently, as if she were deep underwater. "Nobody else's did that," Being a mermaid shapeshifter, weird stuff often happened when she grew angry, though she looked more disturbed than angry at the moment. "What's happening?" she whispered. Abigail reached for Hal's hand. "So we all felt that?" "I did," Hal told her. "Look, I have goosebumps." "Me too," Darcy agreed. "Yup," Fenton said. Since the four of them and Miss Simone stood so close together on the path, it wasn't a huge surprise they'd experienced the same oddness. Abigail turned to Lauren and Emily, who sat on a bench several yards away. "What about you guys?" The two girls climbed to their feet. "You sound funny," Emily said. "For real," Lauren agreed. Both spoke in strangely muffled voices. "Dewey?" Abigail called. The boy, still sitting under the tree engrossed in his poetry, looked up from his notebook and blinked at her. "Sorry, what?" He was muffled too. "What is going on?" Darcy exclaimed. Hal's heart thumped as he moved a little closer to Emily and Lauren. He had his suspicions. Fighting the urge to panic, he raised his hand toward them, palm out, and came up against an invisible wall. "Em, come here," he said, trying to remain calm. She approached and pressed her palm to his. Sort of. Though they pushed hard toward each other, a 2-inch gap separated them. A soul barrier. Hal cast a frantic gaze around. "Do you see this? We're inside a pocket realm." At his feet, between him and Emily, a slight discoloration in the grass marked the dome's wall. The barrier cut through the middle of a tree, across the lawn, and off into the distance. It went just as far in the other direction. The curvature was barely visible, meaning the dome had to be huge. Unfortunately, it had split the team in two. "No way," Abigail murmured, her face going white. "What?" Miss Simone demanded. "What do you mean? Talk to me." "A pocket realm just formed around us," Hal croaked. His worst fears were realized when he spotted the fuzzy outline of an archway appearing in the invisible wall. Abigail gasped. "There's the entrance! This is a pocket realm!" The archway was a bizarre sight, almost like the fancy open gate of a cemetery. Standing on the other side of the invisible wall, Emily and Lauren logically should have been able to see the same gate, but from their point of view it didn't exist. To those inside the dome, the gate led directly into the Orcs' temple. The space between the columns and under the arch was filled with a subdued orange light. A hard marble floor lay beyond, and a crowd of Orcs looked out at them. One in particular was very large and grim-faced. "He's here," Hal croaked. "What?" Emily called in her oddly dulled voice. She pressed herself against the invisible wall and tried to peer sideways to where Hal and the others were looking. "I can't see from this angle. Who's here?" "King Gruel." Hal gripped Abigail's hand. Darcy clutched Pandora's jar even tighter. Fenton slid his arm around her shoulders, scowling at everything. Miss Simone's hair swirled wildly. King Gruel stepped over the threshold onto the grass, his heavy-set frame swaying from side to side with each ponderous step, his red cloak flowing and his eyes burning fiercely. But he started grinning as a small legion of Orcs fanned out onto the lawn behind him. "Thought I might find you here, young shapeshifters," he boomed. His gaze settled on Pandora's jar. "And there it is. Splendid." As Darcy started to slide the jar up under her shirt, Hal moved away from his friends so he'd have plenty of room to transform and deal with these thugs. But the king snapped his fat fingers, and Orcs pounced, not on Hal, but on Miss Simone, Fenton, and Abigail. The Orcs pinned their arms so far behind their backs that they each cried out. "Go ahead, boy," the king growled. "Become a dragon. And then listen for the sound of bones cracking as you do so." Hal froze. "Where's the girl?" King Gruel demanded. "Find her." "She disappeared," an Orc grumbled. "I know that. Find her!" Outside the dome, seemingly distant, Dewey yelled and ran about as if trying to find a way inside. Lauren took to the air, her white wings flapping high above. Emily remained by the barrier, looking in with her hands pressed to the surface as if willing it to dissolve and let her pass through. Shaking with anger, the king scowled around at the group. "The blonde girl with Pandora's jar, where is she?" When nobody answered, he sighed and stepped closer to Abigail. "Then I'll start breaking arms until she shows up," he murmured. Abigail teetered on tiptoes in an effort to ease the pressure on her backward-twisted arm. The orc who held her stood literally twice her size, so she was a mere ragdoll to him. She squinted up at the king, her eyes wide. "Change!" Hal mentally urged her. "Shrink and escape!" At that moment, Darcy reappeared directly in front of Emily, who jumped in surprise. Only the soul barrier separated them. Darcy slid the brown-colored jar out from under the bottom of her shirt. "Emily, catch!" Hal gasped. Brilliant. He imagined the valuable relic passing easily through the dome's wall and into Emily's grasp. Yes, people couldn't cross over, but objects could. Wartfang had said as much. Emily stretched out her hands to take it from her. Darcy tossed the jar. But the jar bounced off the invisible wall and dropped onto the grass at Darcy's feet. Everyone sucked in a horrified breath. Then the king began to laugh. One of his orcs stomped over, pushed Darcy roughly aside, and stooped to pick it up. The object was intact, its lid still secure. "Nice try, young lady," the king said. "Hobfidget will be interested to learn of this. I expect that particular object is stuffed full of what you might call dark souls. There's certainly a life force contained within, though a distinctly evil one, and the jar is tougher than it looks. Lucky for you." Another orc yanked Darcy to her feet. She vanished for a second, but then reappeared still in his grasp, scowling angrily. Hal sagged, feeling defeated. The king spoke over his shoulder. "Bring the net." 2 more orcs approached, unraveling an odd-looking bundle as they came. It seemed like hundreds of tiny jewels glittered in the sun as the orcs veered apart and lifted up a shimmering silver-colored net. It wasn't made out of rope. It looked more like thick strands of silk spun by a giant spider. A jewel adorned each and every intersecting knot. Hal couldn't help feeling mesmerized as the orcs threw the net over his head. Standing still, he allowed it to flutter lightly to the ground, so it draped all around. This was okay. The glimmering strands were so delicate that he imagined he could simply rake a claw through them to free himself or burn a hole. He'd bide his time, though, wait for the right moment, then spring loose. "We can't reach you!" Emily yelled in her muffled voice from outside the dome. She thumped uselessly on the wall. "I see you're realizing the folly of your ways," King Gruel said, beaming all over his ugly face. He tipped his tusks toward Miss Simone. "And who might you be, my dear?" She faced the orc and drew herself up. "Lady Simone, I speak on behalf of this town." "You're their leader?" the king said, his eyebrows shooting up. "That's a stroke of luck. There's a council. I'm a scientist, but I'll be your liaison." "Good, good," King Gruel said. He snapped his fat fingers. "Bring them." The king's orcs marched the captured group toward the temple's archway. Just for a second, Hal was unable to move until an orc gently lifted one corner of the net. Then Hal's feet started working. He felt a downward spiraling uncertainty. Could he even break free of this flimsy net? It was obviously magical, and the king had brought it out specially to deal with him as he might have done for Seth in the past. The distant cries of his friends outside the dome faded as the orcs shoved Miss Simone, Fenton, Darcy, and Abigail through the archway. Hal followed, tensing as he crossed the threshold into the temple. Immediately, the noise of bustling orcs filled the air. Miss Simone swung her head about, clearly fascinated by her new surroundings, despite the pressure on her arm. Hal felt like an idiot, being escorted with a silver net draping from his head and trailing behind, as if he were the bride at a wedding. Orcs pointed and stared at him, some of them smirking. As his anger grew, he gripped the net in both hands and prepared to slip out from beneath it. "Transform," he mentally urged his friends. "Distract them long enough so I can—" So he could what? Burn everyone? Somehow snatch Pandora's jar from the orc who held it? And then what? Pile back through the archway into their pocket realm in Carter and board up the archway? The king gave a dismissive gesture, and the orcs released their painful grips. Miss Simone, Fenton, Darcy, and Abigail winced and rubbed at their arms in unison, flexing them this way and that. Hal seized his chance and threw off the net. Except he didn't. He thought he'd thrown the net off, but it still clung to him as before, draped over his head and hanging to the shiny floor. Nobody had noticed his struggle yet, so he tried again, gripping handfuls of jeweled strands and tossing them sideways while ducking out from underneath. Once clear, What the heck? He was still under the stupid net. Annoyed, he flailed wildly, seeking an exit. But no matter how much he clawed at it, the shimmering meshed fabric refused to let go of him. He tried transforming and found, to his horror, that it constrained him the same way a tiny caged cell might. As loose and flexible as the netting seemed, it had an iron grip and was unfazed by his attempts to grow. It thwarted his transformation almost before he got started, and he gave up. Gasping and sweating, he peered out the gaps to find all his friends watching him, along with the king and a large crowd of orcs. The king guffawed, his chest heaving and belly jiggling. "Don't feel too bad," he said at last. "Seth couldn't escape from that net either. Nobody can." I bet Abby could, Hal thought angrily, not that he wanted to test the theory. King Gruel snapped his fingers and said, "Grapes." Grapes? Hal assumed he'd misheard until a female orc shoved her way into the ring of spectators. She held a plate of bright green grapes, which she offered with a clumsy bow. The king plucked one, but instead of popping it in his mouth, he held it between finger and thumb. Facing Miss Simone, he spoke in a cheerful, conversational tone. "Now, listen carefully while I give you a quick but important lesson in the art of weaving realm orbs. You see, realm orbs start off no bigger than this grape, just tiny beads of liquid infused with magic. They're either drops of dew or splashes of lake water, spun in the dawn light, when fairy magic is at its strongest." A hush had fallen. Hal's anger subsided. These were surprisingly graceful words from a giant creature with jutting tusks and a ferocious expression. "Weaving a realm orb is a delicate business," the heavy-set orc went on, "but activating one is easy and mostly safe. If, for instance, I want to open a pocket realm in a place presently occupied by people, then I can do so without harming anyone. That's what I did just now, in your town." He smiled. "Well, Hobfidget did. He's the expert." "Why are you telling us this?" Miss Simone growled. The king ignored her. "The orb simply expands around those people like a magical bubble, and they feel nothing more than a tingling in the air as it envelops them. That's because the skin of the bubble takes a few moments to solidify and for the real magic to kick in. The soul magic." Hal exchanged a glance with Abigail through his annoying netting. They'd witnessed firsthand how a realm orb was weaved and activated. Still, the fairy who'd shown them hadn't exactly filled in all the blanks, so the king's explanation interested him. The overweight orc strutted ponderously in front of the shapeshifters, apparently enjoying the audience. "The bubble may grow to the size of a house, or a town, or even a mountain, and the bubble's skin remains insubstantial enough that water, wind, heat, cold, and most wild creatures can pass through unimpeded, as though nothing has changed. And yet, Anyone with a soul is unable to cross over. The bubble might as well be made of glass. The king wandered closer to Hal and leaned forward to peer into the mesh. His breath stank. "Tell me, Dragon Boy, what do you think will happen if I close a pocket realm with people still inside?" A chill swept up Hal's spine. "I don't know," he muttered, though he had a pretty good idea. "Well, it's rather messy. Imagine my hand is the realm collapsing." The king held up the grape, now resting in the palm of his hand. Abruptly, he clenched his fist tightly, squashing the grape to a pulp. He opened his fingers to reveal the wet mess on his skin. "Now," he went on, "the realm I just created has trapped over half your people inside. It's fully formed now. Nobody can pass through the wall in either direction. So, imagine if I closed it." He again showed them the squashed grape in his hand, his meaning clear. "That would be," Miss Simone said, her face darkening. The king nodded sagely. "A terrible tragedy, yes, so I suggest you behave." He gave a sigh, nodded, and spoke to one of his henchmen. "Take them to the cells. We have an experiment to prepare for." His speech appeared to be over, and suddenly Orcs spilled forward and started shoving the prisoners so hard they stumbled. Hal nearly tripped on the stupid net that held him, and he tried a few more times to shake it off, to no avail. "What gives?" he thought, irritated. "Why won't it let go of me?" Above the Orc's grunting and his friends' cries of indignation, he dimly heard the king say, Now, boys, be respectful of our guests, won't you?" Glancing from side to side, Hal made out some of the familiar pocket realms Wartfang had boasted about just a short time ago. The great golden dome loomed in the hallway ahead, complete with a gaping hole in the center and a huge mess of debris littering the polished floor. He couldn't believe he and his friends were back in this place so soon after escaping, and no longer in possession of Pandora's jar. They were back to square one, only worse, because now the Orcs were angry. At least the Selkies are free, he thought. That was now the one and only mission they'd accomplished so far. The king halted the group under the dome and peered up at it as he shook his head in disgust. His jowls jiggled as he did so. "An absolutely frightful mess," he complained. "We'll have to rebuild it using wood, then touch it again with the hand of Midas. Its splendor will be restored in time. But until then, it's a terrible inconvenience." Hal had a feeling the king liked the sound of his own voice. He seemed to relish the spotlight. He might even come across as a fairly agreeable, reasonable orc to those who didn't know him. But he also had a horrible temper and didn't like being talked back to. That much was obvious from their first meeting. They'd made it to the end of the building, or perhaps the start of the building, since this was where the grand entrance was situated. The massive double doors were arched and ridiculously tall. Hal would have no trouble flying in or out if the doors were wide open. But the Orcs turned to the left before they got anywhere near. They led the shapeshifters down a narrow corridor and into a huge room that immediately struck Hal as a prison block, a single walkway on the right, with maybe 10 sturdy cages arranged on the left. The layout reminded him of the Prison of Despair, except that these cells were divided by metal bars rather than walls of stone. Several flickering torches provided a decent amount of light. "Not even a dragon can break out of this place," the king said. "The cages are forged from elven steel, which I'm led to believe is quite strong. And even if you bend the bars aside, this lockup has only one exit, small enough that we Orcs have to watch our heads." He stopped abruptly and swung around. His entourage spread out, each selecting a prisoner in a vice-like grip. "One per cage, please," King Gruel said. With an unnecessary amount of shoving, the shapeshifters were separated and pushed into the first 5 adjacent cells. 2 Orcs whipped the net from Hal's head. Suddenly freed from that burden, he stumbled to the center of the cell just as the door slammed shut. One orc turned a tiny key, then grinned through the bars as the sound of other clanging doors and rattling locks echoed around the place. "I will be back shortly," King Gruel announced to Miss Simone, "to perform a small experiment. After that, I expect to be in a much stronger position to negotiate with you." "Just tell me what you want," Miss Simone said. Hal could see her across 4 sets of bars, meaning she'd been locked up in the 5th cell over. The king tut-tutted. "No, experiment first, then we'll talk." "What experiment?" "Oh, come now, what do you think?" "I have no idea," Miss Simone growled. Even 5 cells down, her simmering anger was obvious. The king sighed so heavily it echoed around the prison block. "Why, Pandora's jar, of course. I'm going to open it just a little bit to see what happens." Chapter 8. The Experiment. After his dramatic statement, King Gruel and his entourage of orc guards exited the prison block, promising to be right back. "Don't hurry on our account," Darcy muttered. The sturdy door slammed, leaving the shapeshifters alone in their individual cages. A moody silence fell. Hal reached between the bars and gripped Abigail's hand. Without letting go, she shrank to 6 inches, zipped into Hal's cell, and grew to full size again. "Neat trick," he said. She grinned and hugged him, then started pacing. "So, the ugly king is going to open Pandora's jar. Do you think he was serious about that?" Her voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. "I'm sure he was," Fenton grumbled. "And he has an immortality stone or whatever it is around his neck, so I'm guessing he'll be safe no matter what happens to the rest of us." "But he can't open it," Darcy exclaimed. "Is he crazy?" "Let's assume he is," Miss Simone said softly. "We should focus on getting out of here. Abigail, can you find keys for these doors?" Abigail shrank again, then zipped between the bars and flitted about outside the cages with a light buzzing noise. She reverted to human form shortly after and stood in the walkway looking forlorn. Nothing. Miss Simone clicked her tongue. "Fine. Hal, can you break out?" Hal transformed and filled the cage to bursting point, his wings crammed painfully against his sides and his tail tightly wrapped around him. There was no room to move. Stone walls and steel bars pressed against him. He growled, trying to convey that it was too tight to even think about breaking out. The bars to his side resisted his efforts, and those in front of his face refused to bend when he tried to squeeze his snout through. Breathing fire would do nothing, so he didn't try. Filling the room with smoke wouldn't help anyone. He gave it up and reverted to his human form, feeling useless. "Sorry, guys. Not a chance. Maybe if I had space to take a run at it." Another grim silence descended on them. What was there to say? As a shapeshifter mermaid, Miss Simone couldn't do anything to help. Fenton's 10-foot lizard form was too big to slide out between the bars. Darcy's invisibility had no use whatsoever. Abigail could escape any time, but she couldn't free the others. Hal groaned. Being helpless was no fun. "He's bluffing," Darcy said at last. "He wants something, so he's scaring us in advance. When he asks for what he really wants, we'll be relieved and happy to help." "No, we won't," Fenton said. "Well, we won't be happy to help, but—" The door opened suddenly. King Gruel shuffled in, turning sideways to fit his enormous frame through the door. Hal had to keep reminding himself that the temple had been built for elves, and even the shortest, most petite orc found the doorways a challenge. The king was twice the usual width and had to suck in a breath to squeeze his belly past the frame. He cradled Pandora's jar under one arm. As soon as he was clear of the door, an orc reached in behind him and pulled it shut with a clang. A bolt slid across, then another. The king now stood alone just inside the door. The grimace on his face was a smile of sorts. And here we are, just the 6 of us. He tilted his head sideways and peered at Abigail, who remained outside her cage. Ah, the Faerie. No matter. Feel free to roam, my little dear. Abigail scowled at him. It wasn't like she could roam far. When the king stamped toward her, she backed up a little. But he didn't try to grab her. He ignored her and faced the cages, glancing from one to another. I'm quite excited about this, but also a little nervous. I'm going to remove the lid for just an instant. Then we'll see. Now, are we ready? Don't do this, Miss Simone pleaded from her cell. King Gruel, what you're about to do is irresponsible and dangerous, and you're putting your own life in jeopardy as well as— Shut up, he yelled, making everyone jump. His face quickly turned red, and he pointed to her. Don't you dare try to tell me what's irresponsible and dangerous. I'm not a child. Don't make me angry, or I'll make it worse for you. Taken aback, Hal gripped his bars and exchanged glances with Abigail in the walkway, who had retreated a little more from the ill-tempered orc. The king advanced, holding Pandora's jar in one meaty hand while gripping the lid with the other. I do this in the name of science, he said, rather haughtily. You think that big medallion around your neck will save you? Darcy challenged him in a shaky voice. Actually, yes. The Sintamani stone grants invincibility and immortality to whoever wears it. I expect I'll be perfectly safe. Thank you very— He got no further because, at that moment, a jet of grey water shot from Fenton's cage. He'd transformed in the last few seconds, and his foul fountain of spit splashed all over the king's upper body, drenching him in an instant. While the king gasped, Fenton jammed his sinister black snout between the bars and let out a sharp huff. The full strength of his breath didn't quite reach the soaked orc, but the liquid solidified anyway. King Gruel's hand was glued to the lid of the jar, and the lid was stuck fast. With a howl of anger, the king waddled around in circles trying to free himself. Abigail shrank and zipped off, scouring the stone walls for a way out. Hal mentally crossed his fingers for her, hoping she'd find another of those vent shafts or a drainage pipe, or even just a crack to squeeze through. Judging by the way she eventually landed and returned to her full size, the prison block was escape-proof. You'll be sorry, the king was saying, when Hal refocused on him. If you think you can stop me so easily, you can think again. He thrashed and wriggled, and eventually he yanked his hand free. Aha! He exclaimed in triumph. Everybody stared. The king still had the lid stuck to his hand. Pandora's jar was wide open. With a gasp, he slammed the lid back down on the jar, sealing it once more. He wriggled, more gently this time, prying the jar out from under his arm. Strands of Fenton's strong glue breath stretched and clung on, but the orc was strong, and he struggled free. Gasping and red-faced, he bent to place Pandora's jar on the floor. Then he stumbled backward from it and paused to catch his breath. Finally, he spun around and spoke in a calm but wavering voice. I want you to know that I never planned to leave the jar open for that long. Blame your lizard boy for whatever happens next. You'd have opened the jar anyway, Miss Simone growled. Nobody is to blame but yourself, King Gruel. Yeah, don't try and worm your way out of this, Fenton barked. Apparently, he'd reverted to human form again. If everybody dies, it's your fault. Hal felt like he was paralyzed. If ancient dark magic had spilled from the infamous jar, it hadn't taken effect, yet. He gripped the bars tighter, wishing he could simply bend them aside and make a run for the door. Robbie could do it. If Robbie were here, he'd break out in seconds, then smash the door, thump all the guards outside, and clear a path. Nothing appeared to happen. Hal began to relax, slowly letting out his breath as it became more and more apparent that the magical Pandora's jar was a complete dud. King Gruel paced back and forth, glaring into each cage as he passed, Miss Simone's, then Fenton's, then Darcy's, and skipping Abigail's, since she still loitered at the far end of the walkway. He stopped at Hal's cage, looked him up and down, then turned and stomped off again. "What a complete waste of time," Fenton said with a laugh. "Face it, King, someone sold you a cheap vase at the market." "Shut up, boy." "I bet that ugly rock hanging off your neck is a dud, too. You must feel like a real chump, wearing a worthless piece of trash with such pride." "Shut up." Hal was worried about Abigail. She'd backed off as far as she could from the infuriated King, but if he planned to lash out at anyone, it would be her. She should shrink and zip back into her cage. He thought, "I'm suddenly really hungry, and a fairy would make a perfect bite-sized snack." A powerful craving swept over him. How much would a 6-inch winged creature crunch if he snapped her up between his teeth? She'd probably squelch too, a juicy morsel that he could chew on for a few seconds before swallowing. If she were full size, though. He licked his lips. Yes, he'd enjoy her more if he were in dragon form and she were human. The very thought of it made his mouth water. He wiped drool from his chin and gripped the bars again, trying to cram his head through the gap. "Abby," he urged, "come here." She looked confused. Instead of hurrying toward him, she backed herself deeper into the corner. Then she slid down the wall and huddled in a ball, tears beginning to flow. Hal licked his lips again. Delicious, salty tears. "Let me out of here," Fenton yelled. He took a run at the cage door and smashed into it so hard it rattled. He flew backward, picked himself up, and tried again, this time screaming hoarsely. "Open the door!" Darcy began to whimper. "What's wrong with you, Fenton?" She collapsed and held up her hands. "Oh, look at my hands!" Giving up on Abigail, Hal eagerly approached the side wall of his cell. Unfortunately, Darcy was 2 cages over, and he had no way to get close. A shame, because his stomach growled like crazy. He felt empty. If he didn't eat soon, he would literally cave in. It didn't matter what he ate, but he needed something. Feebly, he stretched a hand between the bars. If only Abigail were in her cell, he might entice her to amble closer, and he could grab her. "Hal, look!" Darcy moaned. She stood facing him, maddeningly far away, separated by 2 barred walls. But just for a second, his attention strayed from his grumbling stomach to the ugly mess on the backs of her hands. Pustules and boils, shiny, bubbling, and oozing. He recoiled, imagining how gross it would be to chew on that nastiness. It was all over her face, too, her pretty features marred by a disease that spread rapidly down her neck. When she opened her mouth, he could almost see the foul stench that wafted out. He could certainly smell it, and he recoiled again. Fenton continued to race back and forth, crashing against the cage door, roaring with fury, shifting between his human and lizard forms to see what would inflict the most damage on his cell. Now, Fenton had some meat on him. "Never mind, Fenton. Look at the king." Hal transformed, overcome by a terrible hunger. He had to get out. The thought of all these tasty meals, so close yet so untouchable, drove him crazy. Though he was too big to maneuver, a burning rage and determination tripled his strength, and he thrashed for all he was worth, backwards and forwards from side to side, intent on busting his way out of his cage. It wasn't for a lack of trying, but Hal had to give it up after a while. He slumped, exhausted and defeated, panting hard. Miss Simone was busy muttering, her voice growing louder. "Utterly deplorable group of degenerate juveniles, wasting my time with your lazy, good-for-nothing, belligerent attitudes, you bunch of freeloading, conceited, self-righteous morons." Whatever had gotten into Miss Simone, she was laying it on extremely thick. Hal wasn't sure he'd ever heard such loathing in her voice. He could barely see her through all the bars, but he could imagine her spitting with vehemence, the scorn and hatred dripping from her downward curled lips. Her words stung. Never listening to a word I say, always failing miserably at everything I ever ask you to do, and then you come home whining like the nasty little brats you are, you snivelling little— Ah! Fenton roared again, breaking his momentary silence. Like Hal, he must have been catching a breath. Now he resumed battering the cage door with his shoulder, grunting with the effort. But he was weaker now. Hal, still painfully hungry, trembled at the thought of a temple full of orcs. What a feast! Since he couldn't escape, maybe he could entice the massively overweight king to step a little closer. He reverted to human form and stumbled over to the cage door, his hands trembling. "King Gruel," he begged. "I have something to say, but it's a secret. Come here for a second. I need to whisper it in your ear." Yeah, he thought, not very original, but this awful hunger has turned my brain to mush. The king looked his way but didn't budge. He was at least 20 feet away, wide-eyed and pale even for an orc, one hand clamped tightly around the stone medallion around his neck. "Please, king," Hal shouted. Just come here." He stretched as far as he could between the bars, but it was a woefully inadequate attempt to grab the king's fleshy wrist. He thumped the bars in frustration and started pacing, gripping his roaring stomach, almost doubling over with agony. "I need food. I need food. I need food." "Interesting," King Gruel said. He sounded nervous, but perhaps less so now than before. His wide-eyed fear had turned into wide-eyed wonder. Hunger, fury, loathing, fear, and a nasty case of pestilence. Just a few of the evils contained within Pandora's jar. He glanced across to where Abigail cowered in the corner. She was a quivering, crying wreck. "I consider myself lucky you're merely scared, my little fairy dear," the king said in a gentle, rumbling voice. "A fearful girl is of no harm to me. But imagine a world where you can never feel safe, where fear haunts your every waking moment as well as your nightmares. How could you live with such irrational, exhausting emotions? How long would you last? Unrelenting fear is a terrible affliction." "So is this hunger," Hal yelled. "Please, get me something to eat. It doesn't matter what. I'll eat leftovers, a juicy rat, worms, bugs, anything." King Gruel turned to face Hal, then moved a little closer, but keeping well back from the bars. "My goodness. If I released you into the temple, I wonder how long you would gorge before you felt sated. You know, I do believe hunger is worse than gluttony. At least with gluttony, you'd enjoy the endless gorging. But hunger. I can hear the desperation in your voice. I see it in your eyes. I can almost feel the pain in your gut." "I bet you can't," Hal growled. The king squeezed his stone medallion a little harder, as if reassuring himself it was still there. Then he shuffled along to face Fenton. Fenton, of course, roared and threw himself at the cage again. The king flinched and shook his head. "Fury. A boy who will stop at nothing to escape his confinement and see me dead, whose terrible anger will blind his judgment. Do you see red, boy?" He shrugged and moved on to Miss Simone. "And loathing. No blind fury, just a merciless stream of utter hatred for all those around you. What poisonous words do you have for me, Lady Simone?" Miss Simone immediately let loose with a seething tirade of nastiness. She was so harsh and scathing that the king blinked in surprise and took a step back. By this time, her words had already garroted and gutted him, and she was in the process of burying his body. "And I hope you rot for 1,000 years, and as your miserable life leaks into the soil and contaminates the land, I pray your loved ones grow sick and— Well," he mumbled, turning away, "I think I've seen and heard enough." He waddled his way toward the door, scooping up Pandora's jar as he went. Instead of calling for the guards to let him out, he leaned against the door and fell silent, waiting. In the back of his mind, Hal had to admire the orc for locking himself in. Whatever evil had leaked out of Pandora's jar, it might still be in the air. Or it might not. Nobody knew for sure. But it seemed the king was prepared to wait until the effects of the evil wore off, if they ever did. Hunger flared again, and Hal doubled over, grasping his belly and groaning. He collapsed to his knees, then rolled onto his side. He could think of nothing else but food. Would the agony ever go away? Was the evil permanent? The very idea terrified him. If it was, the king would eventually have to sneak out and hope the toxic air didn't follow him into the temple and infect everyone. Lying on the cold floor and trembling, Hal caught sight of his own hand, inches from his face. It had a fair amount of meat on it, maybe enough to stave off his hunger. Anyway, he had 2 hands. Would he miss one? What if he— No, don't even think about it. Tears began to flow. He couldn't help it. The sounds of his friends echoed around the prison, and he tried to drown them out. Fenton roaring, Darcy sobbing, Miss Simone continuing her stream of insults, Abigail quaking with fear in the far corner. It was all too much. Please stop, he moaned. And eventually it did. How long had passed? Minutes? An hour? It seemed like a lifetime. But the hunger ever so slowly faded, and the pain went away. Exhausted, Hal lay on his back staring at the ceiling, listening intently. His friends were silent now, probably just as weary. They all needed rest. Hal closed his eyes. It was over. The evil from the jar had done its worst, and now it was gone. In the corner, King Gruel tapped gently on the door and muttered a couple of words. When 2 bolts slid across and a guard opened up, the king quietly left. The door closed again, and the bolts thunked into place. Chapter 9. An Unlikely Ally. I'm hungry, Hal groaned. Abigail backed away from his cage. Are you joking? He could only offer a weak smile. No, I really am, but normal hungry. She nodded and approached the bars again. Well, I'm not coming near you just yet. I'm going to check on Darcy. Arguably, Darcy had received the worst of it. She'd experienced actual physical trauma, a disease of some kind that presented on her skin. Luckily, it had vanished as suddenly as it had come. Miss Simone? Hal called. She sat in the center of her cell, head bowed. After a moment, she muttered, I'm here. Then, as if waking from a trance, she climbed to her feet and spoke a little louder. Is everybody all right? Darcy? Darcy was face to face with Abigail at the front of the cell, the bars sandwiched between them. How do I look? She asked. Is it gone? You're fine, Abigail assured her, completely cured. Fenton, Miss Simone prompted. The big boy sighed. Yeah, except for about 1,000,000 bruises on my shoulder. I've shifted a few times and it's clearing up. You really hammered that cage door, Abigail told him. And Hal, are you okay? I'm fine, Miss Simone, Hal said, though in truth he still felt a little shaken. Not from the hunger, which had faded, but from the memory of how it had affected him and what he might have done if he'd been able. I know one thing, though. Pandora's jar is bad news. Yes, it is. Miss Simone paused. I want to apologize to you all, not just for the terrible nonsense I was saying. That wasn't really you, Abigail interrupted, but also for getting you all involved in this. If I hadn't sent you to Queen Morgana this morning. Fenton snorted. Don't even sweat it, Miss Simone. We've been in bigger trouble than this. Well, that just goes to show what an awful person I am. My goodness, I rarely consider how much your parents must be worrying. I think only of how you'll team up and use your abilities and how useful you are and— She trailed off and sighed. Nobody responded because, judging by the way she'd started pacing, it was clear she wasn't finished. Whenever you return from your missions, you tell me all about what happened, and I listen to the terrible danger you were in, and of course I'm amazed and horrified. But I also see how you made it back alive and relatively unharmed, because you're healed already, and it never really sinks in just how much peril you faced, and how many times over you might have died. "It's our job," Hal muttered. Miss Simone stopped and gripped the bars, facing them all through the cage walls. "I know, and I'm so very proud of you all. It's just that I would never forgive myself if the worst happened and—" Licking her lips, she closed her eyes for a moment. "Something has to change." "Like what?" Abigail asked softly. "What are you saying?" But what she was trying to say would have to wait, because at that moment the sound of deadbolts caught their attention. The door opened and an orc walked in. It wasn't the king. Hal wasn't sure he'd seen this one before, although they were all as ugly as each other. He was smaller than most, about Miss Simone's height, with oddly clean tusks protruding from his lower jaw. His ears stuck out, and he had a tuft of brown hair on the crown of his head. He paused in the doorway for a moment, then moved inside a little farther and gestured to someone else. Another figure stepped into view, a human dressed in armor and chainmail, complete with a helmet. One of Queen Morgana's soldiers, Hal thought, confused. The orc grumbled something to the guards outside, then closed the door himself. As usual, bolts slid across with a thunk. Hal and his fellow prisoners said nothing as the curious pair approached. The clean-shaven soldier was in his 40s, a short, nervous man. The orc looked fairly young, and instead of the usual animal skins, he wore a grey-coloured garment that hung loose and airy across his shoulders and torso. His pants were a darker grey, but the same material. He was barefoot, his toes filthy. "Well, there they are," the orc growled. "Yep," the soldier said. "There they are. Hang on, one got out." He pointed, and Abigail immediately shrank and zipped into her cell. The soldier blinked and shrugged, apparently dismissing her as any kind of threat. "So now what?" An awkward hush followed as the orc stepped up close to the bars and peered in at Hal. Their gaze met, and the orc's red eyes burned intently in the subdued light. Hal swallowed. "What do you want?" "Yeah," the soldier said to the orc. "Why exactly did you bring me here?" The orc didn't move an inch, but he said very calmly, "Take your helmet off." The soldier's eyebrows shot up. "Huh?" "Take it off." It seemed the soldier was as bewildered by this visit as the prisoners themselves. He scowled, rolled his eyes, and removed his helmet. Underneath was an unruly mop of mouse-brown hair. "Okay," he said, stooping to place the helmet on the floor. "So now are you going to tell me what—" The orc casually reached out, grasped the soldier by the scruff of the neck, and shoved him hard toward the cage. Because the man was bent over, his head hit the bars with a thud, and he immediately sank to his knees and keeled over. "What are you doing?" Miss Simone yelled. "Leave that poor man alone." The orc raised a finger to his lips and reached into a pouch at his side. He produced a key and slid it into the lock of Hal's cage. As the door opened, Hal backed away, his concern growing. "Careful," he warned. "I can flatten you in an instant if I need to." "I know," the orc said. To everyone's astonishment, he dragged the guard by the ankle into the cage, past where Hal stood, and all the way to the back wall. Then he started stripping the armor and chainmail from the motionless figure. "Is he dead?" Darcy called, her voice shaky. The orc grunted, "No." Hal began to feel he was dreaming. He could only assume the soldier was now a prisoner, and he was being stripped of his rank or something. But the orc seemed remarkably bold, dragging the man into Hal's cage like this and leaving the door wide open. There were plenty of empty cages farther down. Why use this one? His mind buzzed with questions. Finally, the orc turned to Hal and tossed the chainmail at him. "Put it on." "What is this?" Miss Simone demanded. "What's happening?" Hal held onto the chainmail, but despite the orc's obvious impatience, refused to do anything until he had some kind of explanation. "Put it on," the orc repeated, though a little more softly now. "You're going to be the soldier. It was the only way I could think of to get you out of here." Get me out of—" Hal stammered. "I'm going to be the soldier?" A few cells over, Fenton said, "Oh, nice." Hal was a little slower on the uptake, but he figured it out as he started to pull the chainmail over his shoulders. The soldier was about the same height, clean-shaven, and with similar-colored hair. The orc had picked that soldier for a specific reason. "Guys, help me," Hal called as he clipped on an armored shoulder pad. "What should I do? Go after Pandora's jar? Escape the temple? Try to take the king hostage? What's the plan?" His reply was a hushed babble of voices. "You have to find Pandora's jar and destroy it," Fenton urged. "No, don't destroy it," Abigail countered. "Are you nuts? Fly it somewhere far away and bury it." "Forget the jar," Darcy said. "Go after the king. Fly him somewhere far away." "And bury him," Abigail added. Miss Simone spoke up then, and everyone paused to listen. "Hal, the king will be too well protected, and I expect Pandora's jar will be close by his side. Find Hobfidget, the one responsible for opening and closing these pocket realms. Get what you can from him. If we can take away the orcs' power, their magical artifacts, and their pocket realms—" "Hurry!" the orc growled, handing Hal the helmet. "Who are you?" Abigail demanded. "And why are you helping me?" Hal added. The young orc huffed with annoyance. "Long story. Come on, we have to hurry. The king's preparing an army, so he'll be busy for the next few hours. We have some time, but we have to be quiet about it. When they get wind you've escaped, the entire temple will be on your tail. If we're going to stop this, we have to get a head start, and that means sneaking you out." Hal frowned. "But—" "You and me," the orc growled, jabbing a finger into Hal's chest. "I can't do it alone." "Can't do what?" "Enough talk." The orc gave him a hard shove. Hal gave up. He'd just have to go with it for now. The moment both of them were out of the cage, the orc paused to lock it, then stepped over to Abigail's cell and passed the key through the bars to her. "In case the soldier wakes up, you'll have to knock him out again." "What?" she exclaimed. "Me?" The orc huffed with annoyance. "Give the key to him, then," he said, pointing to Fenton. "That key opens all of your cells. Just keep the soldier quiet for as long as you can." With that, he headed for the bolted steel door in the corner. Hal followed in a daze, his metal shoulder pads clanking noisily. "Open up!" the orc called to the guards outside. Hal hurriedly jammed the helmet on and dipped his head. The armor felt cumbersome and heavy, but it fit well enough. Maybe, just maybe, he could pass for the soldier. After the familiar scrape of deadbolts, the door opened. 2 huge orc guards stood outside. "Done already?" one barked. "Thought you wanted to show our soldier friend the dragon?" "Dragon boy's sound asleep. Maybe later." Hal offered a shrug, but kept his mouth shut. He followed the young orc past the guards and only let out a sigh of relief when he heard the door shut and the 2 bolts slide into place. He was free. Still, he kept his head down for a while, walking as normally as possible alongside the orc. They returned to the great circular hall where the dome loomed overhead. The smallest misshapen pieces of cooled gold had been swept away, leaving only the larger lumps to weave around. "The king was angry about what you did to his roof," the orc said quietly. Hal smiled. "Good." "He was mad at me too." "You? Why?" "Because I didn't try to stop you." Hal frowned. "You have a habit of saying stuff that doesn't make sense. Plenty of orcs tried to stop me. Why was he mad at you? The orc didn't respond straight away. When he did, it was almost a complete change of subject. I'm going to find the king. I know where he is. I'll try to get Pandora's jar from him. If I do, I'll get it to safety. Hal slowed to a stop, and the orc had no choice but to halt as well. They stood in the middle of the main corridor amid the bustling orc residence. More of Queen Morgana's soldiers appeared, chatting idly as they walked. Archways at the sides of the hall opened onto multiple pocket realms. His gaze locked on one in particular. 4 huge orcs with fearsome axes and spiked clubs guarded the way in and out of Carter. Hal wanted to transform and barrel past them, but what good would it do in the long run? "Why are you helping me?" he asked the young orc. "It'll do your head in if I explain right now." The orc gripped Hal's arm so tightly it hurt. "See all these alleyways? They lead to the battlements. If you take the 4th one on the left, there are some steps leading down to a basement. That's where Hobfidget is." "In the battlements? I thought he was a little magician, or—" "He's in the library below. You find Hobfidget, and I'll carry on this way. There's a pocket realm up here on the right, an orchard. That's where the king is. So you do your job, and I'll do mine." Hal could feel his mouth opening and closing, but he couldn't seem to formulate the right question. The orc gave him a nod, then quickly turned and marched away. Mystified, Hal watched his new friend quickly vanish into the crowd. He suddenly felt exposed. "Hobfidget, then," he muttered. Uncertain about his mission and whether he should even trust the stranger who'd sprung him from jail, Hal turned to look back the way he'd come. He spotted the first alleyway and the second. The third was nearby, and the 4th just ahead. He veered toward it, keeping his head dipped, grateful for the armor clanking on his shoulders and even the chainmail weighing him down. Nobody challenged him. Despite how busy the temple was, it seemed Queen Morgana's soldiers were allowed to roam the place without supervision. "Keep moving! Keep moving!" he told himself as he entered the alleyway. "Look like you're supposed to be here." It was only when he was 10 feet into the narrow space that he paused to take stock. Nobody followed him. Nobody seemed to care. The alley was so confined that he could touch both walls if he stretched out his arms. Orcs would find it more of a squeeze, especially if attempting to pass one another. Luckily, Hal was alone. It was dark, quiet, and surprisingly cold. A rectangle of light indicated the far end of the alley, and he kept moving, his clanking noticeably louder now. His heart nearly leapt out of his chest when a hulking figure appeared and started toward him. Though just a silhouette, it was clearly an orc, and a big one. Without wanting to arouse suspicion, Hal kept his cool and continued on, then respectfully paused and pressed himself against a wall. It was too dark to make out the brute in detail, except that his eyes and tusks gleamed. But as he grunted and passed by, slants of light from the temple revealed chains hanging off his shoulders and crisscrossing over his chest. With thick iron bracelets on his wrists, a helmet that seemed too small, and a multitude of scars, he had to be among the meanest of the warriors. Yet he said nothing, just gave a nod and stomped past. Hal slowly let out a shaky breath. Feeling emboldened, he hurried on. It seemed his soldier disguise was working just fine. The alleyway ended at a T-junction, and he stepped into a spacious passage that most likely ran the entire length of the temple. Hal gasped at the sight of 8 gigantic contraptions that looked like crossbows mounted on wheeled bases. The business end pointed out of floor-to-ceiling apertures, and those 2-foot-wide gaps let in shafts of daylight. It took 2 orcs to operate each machine, and most stared out the apertures looking for enemies to shoot at. A few more orcs lurked here and there, but if they showed Hal any interest, it was just a passing glance. He turned to the right and saw the stairs immediately. They descended at a steep angle, and he had to be careful not to stumble down them and cause a ruckus. Still, nobody questioned him, and he hurried all the way to the bottom, where a door in a short, torchlit passage awaited. "This could be a trap," a voice in his head warned. "Why would an orc help you? What if this is some kind of..." Some kind of what? If the orcs wanted him here, they could easily have dragged him or knocked him out. As strange as it might seem, the idea of a friendly orc actually seemed more logical. Hal stopped at the door, aware how stale the air smelled and how oppressively silent it was. He raised a fist to knock, then thought better of it and quietly twisted the wrought iron latch. When he pushed the door open and eased into the gloomy room, he noted straight away the wall to his left was jam-packed with dusty old books. A few tables stood in the center of the large basement, and a hunched figure sat at one of them, a monocle wedged in his eye as he bent over an open tome and scoured the pages. Hal gently closed the door behind him and approached. The orc seemed small and old, with wispy white hair sticking up in unruly tufts. His forehead was heavily wrinkled, and he had no tusks at all, just a rather wide, toothy mouth that hung open as he studied the page. "This is it," Hal told himself. Hobfidget?" he asked. The orc jumped and spun to face him, the monocle dropping out and dangling on a thin chain. He scowled, stuffed it back into place, and squinted at Hal. "Who are you?" he barked. "Get out! You shouldn't be in here." Hal hurried forward and removed his helmet. "It's okay, I'm not really a soldier." After a pause, the orc said, "And that's better how? You're still a human, and a young one at that. Go on back to your family. The transmutations are happening later this afternoon." The what? "Look, I need your help, and you're going to give it to me." He carefully placed the helmet on the floor at his feet and considered taking off his armor and chainmail so he could demonstrate his powers. The problem was, Hobfidget's library was too cramped for a full-grown dragon. The elderly orc leaned forward in his chair. "Are you threatening me, boy? I'm not so frail that I can't wring your neck, you annoying little brat." Ancient though he was, his arms were twice as thick as Hal's. "Yeah? Well, can you do this?" he said, and breathed a short burst of fire. The orc blinked rapidly and recoiled from the heat. He sat there for a long moment afterward, still gripping the arms of the chair and leaning forward, his eyes narrowed. Then he eased back and steepled his somewhat gnarled fingers. "I see. You're one of the shapeshifters. I'm fairly certain you should be locked up in a cell, not gallivanting around wearing a soldier's armor. What do you want from me?" Hal relaxed a little. "I'm not sure yet. I think... Can you shut down the pocket realm in our town?" He sucked in a breath. "Don't do it yet, though. There are people inside. I'm just asking if you can. Do you have a device or something? Can it be used for all pocket realms, or just one? Where is it?" Hobfidget frowned deeply. "Where's what?" "The device." The orc sat in silence, clearly troubled by the intrusion into his library. Hal's mind was still buzzing with questions. "What did you mean, the transmutations are happening later this afternoon? What's that?" Still the orc didn't respond. "Look, I get it," Hal said, beginning to amble about the room. "You're thinking I'm just some kid with a fire-breathing power, and I'm too scared or weak to actually use it on you. Funny thing is, you're right. I would never just set you on fire. Not unless you attacked me with a knife or something, then it would be self-defense. But to threaten you and burn you while you're sitting in that chair, no, I couldn't." "That's what I thought," Hobfidget grumbled. "Now, if you don't mind, I have work to do. Run along back to—" "The thing is," Hal said, stopping by the wall of books and running his gaze over the titles, "I'm not so squeamish with your library. How valuable are these to you?" Without waiting for an answer, he plucked a book at random and tossed it onto the stone floor. He immediately bent and breathed fire, setting it alight in an instant. Hobfidget howled and struggled to stand. "Stop that! Stop that!" Oops! Too late. As the book continued to blacken, he plucked another from the nearest shelf and held it over the fire. "Not too late for this one, though? Do you want to start helping me, or—" The orc shuffled partway toward him, then stopped, glaring at the ruined book on the floor. That book was hand-bound, a one-of-a-kind, the only copy in existence. It contained complicated spells curated by a witch several hundred years ago, and— "I did everyone a favor then," Hal said, feigning boredom. "What about this one? The History of Casamus and the Guild of Callans. Sounds about as interesting as a math test." "Put that back," Hobfidget gasped. He shuffled another few steps forward. "I'll tell you what you need to know, but put that back on the shelf." Footsteps sounded at the top of the stairs outside the room. "You all right, old one?" an orc boomed. Hal immediately held up the valuable book in warning. Hobfidget looked panicked. "Nothing to worry about!" he yelled in a surprisingly strong voice. "Leave me to my work!" The footsteps halted. After a pause, they moved off. "Suit yourself." Hal tried not to show too much relief. He carefully replaced the book on the shelf, dusted off his hands, and glared at Hobfidget. "I need answers." The old orc sighed and nodded, then turned and headed back to his chair. He groaned as he sank into it. "Then ask." Chapter 10. Hobfidget's Library. Hal repeated his earlier question. "Can you shut down the pocket realm in our town?" "Of course I can," Hobfidget replied in a surly tone. "And will you?" "Of course not." Glancing at his precious library on the far wall, the old orc hastened to add, "Because it's guarded. I have to be fairly close to shut it down, and those guards would never allow it." "Even if you told them you had orders from the king? And what do you suppose will happen to me after the king finds out I lied and closed his precious pocket realm?" Hal could guess. "We'll protect you from him. Just switch sides and help us." Hobfidget snorted. "Oh, just like that?" He wagged a finger in Hal's direction. "Besides, it's not feasible. To close that pocket realm, you'd have to get everyone out of it first, and the only way you can get everyone out is for them to enter the temple. Then what? We close the realm, breaking the connection with your town, but half its population is still trapped here. How does that help them?" Hal's mind whirled. "Okay, but there has to be another way. Maybe a second door?" He understood the dome took up a lot of space in Carter, as if a giant had slammed a massive glass bowl upside down in the center of the town. "Can you make a hole in the dome on the far side so everyone can walk out that way? Then we can close the realm." "That's possible," Hobfidget said. The orc slowly got up and began hobbling across the room. Hal blinked rapidly and almost leapt in the air with excitement. "What? Really? Are you serious? You could actually do that?" The orc paused and turned to face him. "Don't get too excited. I said it's possible, not easy. A doorway like that would take very powerful magic, and it would be unstable and dangerous." "What kind of magic?" Hobfidget stared into space, suddenly wistful. "I tried to escape that way once in the early days. I'd opened 10 or 15 realms by then, and one day I chanced across an ancient burial mound in a land similar to this, but not this." "Old Earth," Hal interrupted. The orc's eyebrows waggled. "Yes, well, indeed. I'd found what was known locally to the land as the Midas Mound in Gordium. It had already been excavated by humans over half a century ago, along with the 100 or so other mounds in the area. Within this particular site, they found the remains of a single royal occupant, resting on gold and purple textiles and surrounded by riches." "King Midas," Hal exclaimed. "Ah, well, that's what they thought at first, but it's now believed the remains were his father's." "But that's where you found the golden hand, right? Only it can't have been just lying around in the dirt, or someone else would have picked it up." Hobfidget chuckled. You're right. But you see, my pocket realm had opened not inside the mound, but far below, in a second tomb belonging to Midas himself. It remains undiscovered to this day, thanks to the powerful magic protecting its very existence. Hal hung on every word. So you just randomly found this place? Oh, not at all. When King Gruel took over this temple, his original intent with pocket realms was to find treasures rather than simply nice places. He's a master of dark magic, you know. He showed me an old Callan's spell specifically designed to seek immense riches. And there it was, the severed golden hand of Midas, mounted on a pedestal. Our first magical relic. The image of a dark, silent, underground tomb played through Hal's mind, and he shivered. Hobfidget chuckled. Naturally, the first orc to pick up the hand turned instantly to gold and remains that way today. But the king was excited. He wanted more. He ordered me to seek out other relics, artifacts of wealth and power that he could use in his quest to rule over our land. That's when his desire for power turned to madness. Hal nodded. So you tried to escape out of a back door? Hobfidget frowned. A back door? Oh, a second exit? Yes, well, King Gruel's ambition frightened me. It still does. I created a pocket realm leading to a distant forest and stepped inside. I walked for an hour among the trees until I reached the dome's far wall, then forced open a hole large enough to crawl through. So there I was, outside the realm, in a forest many days' walk from the temple. I was free. He sighed and shook his head ruefully. But the king had followed me. He's a crafty magician in his own right, and he used my own soul divination tool against me. Your what? A people finder. It divines the location of souls. Anyway, the king shouted at me as I started to hurry away, his voice muted but distinct. He warned me he would kill all my people, and their blood would be on my hands. So you came back, Hal said softly. The orc nodded. I reopened the hole and crawled back in. Wait, you said the king would kill all your people? He remembered Queen Morgana mentioning that the temple's population had dramatically increased. So, orcs from another land? Elves. Hal's confusion deepened. Elves? Why would you care about elves? A sharp intake of breath suggested his comment had stung the old orc. I was an elf at the time. I still am, at heart. The orc turned away and reached for a staff that stood taller than him. He started talking about the object, going into detail about how the small crystal on the end had once been a dirty lump of rock, and how an old Callan's spell had transformed it. But Hal had stopped listening. He stared at the old orc's back, completely befuddled. After a while, he managed to interrupt with a burning question. What do you mean, you were an elf? Hobfidget paused. What? You said you were one. What does that mean? The orc's eyebrows shot up. I thought you knew. When this temple was invaded by orcs, a handful of us elves remained as prisoners. Then Gruel arrived and announced himself king of the orcs. The true orcs stupidly bowed to his rule, and a new era began, one where the king's mastery of the dark arts guided his ambition to extraordinary heights. Pocket realms, magical artifacts, that was all him. And that was when the transmutations began and the few remaining elves became orcs. Stunned, Hal couldn't find a single thing to say. Hobfidget studied him. I assumed the king had boasted of his plans by now. Did you not wonder where all these orcs came from? They were a relatively small band of thugs at first. Over the years, the king has delved into his stash of Faerie realm orbs and opened numerous pocket realms. Wait, what? His stash of Faerie realm orbs? Oh yes, the king has dozens. Hobfidget frowned and dug into a capacious pocket. After a little rummaging, He plucked out a tiny, delicate bead that had fluff stuck to it. Like this, a droplet of dew, or perhaps a splash of lake water frozen by dawn magic. He handed it to Hal, then resumed his story. Over nearly a decade, the king has absorbed people into the temple, transmuted them, and expanded his army. The majority of orcs here in this temple were not always orcs. Hal felt like his head might explode. Not always orcs. Absently, he gazed at the wondrous orb between his fingertips. It was slightly squishy, but clearly tougher than an actual droplet of dew or lake water. He slipped it into a pocket. "First the king bewitches you and commands your loyalty," Hobfidget went on. "Then he transmutes you. You find yourself giving in. Any lingering resistance fades very quickly, as does your longing for what came before. You stop caring about the past. All that matters is what lies ahead, the glory of being an orc with an ambitious king." Hal shook his head. "You're not a real orc," he said, knowing he was starting to repeat himself. Hobfidget smiled. "No, and at the moment, my mind is clear. Your presence here and burning that book has woken me up. I feel a kinship with you, an urge to help you in your plight. But it's exhausting to keep fighting, and the king laces the water with his awful magic. When you leave, I may not care anymore, and go back to being one of his loyal subjects." Looking at the old fellow, who was taller and stockier than Hal, it was impossible to believe he was anything but an orc. Could he really have been an elf? Years ago? There was no trace of the small, blue-skinned, white-haired people. "Is it reversible?" "Ah." The orc pursed his lips, then shrugged. "On this matter, I have no earthly idea. There are witches who can perform simple transmogrifying spells, for instance, turning people into frogs, but those are temporary. Transmutation is more subtle and more permanent. King Gruel is a skilled transmuter, as you'll find out this afternoon." "We have to stop him," Hal exclaimed. "With that stone around his neck, he's invincible and immortal." "Well then, we have to get people away from him." Hobfidget indicated the staff he held. "Ah, and now we return to this old thing. This is what I used to open a second exit all those years ago when I had my wits about me. A back door, as you said, but it's worthless at the moment. It needs to be infused with fairy magic." Hal focused on the staff, and his mouth fell open. This innocent stick with a crystal jammed on the end could punch a hole through a soul barrier? Suddenly, a solid plan danced before his eyes. A magical staff, a back door out of the pocket realm, people escaping, then closing the realm and separating Carter from the temple. A dozen flaws leapt to mind as well, but one thing at a time. "Luckily, I happen to know a fairy," he said with a grin. Hobfidget abruptly swung the staff with all his might, smashing it down on the stone floor. The crystal broke off and clattered away. Hal jumped clear. "Why'd you do that?" I thought. "Calm down, boy. You can't walk out of here with this great big staff. All you need is the crystal. Just put it in your pocket." Hal dashed to retrieve it. Red and dull, it fit neatly into the palm of his hand, though he couldn't close his fingers all the way around it. He was about to slide it into his pocket when he remembered the delicate realm orb, and he stashed the gem in another to stop the two objects rubbing together. "So how exactly does my fairy friend infuse it with magic?" he asked. His question was met with a raised eyebrow. "Oh, you think just any fairy can do it? What fairies are all magical and all-powerful now?" Hobfidget scoffed openly. "Most fairies are mischievous little layabouts with no talent for anything but partying all night and sleeping it off afterward. No, very few fairies are gifted with the ability to harness the magic of dawn." "Abby took me for a ride in her head," Hal protested. "That involved a lot of dawn magic, so—" "Pfft, literally a party trick. This crystal will need a lot more power than that, my boy. Find a truly gifted fairy, Otherwise, this so-called back door won't stay open for more than a minute or two. Hal bit his tongue and simmered quietly. How dare the old fogey suggest Abigail was no more than a mischievous layabout? Although she was mischievous. The orc absently tapped his foot. Perhaps secure the crystal to the end of a stick when you get out of here. Assuming you can get it correctly infused with magic, it gets rather hot when activated. And how do I activate it? Oh, just touch it to the invisible barrier. Hobfidget bent to pick up and hand Hal's helmet to him. Now you should go, my friend, if you want to save your people from the transmutations later. Hal found himself bustled toward the door by the surprisingly strong old orc. Come with me, he urged. We could use your help. Perhaps, but not before securing my legacy. Hal grappled with the meaning of that as the orc yanked the door open and shoved him out. What, your old books? Who cares about... Realizing his voice was rising to a squawk, Hal dropped back to a fierce whisper. Hobfidget, the king is turning people into orcs and threatening us with Pandora's jar. We have more important things to worry about than... All right down there, old one. A voice again boomed from the top of the stairs. Hal froze, then quickly put on his helmet. Hobfidget scowled at Hal, then gently but firmly walked him toward the foot of the stairs. Yes, just showing this fine soldier from the Grey Kingdom what a wonderful library we have. An avid reader, he is. We need more of his sort in this place, you know. By now, Hal had started up the stairs. At the top, a massive figure blocked the way. What we need are fighters, the giant boomed, not readers. Ever fired a crossbow, lad? Realizing the question was directed at him, Hal tried to deepen his voice and grunted, No, sir. Then follow me. Hal withered inside. The last thing he wanted was to spend quality time with a bunch of orcs. That's okay, sir. I have to get back to... Come on, keep up. The orc was easily twice Hal's height, his shoulders huge and muscular. This passage was large enough for orcs to walk comfortably, but didn't leave room for Hal to transform if he wanted to. And a lot of orcs manned the battlements. Here, the giant said, stopping at the first mammoth machine. This, my little soldier friend, is a ballista. It was very much like a crossbow in concept, with a box mounted on the far end and a couple of angled arms sticking out to the sides, connected by a rope that could be drawn back along the shaft. But it was huge. Fire it up, the orc said to his colleague. Obviously proud of their machine, the two orcs armed it using long metal rods for leverage. Each time they pushed downward on those rods, gears and chains clanked, and the machine's arms bent back farther and farther. Those awful spears were stacked to one side, and an orc laid one of them in the shaft's slim channel, ready for firing. Want to do the honors? The orc rumbled, handing him the end of a slack rope. Just give it a yank. Hal mumbled. What am I shooting at? Nothing at the moment, just pull. So Hal pulled. He almost jumped out of his skin at the deafening noise it made, like the snapping of a tree, mixed with the clatter of chains and metal plates. The machine jerked backward, and the spear tore off, sailing gracefully through the air and beginning its downward arc. Hal watched with awe as it hammered into the hillside several 100 feet away. That's incredible, he admitted. The orcs guffawed. Stay out of the library, kid. One day, with the proper training, you could be here, taking down the enemy with these bolt throwers. Arming is easy. The skill is in aiming. You could take down a dragon with this, Hal said in a low voice. The orcs heard him and laughed. We have taken down dragons, one boasted. It's rare, though. Nearly got one the other day. Plugged a griffin recently, the other said. Stuck it in the side. He gripped Hal's shoulder so hard it felt like his bones were breaking. Come see us, kid. Sure, thanks. I'd better get back. Relieved, Hal slipped away. Once back in the alley, He paused, wondering what to do next. He had Hobfidget's crystal, and it needed loading up with fairy magic before it would work. Well, if Abigail wasn't gifted enough, then he'd have to find a fairy who was. An idea had been brewing. Abigail had taken him to a fairy patch near Doolan's Point, and she'd spoken to one little fellow in particular, a self-proclaimed expert on weaving realm orbs. His name was Phobal, and he'd been happy to demonstrate his ability. If anyone could fire up the crystal, it was him, and he could close the pocket realm once everyone was out. But to find the fairy glade, Hal first had to escape the temple. Each ballista poked out of a pretty sizable hole in the temple wall. If he could leap out of one, then get a spear in my back as I fly away. He grimaced at the idea. But what other option was there? He very much doubted one of Queen Morgana's soldiers would simply be allowed to leave the temple without a direct order by King Gruel himself. Think. He wanted to get a message to Miss Simone about the transmutations of Queen Morgana's people that Hobfidget had mentioned. But his mission was more important right now. He had to get out. He had to power up the crystal and rescue the people of Carter before they, too, were turned into orcs. Transmutation. The full horror of that washed over him, and he began to shake. Queen Morgana's people were about to be turned into orcs. 30 or so soldiers, plus a group of wives and children that had left the castle before the Queen had a chance to stop them. All those people somehow morphing into orcs against their wishes. That was happening very soon. And then the king would turn his attention to the people of Carter and Miss Simone and his friends, his family. The apple orchard. That was where it was happening. Hal wanted to storm in there and start breathing fire, destroy the place, burn the king, ruin all his plans, cause massive destruction, and allow everyone to escape. But he doubted that would go without a hitch. The temple was full of orcs. They'd come running. They'd never allow anyone to escape the temple. There was no way of getting everyone out safely, not without a secret backdoor exit. Hal huffed with frustration. Everything hinged on him charging up that crystal with fairy magic. But even as he started back toward the battlements, he paused again. The transmutations would be starting soon. Maybe it wasn't too late for Queen Morgana's people. How could he ever face her knowing he hadn't even tried? Letting out another huff of frustration, he turned and ran along the alley toward the temple. He had no plan, and he saw no way to avoid getting himself captured. But maybe, just maybe, he could disrupt things, maybe grab the king and fly him away somewhere. Where? Somewhere inside the orchard pocket realm? Because that's about as far as you can go, doofus. He was so distracted by his desperate attempt to form a plan that he burst out of the alley and ran headlong into an orc. The orc, relatively small and young, grabbed him tight. "Where are you going?" he hissed. Hal blinked. "It's you! Did you find Pandora's jar?" The orc dragged him back into the alley, away from the prying eyes of several much larger orcs who glanced in their direction. "No, he didn't have it with him, and I don't have a clue where to look. The transmutations are about to start. You need to hide. None of the Queen's soldiers should be wandering about now. They should all be heading to the orchard and getting in line for the ceremony." Hal stared at him, a terrible thought leaking into his mind. Maybe he'd realized it earlier and had put up a mental wall to prevent a distraction. The orc who'd sprung him from jail, so young and small, who wanted to help save everyone. "You're Seth." The orc frowned, then nodded. "We don't have time for this. Did you talk to Hobfidget?" Hal swallowed. "Yeah, he gave me a crystal. I have to get it powered up with fairy magic, and then I can make a back door in the pocket realm over Carter." Seth stared down at him for a long moment. "And lead the people out." "Okay, so we have to get you away from here." "Not without Abby and the others. I can't leave them. And the Queen's people." With a growl, Seth gripped the front of Hal's chainmail and shoved him against the wall, causing his helmet to clang. He might be a small orc, but he still had a lot of strength. Listen to me. Those people have already drunk the king's poison. They're loyal to him now, and if you go to the orchard and stamp on a few orcs, you'll just rile those soldiers up, and they'll join the orcs and fight you. You going to burn them as well? So what's your plan? Hal growled, angrily yanking free. What have you been doing all this time? Why haven't you— I drank the same poison. Seth looked away. Yeah, the night I got here, a month ago, he put some in my drink. I completely forgot who I was for a while. Luckily, the effect faded, which puzzled the king. It was supposed to be permanent, but I don't know, I guess I'm made of sterner stuff. I caused a bit of a stink after that, and he threw me in the same cage you were in. Then I heard he kidnapped Selkies to practice his magic on, and when he perfected it, he gave me another dose. It worked that time. I lost all sense of who I was, and I agreed to his stupid transmuting ceremony. He normally does large groups on the same day, but he said I was an exception, so he turned me into an orc. Hal could see he was deeply troubled and embarrassed by what he probably saw as terrible weakness. How? How did he do it? Oh, a short speech, a bite of bread, a sip of water, and some fancy words muttered under his breath. A bite of bread? The thing is, I was okay with that. Seth barked a short, derisive laugh. I didn't know what would happen, but even after I turned, nothing about it really bothered me. I was his little orc dragon pet for the next few days, and then you showed up. Hal said nothing. Seth seemed to be sharing quite willingly without any prompting. When I saw you melting the ceiling and all your friends on your back, yelling and choking, and orcs throwing spears at you, well, it shook me out of it. Woke me up. Hal nodded. Why didn't you escape with us? Because everything suddenly became really clear to me. All the soldiers from the Grey Kingdom had been brainwashed as well, but they hadn't been turned yet. I thought maybe if I played it cool, pretended I was still on the king's side, I could hang around and help them somehow. But then he sunk his claws into your town, and time ran out. So what now? What can we do? Seth threw up his hands in disgust. You tell me! I'm out of ideas. Queen Bee would have known what to do. They both clammed up and glared at each other. Hal couldn't tell if Seth was openly blaming him for her death or just making the point that she was always the brains of the operation. So, Seth said, a little more softly now, what do we do? He's really asking me. Do they have any idea they're going to be turned into orcs? Hal finally asked. No, but they will soon enough. Hal sighed. I don't know how to save them, but I have a plan to save the people of Carter, so let's get out of here. Well, there's always that huge hole you burned in the roof. But Hal was already thinking about the battlement openings, which were much closer. He quickly stripped off his helmet, armor plating, and chainmail, then set off along the alleyway. Come on. The thought of Abigail and his other friends, and Miss Simone, his parents, and everyone else being turned into orcs deepened his resolve to get out of the temple as fast as possible and help them. He picked up his pace while outlining his plan. I don't know about this, Seth muttered. We jump out, we transform, and we fly straight up to the sky, Hal told him. Straight up. Then they can't shoot us. We'll fly up to the clouds if we have to, and then we'll be free. Are you forgetting the wyverns? I don't care about a bunch of wyverns, Hal growled. They turned the corner, paused, glanced at each other, and nodded. And then they leapt for the nearest ballista aperture. Chapter 11. Pocket Faerie. The two dragons soared high, chuckling as numerous spears shot outward from the battlements, not even close to reaching their targets. The ballistas weren't designed to fire directly upward. The orcs didn't even release the 3 wyverns. Either they didn't have time, or they knew how pointless it would be against 2 fire-breathing dragons. Hal found it strange, seeing his mirror image flying alongside. In dragon form, they were identical in shape and size, having been cloned from the same blood. News of their escape would reach the king very soon, and he would not be amused. Hal feared his wrath not for himself but for his friends. The alternative, though, was to do nothing and wait for them all to be turned into orcs. "Where are we going?" Seth grunted. Hal glanced sideways at him. "To find Doolan," he growled back. "He knows where the fairy patch is and which fairy to talk to." Seth merely stared at him as they flew. After a moment, he grunted again and looked ahead. "You didn't understand any of that, did you?" Hal said. "You can talk like a dragon, but it's kind of a one-way conversation when you can't figure out what I'm saying back to you." He was talking to himself even now, so he gave up and concentrated on where he was going instead. Doolan's Point, a small hamlet, was situated on the edge of the malevolent marsh, not too far away, a very short flight for a couple of dragons. He hoped not to scare the residents off. Seth seemed to guess their destination was Doolan's Point, judging by the way he put on some speed and surged ahead. Before long, they caught their reflections in the still water below as they swooped low and landed near a wooded patch on the bank. The screams and yells started immediately, and children scattered. But some of the adults paused, pointing at the dragons and conferring with each other. "They recognize me," Hal thought. "Or Seth, or both of us, since we look the same. Man, that has to be confusing for them." They reverted to their orc and human forms, and it was only then Hal did a double take. "Hey!" Seth frowned at him. "What? Are those smart clothes?" The orc had on the same grey garments as before, completely undamaged from his transformation. They weren't silk, though. The silk used to make magical smart clothes came from the Lake of Spirits, or at least it had originally. Luckily, Miss Simone had a pretty large stock that would last for a while yet. But Seth's shirt and pants were obviously not silk. Seth shrugged. "That's the one good thing to come out of all this. An orc seamstress made them the day after I arrived at the temple. They rip apart easily when I transform, and the king cast a spell on them so that they—" He screwed up his face and looked skyward. What was the word? Reintegrate. They reintegrate when I change back. Hal looked down at Seth's bare feet. "But not your shoes?" "Haven't worn shoes in ages." Intrigued by the notion of an alternative form of smart clothes, Hal filed the information away for now. It was good to know ordinary clothes could be used instead of the usual magically enhanced silk. Everyone seemed watchful as the boys sauntered into the hamlet, though the panic had died down. 14 modest log homes stood in a rough circle, each with rooftops of flattened bark. Some had open hatchways, from which smoke drifted into the sky. Many of the residents had ducked behind these houses, others under carts. Frightened horses and goats eyed the shapeshifters warily. "Hey!" a man's voice shouted. Doolan stepped into view. He had long, grey hair and a beard to match, though he wasn't all that old. "Was that necessary?" "Sorry," Hal said, feeling bad now. "We should have landed somewhere else. It's just that we're in a hurry." The man came marching up. "I heard things have soured with the orcs," he said without preamble. "The queen's ticked. What's the latest?" He eyed Seth with suspicion. "And, I don't understand. Who's this?" When I saw 2 identical dragons coming into land, I thought to myself, good. Looks like young Hal managed to rescue Seth. Only—" Hal licked his lips. "Yeah, well, this is Seth." "Oh boy, this is going to take some explaining." They were seated on a cozy porch at the back of Doolan's small house, overlooking the marsh. Once the man had wrapped his brain around the idea of transmuting and accepted that the young orc sitting before him was indeed the same boy who'd shown up in the area some months ago, Doolan got up from his chair, spread his arms wide, and hugged him tightly. He was completely dwarfed by the stocky figure. "My, you've grown, lad," he said, clearly trying to make light of the situation. "What are they feeding you at the temple?" Seth scowled and glared at him. "Lies, mostly." "Ah, yes, I hear you." Doolan sighed. "I'm sorry for what happened to you. But, son, you're welcome here, and I'm sure you're welcome at the castle too." After a moment, Seth cast his eyes down. "Thanks," he muttered. "It's not so bad being an orc. I'm stronger." Hal gawked at him. "You like this?" "Sure, why not? I have the same brain. It's just inside a bigger body." "An uglier body," Hal muttered, before he could stop himself. "Sorry, I meant... like, how do you deal with the giant teeth?" Seth absently reached for one of the pointed tusks jutting upwards from his mouth. "Yeah, these take getting used to. But it's okay." He posed and flexed his biceps. "Look at these, though. Didn't even have to work at it." Hal had to admit Seth had some annoyingly impressive arms. "Yeah, but what about that pointless tuft of hair on the top of your head? Want to make something of it?" Doolan clapped his hands sharply and returned to his seat. "All right, boys, let's get back on topic. So now what?" "Fairies," Hal reminded him, grateful for the change of subject. "You need to take us to the fairy patch and talk to the one who trusts you. I need to get this crystal charged up." Of course, of course." Doolan gave that some thought as he rubbed his chin. "But you realize fairies are pretty much asleep during the day? Even if I wake my little buddy, he won't have much magic to give. We have to wait until dawn." Hal stood up. "I've been thinking about that. Let's go, and I'll tell you on the way." Doolan had plenty to protest about. For one thing, he only ever visited the fairies at dawn. They might not show themselves in the daytime, or worse, they might get angry. Secondly, he wasn't sure his little buddy, a fairy named Phobal, would be interested in giving up a day's worth of magic without getting one of Doolan's carved dollhouses in return. Unfortunately, none were available at the moment. And what if the fairies simply weren't interested in helping? He agreed to take them to the fairy patch, though. The three set off along the marsh bank at once, walking at a brisk pace. Hal sort of remembered the way because he'd been inside Abigail's head at the time, looking out through her eyes. Still, everything appeared different in the late afternoon daylight and from a full-size human's point of view. "So what's this plan of yours?" Doolan asked. Hal had been getting it straight in his mind. "We can't wait around here until tomorrow morning. My friends are in a prison cell in the temple, and the king might hurt them. I need to get back to Carter. But maybe we can take the fairy with us." Doolan faltered in his pace. "What? You're kidding! Phobal will never agree to that." "How do you know? Have you asked?" "Well, no, but we could go back to Carter today. Phobal can hang out near the dome all night, and as soon as the sun rises, he can charge himself up, send power to the crystal, and I can open a hole in the dome." "Hang out near the dome," Doolan muttered. "Charge himself up. What odd things you youngsters say. And what will you and Seth be doing while Phobal is hanging out all night and charging himself up in the morning?" "I'll go back to the castle for now," Seth said. "Queen Morgana needs me." "My people need you," Hal protested. "Yeah, well, the Queen's first. She has people missing already." Hal had to admit that was true, though he could really do with an extra dragon in Carter. "Talk later," Doolan said quietly, giving Hal a nudge. "We're here." They'd arrived at a dense patch of bushes and trees. Doolan ducked down, and Hal noticed the spot he knelt on was well worn, the ferns and grass flattened into the dirt. He lay on his belly and wriggled headfirst into the bushes until only his feet stuck out. "Well, this is weird," Seth whispered. Hal grinned and nodded. It was strange, talking to an orc like he was an old friend. Seth wasn't a friend at all, just a scrag he'd once fought. Yet here they were, unlikely allies. Doolin's boots fidgeted once in a while, but mostly he remained still and quiet under the bushes. Hal wanted to slide under as well, but that would likely frighten the entire Fae community. They were all in there somewhere, sleeping among the leaves and twigs or inside the small homes Doolin had carved from short logs. "I can hear him talking," Seth whispered. Hal listened hard. "I can't." "Huh, that proves orcs have better hearing." "Well, your ears are—" Hal started, then trailed off. "Go on, say it. My ears are bigger." Hal felt a little sheepish. Still, he grinned and tried to make light of it. "Not really bigger, just pointier. They stick out more." To his relief, Seth shrugged and grunted, as if he didn't really care. It was one thing insulting an orc, but to insult a boy who used to be human and never asked to be transmuted into an orc, well, that was some thin ice. Seth acted like he was happy in his new form, but he might not be. "If there was a cure," Hal murmured, "would you take it?" Seth considered. "Be human again? Not sure." "Really? You like being an orc that much?" "I'm so strong now, it would be hard to give that up." "Yeah, but isn't there anything you miss about being small and human?" Again, Seth shrugged. "Like what? Man, if I'd been an orc back on the streets of Old Earth, I'd have become the gang leader in no time. After Queen Bee, I mean." "Instead of Queen Bee, surely?" Surprisingly, Seth disagreed. "Nah, it's not all about muscle. Queen Bee was smart, she was the best leader, but without her, I'd have knocked some heads together and taken charge." A long quietness followed, during which Doolin's boots fidgeted a few times, and the bush he lay under rustled slightly. Hal chewed his lip, then said, "Do you miss her? Do you miss Queen Bee?" Seth nodded. "Obviously, she was kind to me. She was the only person that was." "When did your parents, When did they die?" "Don't know exactly. I never knew them. I was born right around when the virus started, so they probably died of that. Or they were killed by scrags." Hal swallowed. He remembered Seth telling him some of this before. How horrible. And not even knowing what really happened to them. "The people who found me were mean," Seth went on. "It was a small gang. I was kind of passed around, so I didn't have one mom or dad, more like a few. Or none. I mean, it was good that they looked after me, otherwise I'd be dead, but they weren't exactly nice about it. I went hungry a lot. Well, we all did. There was one lady, Drew, who stuck up for me the most, but even she wasn't very nice. Don't know why they bothered keeping me all those years. Even Queen Bee said that, after she ran them all off and took me in." Seth glanced sideways as if expecting an answer, but Hal had no clue why a gang of desperate, hungry scavengers would take on a small child when food was already so scarce. "I suppose they were decent people once," he ventured. "Good on the inside, you know, but angry at the world because of the virus." "Yeah," Seth grunted, "in pain and itching all the time. Surviving the virus was worse than dying from it." Hal couldn't imagine living for 13 years with scars and lesions that constantly itched and cracked open. That would make anyone angry. Dead people all across the planet, a relatively small handful of survivors scrounging on the abandoned streets. Meanwhile, Miss Simone had secured a private island, protected by fog, where 9 families lived in peace and quiet, guarded by a sea serpent. How much of this did Seth know? Hal felt embarrassed that life on the island had been so much easier than everyone else's across the world. No wonder Queen Bee had come across to New Earth and gone after Miss Simone's shapeshifter magic. A cure for their scars. A chance at a normal life. "Well, I'm glad you survived," Hal said at last. "We're the same now, both 13-year-old shapeshifter dragons living in New Earth. Or are you older than me? Are you 14? Seth shrugged. Not really sure. Oh, well, I'll be 14 in March, so it's March tomorrow. Hal felt a little thrill of excitement. His birthday was on March 23rd, just over 3 weeks away. He'd be 14. Doolan started wriggling backward at that moment. He emerged from under the bush and sat up, and with him, buzzing around his face, was a tiny 6-inch male fairy. "This is Phobal," Doolan said in a soft voice. "Phobal, this is Hal and Seth." The fairy waved and zipped around Hal's head, then Seth's, before dropping lightly onto Doolan's shoulder. Doolan carefully climbed to his feet. Phobal's agreed to help, but only because he liked Abigail when she came to visit recently. Hal smiled. "She's pretty likable." Clearing his throat, Doolan muttered, yes. Pretty being the operative word here, according to Phobal." "Huh? How shall I put this? Phobal was, rather taken by Abigail when she last visited, and he would like to, court her." Hal blinked in confusion. "What the heck does court mean? She hasn't done anything wrong, has she?" Doolan laughed, then stifled his mirth. "Sorry. Look, perhaps you'd better head out. Phobal will go with you, Hal, and help you with the crystal." "Okay, great, thanks," Hal muttered, suspicion setting in. Phobal thought Abigail was pretty and was rather taken by her. He'd like to court her, whatever that meant. "You just try it, pal." But charging up the crystal was the most important topic right now. He delved into his pocket, and the fairy's eyes widened at the sight of the rough-cut jewel. He jabbered something, but his voice was too quiet to make out, and anyway, he spoke in the weird Fae language. "He can understand you," Doolan assured him. "Just speak slowly and clearly. Now go on, all of you, and good luck." After a brief discussion, Hal decided to go with Seth to the Grey Kingdom to collect Robbie and Thomas, who would no longer be needed if Seth was there instead. The two of them transformed. In that moment, the Orcs' grey garments ripped apart and fluttered loose, and then the pieces vanished into thin air. Hal found that fascinating. Meanwhile, his own clothes fluidly altered and became a thin strap around his neck. Phobal buzzed up and hid inside somewhere, possibly into the same pocket as the important gem. Hal chuckled inwardly. He also had a tiny orb stashed away. Who knew where that pocket had ended up? Seth nodded to tell Hal it was safe to launch, and they took to the sky at once, heading north to the Grey Kingdom. A patch of mist on the grassy hill gave the dragons a clear target to aim for. They landed in the gloom and reverted to their normal forms. Seth's grey clothing popped into existence the very moment he was an orc, reintegrated, as the king had put it. They walked over to the portcullis. It was closed, and inside stood an ogre, his back to the gateway. "Robbie!" Hal called. The ogre swung around. "Hal!" he boomed, for once surprisingly clear. Then he uttered some other words that made no sense. He shrank rapidly, lumbering closer as he did so. By the time he reached the portcullis, he was completely human again. "What's the latest?" His gaze shifted to Seth, and he frowned. "And who's this?" In the background, a throng of figures lurked in the grey haze. A dash of red fur suggested Thomas was trotting back and forth, holding the crowd at bay. "This is Seth," Hal said. He was a little distracted while checking his pocket for the crystal and the fairy. Both were present, and it felt very strange when Phobal wriggled away from his fingertips. And before you tell me he's an orc, I already know. Look, I have to hurry, so pay attention." He very quickly told Robbie the news about King Gruel testing the power of Pandora's jar, how Miss Simone, Abigail, Fenton, and Darcy were still prisoners, and of course, the transmuting. "And now you, me, Thomas, and this little fairy can head back to Carter and hopefully knock a hole in the pocket realm so we can let people out. And once they're out, Phobal can close the dome. You want us to leave this gate unguarded? Robbie said. Man, there's going to be a riot when the wives find out their husbands have been permanently altered. Yeah, well, Seth is taking your place, Hal said. He can tell Queen Morgana all about it and keep everyone in check. Robbie shot Seth a glare and muttered, as long as he doesn't desert her again. I never deserted her the first time, Seth growled. I just wanted to find out what the Orcs were doing and put an end to it. So why didn't you? The Orc took a step closer, his fists clenched. I didn't go in there roaring and breathing fire, if that's what you mean. What's the point in that? I tried to be smart, like Queen Bee. I had to look and listen first and figure it out, so I knew what I was dealing with and where to strike. If you're going to take down the enemy, it has to be decisive and informed. Sometimes the one in charge isn't the only problem to deal with. You can't just go in hacking and stabbing and taking out all the wrong players. Wow, I can hear Queen Bee talking, Hal thought, feeling a shiver. How many times did she drum that into her gang of scrags? He opened his mouth to cut the argument short, but Robbie was too quick to answer. And did you? Figure it out? No, Seth said, sagging at the shoulders. The king poisoned me to make me loyal to him, and when that didn't work, he threw me in a cell. And turned you into an orc, Robbie muttered. Why'd you let him? Seth once more flared up. He poisoned me again. It was much stronger stuff the second time, and after that, when he made me into an orc, I didn't mind. I kind of got lost. Lost? Robbie, enough, Hal said hastily. He turned back to Seth. We're heading out now. Thanks for getting me out of that place. Go find Queen Morgana. She'll be happy to see you. Seth gestured vaguely at himself. Even like this, another orc. Sure. She was a golem for a month. She'll understand. The orc frowned deeply. She was what? Hal exchanged a glance with Robbie, then said, Man, looks like the king kept you in the dark there. He gave Seth a friendly punch on the arm. You and the queen have a lot to catch up on. Shortly after, Seth stomped into the Grey Kingdom to guard the gate while he waited. It would have been fun to watch his reunion with Queen Morgana. But all Hal could think about now was Abigail, Darcy, Fenton, and Miss Simone still in their prison cells. If King Gruel hurts them in any way. Hal transformed. With Robbie and Thomas aboard and a tiny Faerie tucked safely into a silky pocket around his neck, he took off for Carter. Chapter 12. Rescue Plans. When Hal flew in over Carter, it was easy to spot the invisible dome's outline because of the way people crowded around the perimeter, both inside and out, with a notable gap between. They looked like teeming armies of ants staring at each other through a wall of glass. He wondered if anyone had tried to dig underneath. If so, they'd have realized pretty quickly that the dome was merely the exposed part of a half-buried sphere. There was no easy escape. Hal thumped down on a grassy patch near a stream where a few dozen people had congregated. "Hey!" a man called as soon as Hal reverted to human form. "Any news? What's going on in there?" Several other voices filled the air, and Hal had to wait before answering. He always found it unnerving addressing large crowds like this. Emily was better at it. So was Abigail. It's all under control. A half-truth, but complete honesty would only rile them up. We have a way to make a hole in the dome and get people out, but we have to do it quietly so the Orcs don't know it's happening. Fine, a large woman said, but do it now. My son is inside, along with his friends. That prompted another chorus of voices, all saying much the same thing, that their children had gone off adventuring that morning and were now trapped inside, or the dome had cut straight through the middle of their house and divided their family. One man shouted about his poor bedridden wife needing her supper. Surprisingly, a few even complained that their route into the dome was blocked, They had no way to visit the market and stock up on provisions. But it wasn't just the crowds on the outside who were vocal about their predicament. "Do you realize half the population of the town is trapped in here?" a snippety lady called to Hal from within the dome. "Help us!" Like he didn't know the situation already. She and a lot of other people lurked behind a hazy ripple in the air, as if they were looking out of a goldfish bowl. Their conversation was strangely dulled and distant. "Well?" the same lady demanded. She had her hands pressed to the shimmering, glass-like surface. "When are you knocking a hole in the wall?" First thing in the morning," he promised. His reply caused an uproar from both sides of the barrier. "Why not now? Why do we have to wait until morning? I'm shut out of my own house. Where am I supposed to sleep? Is it true the Orcs did this? Are they planning to hurt us?" Hal, Robbie, and Thomas raised their hands for peace, but it was a while before everyone settled down enough to listen. Hal said as the ever-growing crowds glared at him from all angles. "We can't make the hole until the morning, because we need fairy magic, and we can only get enough of that at dawn." "Your fairy girlfriend can't do magic until dawn?" the lady inside the wall griped. "I'm not talking about Abigail. She's a prisoner in the temple at the moment. I'm talking about—" "What temple?" Hal ground his teeth and glanced at Robbie and Thomas for help. They quickly looked away. Thanks a bunch, he thought. Most people wouldn't understand his reasoning, but he pressed on anyway. "First thing in the morning, as soon as I knock a hole in the wall—" "We can go home!" a man's voice boomed. Hal shook his head. "No, no, no! The Orcs have some pretty nasty plans for all those inside the dome. When I knock a hole in the wall, we need everyone to leave. Okay? And it all has to be done in complete secrecy. When everyone's safely out, we can close the dome and get away from the Orcs. But if anyone's left inside when it closes, well, it won't be good." He held up his hand and quickly clenched his fist, trying to put across the same message King Gruel had. It wasn't so clear without the grape. Still, the crowds had fallen silent now, and all Hal could hear was the tweeting of a small bird in a nearby tree and the distant yapping of a dog. "Pass the word to people inside the dome," Hal finished. He felt like he was repeating himself, but it needed stating again. "Really quietly, okay? Just after dawn, there'll be a hole in the wall right here." He gestured to a random spot nearby, "so get everybody out as soon as possible." The murmuring resumed, but at least the crowd seemed satisfied a plan was in action. Some drifted away, while others stayed to talk through the invisible dome wall to those on the other side. Hal sighed and shook his head. "That was rough," he muttered to his friends. "You did good," Robbie said. "Let's hope you can actually make this hole like you promised, or your name will be mud." "Yeah," Thomas growled unhelpfully. Hal gently patted his pocket to make sure the crystal and the fairy were still there. A couple of tiny fists beat back at him. "So what now?" Robbie asked. "Morning's a long way off." Hal's mind buzzed with dark thoughts. What would happen to Abigail, Darcy, Fenton, and Miss Simone when King Gruel found out the dragon shapeshifter had escaped from his cell? When did the king plan to make use of Pandora's jar? Had he already turned Queen Morgana's people into Orcs? What if he hadn't yet? Was there time to save them? He made up his mind. "Keep spreading the word," he told Robbie and Thomas. "Make sure everyone knows what we're planning and that they keep a lookout for Orcs." "Wait, you're saying this like you're not going to be here," Thomas said in an accusing voice. Robbie's eyes widened in panic. "Yeah, like you're planning to take off and leave us to organize this." Hal swallowed. "I can't stay, guys. I know it sounds crazy, but I need to get back inside the temple." "What?" Robbie cried. He pointed directly in Hal's face. "Have you lost your ever-loving mind?" "Yep, but I have to go. Find Emily, Lauren, and Dewey. Tell them what's going on. You know Emily loves organizing stuff." That cheered Robbie up no end, and he nodded furiously. Hal carefully fished in his pocket, extracted the crystal, and handed it to him. "Guard this with your life, buddy. Phobal will charge it up at dawn, when fairy magic is at its strongest. Then you just touch it to the dome wall. It should make a hole." "Should?" Thomas scoffed. "Who the heck is Phobal?" Robbie asked, looking puzzled. Hal gently withdrew the fairy from his pocket. The little guy grew frantic at being exposed to the big, wide world with huge humans all around him, and he clung to Hal's thumb, his wings buzzing furiously. It's okay, Hal whispered. "I need you to go with Robbie and Thomas now. You see? They'll take you to a quiet, safe place for the night." He made sure to waggle his eyebrows at Robbie when he said this, and his friend took the hint and nodded. "Sure thing," Robbie said, reaching out with his palm up. After a moment, the fairy reluctantly switched from one hand to the other. He jabbered something in Fae, but Hal had no idea what. "Oh," Hal said, remembering a tip. "Sometime this evening, jam the crystal on the end of a stick or whatever. Hobfidget said the crystal can get hot when it's activated." Robbie nodded. "Got it. And at dawn, just touch the crystal to the dome wall?" "That's it. A hole should open." "Should," Thomas muttered again. With very little else to say, Hal moved to a clear spot and transformed. The bustling townsfolk spun around as he spread his wings and launched. Just to double-check, the dome was as complete as they all assumed. He flew high over the town and then, near the center, lightly touched down on a spongy but unyielding invisible surface far above the rooftops. It sent a powerful tingling feeling up his legs. Most of the residents loitered at the perimeter, so the inner streets were emptier than usual. Still, a few people pointed up at him. Yep, an impenetrable dome over the town. No way in or out except by using the Orcs' archway. But hopefully in the morning there would be a back door. Hal flew north. It seemed crazy to fly all that way back to the temple and into the hands of the enemy, but he'd be more useful there than moping around Carter all evening. Robbie and the others could handle the crystal and get everyone out. It wasn't a long journey. What was left of the temple's golden dome glinted in the sunlight, and he headed straight for it. That was his way in. He began climbing toward the puffy clouds, his wings pumping steadily. By the time he reached the temple, he was high above, well out of range of ballistas. He imagined himself as a leaf fluttering down from a tree and began a careful, spiraling descent, aiming for the jagged opening in the golden dome. Just before he dropped inside, the sight of orcs dashing about made him growl with satisfaction. Yeah, let them panic. It had to be scary, seeing a dragon swooping down on them. Not just some random dragon either, but one whose friends were locked in a cell. They probably expected him to blast fire everywhere. He pulled his wings in tight at the last moment to clear the hole in the roof, then thudded down on the hard floor amid large chunks of gold that still hadn't been cleared. Orcs roared and immediately threw spears, clubs, and axes, all of which bounced off his tough hide. He let out a terrific bellow that echoed throughout the temple hall, then released a stream of fire. Orcs yelled and ducked, running for their lives. Some were engulfed at the fringes of the inferno, and they rolled to snuff out the flames, smoke pouring off their clothes. But Hal found it difficult to truly hurt them in such a grisly manner, so he aimed a little high, a bit like pulling his punches. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a shimmering net being flung over his back. Suddenly he couldn't move an inch. He roared and tried to twist around, but while he could flap his wings and flail his front paws, he was absolutely stuck fast at the rear end. Wartfang appeared before him. He held up a round shield and peered above it, laughing with glee. "I'm wearing the indestructible armor of Achilles, and you can't hurt me, and you're bound by Indra's net. Surrender yourself." Just to wipe the grin off his face, Hal breathed fire on him. To his surprise, the dancing flames encircled the orc as though he were protected by a force field. Wartfang laughed harder, apparently unharmed. The intricately decorated shield merely glowed at the edges. Still unable to move his rear end or tail, Hal grunted with annoyance. Being captured wasn't exactly a huge surprise, but he'd expected to put up more of a fight than this. "Give it up, Dragon Boy!" Wartfang shouted, standing alone before him. "You cannot escape the net unless someone pulls it off you. We have all the time in the world. Would you like to remain here, trapped and helpless for days to come, or be with your friends?" Hal glared at him. Orcs edged into view at his sides, but they remained wary. None of them had magical armor. "You are Hal, aren't you?" Wartfang asked, narrowing his yellow eyes. "It's impossible to tell you and Seth apart, but I assume you're here to rescue the other shapeshifters?" He lowered his shield a little. "Now, let's be reasonable about this. Your friends are safe. They're with the king at this very moment, and I can take you to them." "Where?" Hal growled. The orc took the growl as a threat and raised his shield again. "We have other weapons, you know. Not just these ancient magical artifacts. We have a basilisk in a crate. Would you like us to bring it out?" Hal sucked in a breath. A single glare from a basilisk was fatal. Of course, it would be equally dangerous for the orcs to release such a creature, even if they just slid open a panel so it could look out. Whether the threat was real or not, the orcs had the upper hand. Besides, Hal desperately wanted to rejoin his friends and Miss Simone. So he sighed and reverted to human form, a quick shift, so he could slip out from under the net and claw back a little dignity. It didn't work. As he morphed, the net shrunk with him and remained clinging to his shoulder and back. He still couldn't shrug it off. Orcs pressed in from all sides, grinning now that he presented no threat. Wartfang held his shield loosely at one side as he sauntered closer. "You have a choice," he said, snapping his fat fingers. An orc shuffled from the crowd, accompanied by the sound of rattling chains. "I can escort you to the king with Indra's inescapable net over your head, or you can agree to wear these." Hal stared with disgust at a pair of black shackles. Wartfang gestured vaguely at them. "Prometheus's adamantine chains are as unbreakable as Indra's net is infinite and inescapable. You wouldn't transform into a dragon if it meant crushing your wrists in the process, would you?" "Fine," Hal grumbled, holding out his hands in front of him. "Let's get this over with, so you can take me to my friends." "Good choice," Wartfang boomed. The shackles felt cold on his wrists and sent chills through his body. If they were metal, it was like nothing he'd seen before, utterly black with no reflection and very smooth, almost like finely sculptured quartz or granite. Dozens of orcs surrounded them as Hal and Wartfang walked together. Fascinated by the shackles, he feebly tried to break free. Yeah, not a chance, he thought. Ordinary iron shackles would have done just as well, he grumbled. There's no need for special ancient relics. Wartfang glanced sideways. Prometheus was a titan, you know. The chains were made for him. "How'd you even find this stuff?" Hal said. "Indra's net, the hand of Midas, the stone around King Gruel's neck." Actually, he knew how, because Hobfidget had told him. Wartfang happily explained anyway, and Hal tuned him out while he focused on what came next. They were heading along the expansive hall, with pocket realm archways to their left and right. No doubt King Gruel was still in the orchard Seth had mentioned, where the ceremony was taking place, the transmuting of humans to orcs. Wartfang was still talking, and were able to pinpoint precise locations and retrieve highly magical items from even the most inaccessible prisons or tombs. Just give us until dawn, Hal thought, beginning to panic. He couldn't see a way to prevent Queen Morgana's people from being transmuted this very afternoon, But maybe the king wouldn't get around to Carter until the morning. If so, the residents could escape and the pocket realm shut down. And then they'd open another and start again. We have to destroy their stash of realm orbs and help Hobfidget escape. His heart beat harder as Wartfang made a beeline for one particular pocket realm archway. He stepped across the threshold, and Hal had no choice but to follow, hemmed in on all sides by a horde of orcs. Sunshine warmed him immediately. They stood in a large enclosure surrounded by immaculately trimmed hedges. With dozens of apple trees spaced at regular intervals, along with lush, springy grass, and nothing but the peaceful buzz of bees and chirping birds, it was easy to get lost in the fantasy that King Gruel offered, pockets of paradise just a step away. "Where is everyone?" Hal asked, puzzled. Wartfang pointed. "On the other side of the maze." It took a moment to realize that one of the perimeter hedgerows was in fact the start of the maze he talked about, with an entrance in the center. "I don't get it," he muttered. "Queen Morgana's people have spent a lovely afternoon in the orchard," Wartfang explained as he ambled across the grass. "The king does enjoy a ceremony, and since he can only transmute 2 or 3 people at a time, he waits at the end of the maze and rewards them when they get there. The soldiers are excited, eager to be a part of this community." "Only because he poisoned their minds with a spell," Hal muttered. "Maybe so," Wartfang admitted. "It makes the whole process easier, though. Less dramatic. They're much more accepting of the transmutation." "Yeah, because who in their right mind would agree to be turned into orcs unless they've been brainwashed?" Hal growled. He paused, then added, "They really don't have any idea what's about to happen?" "No," Wartfang grinned. "But trust me, they won't care. They'll have their immortality and a wonderful new life." "Great." If the situation weren't so dire, Hal might have appreciated the setting, with its red and shiny apples, healthy trees, and vibrant grass. It made him curious, though. "Why is it so warm here?" he asked as they entered the maze and turned to the right. "It's the last day of February today. How come there are bees already? Why are the apples so ripe?" Well, this orchard is on the underside of the world, where the seasons are about 6 months ahead of our own. And the days are 6 hours ahead, too. The beauty of pocket realms is that we can bring a little summertime to a normally cold winter." Hal got it. "And for the rest of the year, these apple trees are bare, and this orchard is cold and depressing?" Wartfang shrugged. "Naturally. But then, we have other realms to explore. Right now, the orchard is everyone's favorite." He walked fast, making a dizzying number of sharp turns without pause as he threaded his way through the maze. Hal followed closely, hustled along by 6 or 7 orcs bringing up the rear. There was no escape unless he flew, which was impossible with the shackles on his wrists. "What's the plan, Hal? Think!" Voices drifted on the air. They came from just ahead, still out of sight behind numerous carefully crafted hedges. His silence caused Wartfang to glance over his shoulder. "Don't go thinking too hard about escaping, kid." "I wasn't," Hal lied. "Just wondering who looks after the maze." "Oh, really?" The orc didn't look convinced, but he turned to face the front again as he walked. "It was already here. We simply opened a pocket realm around it. One of the gardeners happened to be here also, so we hired her services." "Trapped her here forever, you mean?" Hal said in disgust. But she's happy. She's in charge of a dedicated team of gardeners." "Only she's an orc now." "Indeed. And better for it, I might add." Hal found that all of his anxiety had given way to anger. The poor gardener. No more going home to her family. No more of anything except tending to the stupid orchard for the rest of her life. Actually, longer than that, since she was apparently immortal as well. And Wartfang seriously believed she was happy? "What exactly do you mean by immortal?" he asked the orc. Wartfang shot a quick look back over his shoulder. "We aren't indestructible." but we're very tough and live a long time." Hal shook his head. He couldn't decide if he was relieved or even more angry. "So not really immortal, then? That's a lie, too." "It depends how you look at it, Dragon Boy. Orcs live 3 times longer than humans. Doesn't that seem like immortality to you? Now hush. We're just about there." After a few more twists and turns, they came upon a waiting line of soldiers, the tail end of the procession. They ditched their helmets and armor in favor of light clothing, and they stood chatting with their wives and children. And at the very end of the line, "Abby!" Hal shouted. Chapter 13. Inside the Maze. Abigail swung around. Her eyes lit up at the sight of him, and she broke from the line and raced toward him. He would have opened his arms and hugged her, but he had to make do with lifting his shackled hands over her head while she gripped him fiercely. "I don't know what they're planning, but I don't like it," she whispered, her words tumbling out. "What happened to you? Is Seth still free? Did you get what you needed? Oh, I missed you. I know it's only been a few hours, but—" "Whoa," Hal said, breaking loose. "We'll talk later. But why are you still here? You could have flown away any time." She blinked at him. "And leave the others? I couldn't do that. Anyway, I have to know what's in store for us." He peered at her for a long time, then at Miss Simone, Darcy, and Fenton as they clustered around. "You really don't know what's going to happen? King Gruel never told you?" "He just said how privileged we are to join his community," Fenton complained. "Yeah, we've been thrown in with all these other people," Darcy went on, gesturing ahead of her. "They're excited." "Time they learned the truth, then," Hal retorted. He raised his voice. "Hey, everybody, the king plans to—" Just then, a huge hand clamped down on his shoulder. Wartfang leaned close and whispered in Hal's ear, his stinky breath fouling the air. "Another word, and I'll run you through." Hal felt a sharp point digging into the center of his lower back. He paused, the words catching in his throat. "Something to hide?" Miss Simone said stiffly to the orc. "Something you don't want these people to know?" Abigail tilted her head. "Hal, is it bad? Nod once for yes." He nodded. The line shuffled around the corner another few places. Now just a couple of men and women remained in sight, along with 2 children. They turned to hear Hal's announcement. "What were you going to say?" one of the 2 soldiers asked, sounding a little put out. "Do you already know how this ceremony ends? I figured it was a rite of passage, like a dunking in the water or something." Hal recognized them both from the jungle when they'd rescued the Selkies. One was Arnold, but he couldn't remember the other guy's name. He opened his mouth to respond, but again the knife pressed into his back. "Now let's not ruin the surprise," Wartfang said, a little more cheerfully this time, as he grinned at the soldiers and their families. "That is, unless you want to forfeit." The Grey Kingdom residents immediately turned away from Hal and his friends. "Taylor, that's the other guy's name." Miss Simone whispered fiercely to the orc, "Stop this. Whatever's happening, end it now. We have powerful friends who will—" "Shut up," Wartfang rumbled in a low voice. "I have a knife to young Hal's back. The shackles prevent him from transforming, but even so, I doubt even he can heal from a severed spine. One thrust is all it will take." Abigail gasped. "We're very close to the end," Wartfang went on, "so stay in line and be silent. Besides, your young friend here is a worrywart. It's not as bad as all that, really." "It is," Hal's mind screamed. "It really is." He didn't dare say anything with Wartfang behind him, but he widened his eyes and let them read the fear on his face. He was pretty sure they got the message. Fenton, Darcy, and Abigail glanced at Miss Simone. Troubled, she offered a placating gesture that suggested they play along for the moment. "What's the plan?" Hal asked himself over and over. "I'm useless. I can't fly, I can't transform, I can't warn anybody. And what can the others do?" Turn into a mermaid, a fairy, a dryad, and a giant lizard? How about I breathe fire on Wartfang and run? But run where? Orcs blocked the maze behind them, and the king, and probably more orcs, stood just ahead, around the corner. The line moved again, and the Grey Kingdom's residents shuffled onward to experience the final part of the ceremony. Miss Simone went next, then Darcy, Fenton, and Abigail, and finally Hal. Wartfang's knife kept poking at his spine. The maze's exit came into sight. A narrow gap in the hedgerow to the left was blocked by a squad of 6 orc guards. Late afternoon rays of golden sunlight streamed in, casting shadows across the well-trodden grass. Taylor and his wife waited hand in hand, their 2 small children in front. King Gruel, an imposing figure in his flowing red robe, faced the family from the other side of a table, upon which sat 2 large bowls. An eerie silence had fallen. The king extracted 4 small bread rolls from one of the bowls. He handed them out to the family while grinning down at the small boy and girl. "Eat," he rumbled. "Join me here in the temple as my loyal subjects, and I will provide all that you will ever need." The family eagerly tore into their bread rolls. As they chewed, the king closed his eyes and began muttering under his breath, clutching his Sintamani stone medallion with one hand. Then he opened his eyes, smiled, and dipped a ladle into the second bowl. He filled a silver cup and handed it to the man. "Drink and pass it along." The soldier washed down his last mouthfuls of bread and passed the cup to his wife. After her, the children took their turns and handed the cup back. King Gruel gestured toward the exit. "Welcome. Step into the golden light and join your new family in the garden." The 6 orc guards dutifully stepped aside. That's it? The whole affair seemed innocuous enough, but Hal knew better. He started to lean toward Abigail, but he received a painful jab from the knife point in his lower back, and he hesitated. Either I warn them, he thought in panic, or we all turn into orcs. Still, he and his friends, along with a silent Miss Simone, watched the ceremony a second time as Arnold and his wife stepped up to the table. Hal felt certain the water contained more brainwashing potion, and the strange mutterings at the end were probably the transmuting spell. Still, he didn't trust the king one bit. For all he knew, the bread was the real danger here. "Welcome," the king finished, as the 6 orcs again stepped aside to allow passage into the garden beyond. "Step into the golden light and join your new family in the garden." Arnold and his wife held hands as they walked through, and for a moment it struck Hal as a rather beautiful moment. They lit up in the golden sunshine as they disappeared from view. King Gruel faced Hal and his friends. "There, you see? Not frightening in the slightest. And now it's your turn." "No way," Hal said. Despite the knife at his back, he blurted out his warning. "The king's turning people into orcs." Miss Simone and his friends stared at him in amazement. To his surprise, Wartfang slipped his knife back into its sheath, and the king started to laugh. "Well, it appears you have it all figured out, young dragon boy. Come now, a spell to transmute you, along with a little water to ensure your loyalty to me, and a little bread to slow its absorption in your body." "It won't work!" Hal shouted. The king sighed. "Well, you're probably right. Seth and those Selkies broke free of their allegiance to me, and I have no reason to believe the 5 of you will be any different. Something in your shapeshifter blood breaks the spell." "So," Darcy said, "you're letting us go?" Again, the king laughed. "Of course. I wouldn't transmute you against your wishes. I'm not a monster, you know." "That's a matter of opinion," Miss Simone snapped. "All those innocent men and women and children, they will be much happier in their new forms." The king gestured toward the sunlit exit, which remained unguarded, with the 6 orcs standing well back. Take a look for yourselves. Stroll around the garden. Watch how the women laugh with joy at their newfound strength. Observe how the males flex their new muscles. See how the children rough and tumble in the grass. They will each live 3 or 4 times longer than they might have otherwise. I'm giving them more than they could possibly have hoped for. You're a megalomaniac, Miss Simone said, shaking her head and sounding amazed. King Gruel's face darkened, and he bared his tusks and uneven teeth. Join us in the garden, I insist. Wartfang growled and loomed over the shapeshifters, and the orcs behind him stomped closer. Clearly, the king's suggestion to stroll in the garden was more of a command. "Run!" Hal suddenly shouted. "Abby, get out of here!" As if startled into action, Abigail shrank in an instant and zipped high above everybody's heads, well out of reach. At the same time, Darcy turned invisible. Her indistinct, blurred figure darted in front of Hal, and he shouted, "Go, Darcy! Get out of here!" But apart from the exit, there was nowhere for her to run, not with Wartfang and his thugs blocking the way. While some hunkered down, slashing at the air in case she tried to slip past, others blindly reached out, hoping to catch her. Wartfang's knife was back out, this time pressing against Hal's throat. "Catch her, you idiots!" The orcs doubled their efforts, stomping about the small space between the leafy walls and trying to grab an invisible arm or a fistful of hair. Abigail buzzed everywhere, and Hal wished she'd just get to safety before someone knocked her out of the air with a flying club. The king remained by the sunlit exit alongside his 6 guards. They didn't involve themselves in the mayhem. "There's nowhere to run, invisible girl, not unless you can sprout wings like your fairy friend and fly over the hedge. Now settle down before I lose my temper." "Don't listen to him, Darcy," Fenton shouted. An orc thumped him on the back of the head, and Fenton stumbled, falling to his knees in a daze. That caused Miss Simone to lash out and smack the same orc across the face. She might as well have hit a statue for all the good it did. He snarled and shoved her hard, and she toppled backward. Hal seethed with anger. If he wasn't wearing shackles that prevented him from transforming. He twisted sharply and breathed fire in Wartfang's face. The orc recoiled, and Hal barreled aimlessly about the confined space, adding to the confusion. Still, the exit yawned open and unguarded. Somehow, that made it even less inviting. Just to unsettle the orcs a little more, Miss Simone threw back her head and shrieked, a piercing, ear-splitting noise that caused everyone to flinch and falter. Her blonde hair lifted up and undulated as if underwater, and her silky cape fluttered. "Enough!" the king bellowed, his hands over his ears. He took a couple of ponderous steps, his enormous bulk jiggling, and grabbed Miss Simone's arm so tight that her shrieking abruptly ended and turned into a gasp of pain. "All of you, stop!" His stentorian boom was so loud and commanding that everybody halted, shapeshifters and orcs alike. The king twisted Miss Simone's arm hard enough that she stood on tiptoes. "Do we really have to keep doing this?" he barked, spittle flying from his jowls. "Do I once again need to threaten you with pain? If you insist on this nonsense, I'll break your arm." "Escape while you can," Miss Simone gasped. "Darcy, Abigail, get out of here." "Yeah, run, Darcy," Fenton yelled. His eyes glowed red, a sure sign that he was about to transform. Wartfang blinked rapidly, his face dark and puffy from the scorching Hal had given him. Smoke drifted from the top of his head. Then, inexplicably, the hedges began to quiver. All around, the towering walls of foliage rustled and creaked as the stiff trunks leaned sideways and thin branches curled. Gaping holes appeared, leading to adjacent inner corridors of the maze and therefore bypassing the orcs who tried to block the way. "Run!" Darcy shouted. her disembodied voice floating around the enclosed area. Fenton made a dive for the nearest hole, transforming as he went. In half a second, he was a 10-foot giant lizard with shiny black skin. But his extra-long tail proved to be his downfall, because an orc pounced on it and dug his heels into the ground to prevent the escape. Hal almost made a dive for another hole, but the king tightened his grip on Miss Simone's arm, and although she stifled her gasp, it was clear she was in trouble. In an instant, Hal made up his mind and shouted, "All right, all right." Fenton continued struggling. When he reverted to human form, his tail whipped out of the orc's hands and vanished, and suddenly Fenton stood there, scowling at Hal. "We're giving in?" he griped. "What else can we do?" Darcy reappeared. "Seriously, guys? Do you know how much concentration it takes to make hedges move aside? What a waste of talent." Hal tried not to be too obvious as he searched for Abigail. Please be far away from here by now, he thought. Go get help. Tell everybody something really bad is happening. His heart sank when she suddenly buzzed into view. She dropped lightly to the ground, returned to her full height, and retracted her wings. "Abby," he muttered, "why didn't you get away?" She shot him a stern look. "We're in this together." King Gruel released Miss Simone. She staggered aside, shaking the pain and cramps from her twisted arm. "Now," the king said, sounding tired, "are we done playing the fool? Please accept my very generous invitation and step into the garden." With that, he squeezed his enormous frame through the maze's narrow exit and was gone. Nobody spoke for a moment. Wartfang and a dozen orcs glared at the shapeshifters. There was only one way out, and that was to follow the king. Miss Simone huffed with irritation and concern. "Fine," she muttered. "We have no choice, but be alert." One by one, the group plunged into the rays of sunshine and filed out of the maze's exit. After the gloom of the tall hedges, the golden light was dazzling. When his eyes adjusted, Hal's gaze took in the waiting king, and behind him an enormous garden full of tall shrubs, crowded beds of flowers, numerous small trees, statues and water fountains, even a white-painted gazebo. The place was littered with motionless bodies, all of them orcs, not a human in sight, and that terrified him. Had the soldiers transmuted already, even Arnold and his wife from just minutes earlier? "Everyone's lying down," Miss Simone commented, her voice heavy with fear. "Are they—" The king waddled closer. "They're merely sleeping. Transmutation is a tiring process. They'll wake in the morning, as will you." "There's no way," Hal started to say. He got no further because a mountain fell on him. Well, it felt like that anyway. 3 or 4 orcs pinned him down on his back so hard that he could barely breathe. Thick knees and elbows dug in. Fingers gripped him so tight that he felt they might puncture his flesh. He couldn't twist his head around to look for his friends, but he could hear their grunts and cries, along with the clinking of knives and weapons, as an entire mob of thugs restrained them. Just for a second, Hal felt certain the king would come ambling over to gloat or rant at them some more. Instead, a powerful finger and thumb pinched Hal's nostrils together, and he opened his mouth to gasp, which was promptly filled with a deluge of water. He choked, spat, and thrashed, but ended up swallowing half of it just so he could draw in air. Then came chunks of bread. An orc stuffed bits in his mouth and clamped a hand over his lips, and after a brief struggle that got him nowhere, Hal swallowed that too. Then, as suddenly as they'd piled on, the orcs climbed off and retreated. Gasping, Hal looked sideways to find all his friends and Miss Simone laid out flat on the grass, all breathing hard, cheeks and chins shiny wet from the spilled water. Worst of all, the king was muttering. He stopped almost the same moment Hal noticed him. Apparently, he'd just finished whatever spell he'd invoked. There were far more than a dozen orc guards present now. It seemed a small mob had been waiting outside the exit, waiting to help dispense the rough treatment. "You should feel yourselves coming around to my way of thinking," the king rumbled. "Your desire to fight me will wane. You'll sleep, and when you wake, you'll have a bright new outlook on life as orcs. Your old human selves will be a thing of the past. Transmutation is nothing to be afraid of." "How would you know?" Fenton muttered as he climbed to his feet and went to help Darcy. King Gruel laughed, as if he'd just heard a funny joke. The large group of orcs around him chortled too. They seemed more relaxed now, as if their guard duty was finally over. Hal had a little trouble getting up. "Any chance someone can take these off before we transmute?" he said, rattling his shackles noisily. "All in good time, boy," the king said. "What's the purpose of all this?" Miss Simone demanded, wiping her face dry. "Converting humans into orcs? Why are you so hell-bent on expanding your numbers?" The king frowned, as if puzzled by her question. "Why, to build my army, of course. If I'm to rule over this land, I need a loyal army and magical artifacts, and a deadly weapon that will strike terror into the hearts of my enemies." "Pandora's jar," Abigail said, slipping her hand into Hal's. "Well, you're not getting us," Fenton yelled. "Even if we turn into orcs, we'll never follow you." "Yeah," Hal agreed. "Your magic water didn't work on Seth or the Selkies, and it won't work on us." "Speaking of Seth, did you ever find him?" Darcy whispered. Hal sighed. "Yeah, he's been an orc for a while now." The startled pause lasted about 5 seconds. Then Miss Simone said, "Seth was the young orc who helped you escape." It wasn't a question. She'd guessed correctly. So had the others, judging by their shocked expressions. Hal felt nauseous. He glanced at Abigail and saw how pale she looked. "It's starting," King Gruel rumbled, his smug grin widening. He laced his fingers across his protruding belly and rocked on his heels. "The transmutation is underway. There's nothing you can do to stop it." Miss Simone groaned. Her face had begun to distort. The points of tusks emerged from the corners of her mouth. Hal's horror deepened. He could feel the same bony protrusions in his own mouth. He'd shapeshifted many times before, but this was different. Would it be painful, like when he'd morphed into a werewolf? Would he turn to dust and reintegrate, losing some of his memory in the process? King Gruel and his fellow orcs laughed harder. Trying to shake off the image of what was happening to his friends, Hal held up his own trembling hands and stared in disbelief as his forearms and biceps thickened. The shackles suddenly felt very tight on his wrists. His chest expanded, his shoulders broadened, and his smart clothes rippled and adapted to fit his bulkier frame. "My army grows," King Gruel announced, his palms raised to the sunlight as if he were accepting a divine gift. Hal staggered as drowsiness overtook him. Though he tried to stay upright and conscious, a dark fog crept into his vision, and he sank to his knees with a moan. The terrifying truth rang in his head as he fell forward. "We're orcs now." Chapter 14. Transmutations. Hal blinked awake. The daylight seemed different, almost like it was early afternoon. With a shock, he realized he must have been asleep the entire night, and half the next day. Asleep all night. What? Here? He sat up and rubbed his sore wrists. He couldn't remember much of anything except that something exciting had happened the previous evening. A ceremony of some kind. He probably had King Gruel to thank for whatever it was. The generous ruler had already given plenty to his people over the years, but he just kept on giving more. Hal felt different, bigger, with incredible strength in his limbs. He imagined he could easily hoist a human over his head and throw him a few yards, or tear his arm clean off without any effort. I'm an orc. Well, of course he was, only... Wait, what? Who am I? My name's Hal, but what else? Confusion set in. Nearby, other orcs sat up and peered around. They all wore silk clothing the same as his. One orc, a female, had dark brown hair sprouting from the top and back of her head, pulled together in a ponytail. Another couple of females had blonde hair. One wore a cloak. Then there was the bigger orc, easily head and shoulders above Hal and the others. His arms bulged twice as thick, and his silk shirt hung open, while his pants looked more like a pair of makeshift shorts. Hal fingered his own shirt, remembering something about the fabric being enchanted and adaptable. A good thing, too. If he'd been wearing ordinary clothes, they'd have ripped apart during the transmutation. That was what had happened with the Grey Kingdom residents. Glancing off to the side, he spotted dozens of orcs shuffling about, as if they, too, had just woken up. Yeah, orcs from the Grey Kingdom. He returned his attention to those nearby and opened his mouth to call to the ponytailed orc, then paused as she scowled and focused her attention elsewhere. For a second, he wondered what had bitten her. Then he realized he didn't really care. Huh, he growled to himself, taken aback by the deepness of his voice. Getting up, Hal stomped around in a circle, amazed at the strength and power coursing through his body. He slammed a heel down on the ground and marveled at the way his thigh muscles flexed beneath the fabric of his silky pants. When he wandered off across the garden, he loved his long stride and the way his heavy arms swung. Why did he feel so good about himself this morning? His eyesight seemed a little blurrier than normal, but his hearing had sharpened considerably. Voices in the distance sounded different, quiet, but discernible. He could make out actual words from faraway conversations. I was a human before, he recalled with a start. That's why everything seems weird. Last night, we all became orcs. Relief flooded him, and he shuddered at the very idea of being a puny, whining human. What was everybody talking about? While some of the words were clear, he only caught snatches, so it was a bit of a puzzle guessing the gist of their discussions. Probably husbands and wives chatting about their newfound strength. The female orcs had oddly high-pitched voices, which they used to cut into their male partners' rumbles. The general atmosphere across the garden was one of celebration and enthusiasm. I'm an orc. We're all orcs. He mingled with the crowds, nodding and grunting at everyone he passed. They grinned back at him, their teeth and tusks gleaming. Most wore the ragged remains of what had once been good clothing, but who needed fine clothing anyway? Why hide such impressive arms and shoulders under boring garments and be restricted in movement? If only his own clothes had torn apart so he could show off his ripped muscles a little more. Tugging at his shirt didn't help. It simply stretched and sprang back when he let go. Maybe if he just pulled it off over his head. He paused, distracted. It seemed people were starting to move in unison, as if answering some call he'd missed out on. They funneled toward an ornate, wrought-iron gateway at the far side of the enormous garden where a couple of orcs waved the crowd in. Though he wasn't ready to go anywhere just yet, he still found himself joining the growing throng of jostling bodies. I don't recognize anyone now, the orc to his side said with a chortle. You? Hal glanced at him. You look as ugly as everyone else. The orc guffawed. Maybe, but I don't care. I feel good. I've never felt this strong before. Who cares if I can't find a familiar face? Although, he frowned. Huh, I just now remembered that my wife and kids are here somewhere. Wife and kids? Hal was befuddled for a moment. How does someone so easily forget his family? At the back of his mind, faces from his past swam into view, but he couldn't make them out and they quickly faded. Probably a good thing. Humans were a horrible, weak, scrawny, whiny bunch, Best to forget he was ever one of them. Still, the word friends popped into his head. But surely everyone is my friend now, and we're all subjects of the kind and gracious King Gruel. Seems like my memory is coming back, the orc at his side said, as the crowd tightened into a shuffling formation near the gate. Had a bit of amnesia back there, but it's clearing a little. You? You're getting old, Hal retorted. The orc laughed again. Naw, just a rough night sleeping on the grass. As they inched forward in the restless line, Hal studied the sky again. Definitely early afternoon. It seemed incredible to think that everyone, all these people from the Grey Kingdom, as well as his old friends, had transmuted, collapsed on the grass, and slept the night away. But not as incredible as the transmutation itself. He wished he could remember more of his past life as a human, if only to make a comparison. It all seemed so vague now. My friends! The faces swam into his mind again, in particular a small, freckled human face framed with dark brown hair in a ponytail. Abigail. The tied-back hair made him think of the female orc he'd sat up next to after waking earlier. Could that be her? And fingering his silky clothing, he realized those few others had worn similar garments. He twisted to look back along the line of newly transmuted orcs. He saw so many half-bald, tusked figures that he immediately gave up trying to find anyone he might have known before. If his old friends had mixed in with that crowd, it would be hard to identify them now. Oh well. He faced front again, elbow to elbow with other orcs, as the line narrowed from half a dozen to single file. There was no stopping when they reached the wrought-iron gate. The guards simply waved them on. Once clear of the gate and the wall of hedges, he realized he was back in the apple orchard, with the maze off to his left. From here, it was a short walk across the grass to the archway leading to the temple. He quickened his pace, eager for the next stage in his transition. He'd be living in the temple from now on. Where would he sleep? What part of the structure would he call home now? Passing through the archway, he stepped into the noisy, bustling temple hall. Dozens of orcs spilled out with him, and while most split off in one direction or another, Hal found himself momentarily at a loss. Did the others have somewhere to go? He didn't. Young Hal, an orc rumbled in his ear. It was Wartfang. The sight of him stirred memories, but he couldn't figure out whether they were good or bad. Why was everything so fuzzy? He had a feeling the orc was bad news, but things had changed. Hal was an orc now. Whatever differences they'd had probably didn't matter anymore. Wartfang guided him by the elbow while talking amiably in a low voice. Most of these people spent the last couple of days staking out a new home inside the temple or in a pocket realm, and now they're off to settle in. They deserve it. They showed their loyalty before they transmuted, and now they get to reap the rewards. You, on the other hand, caused some trouble. Before you earn the right to live here with us, I have a job for you. What kind of job? Hal asked, again thrilled by the sound of his own booming voice. But still, the fuzziness of his memory bothered him, and he poked a finger in his ear, as if he might dislodge some kind of blockage. You! Wartfang called to another orc. And you! With me! Everyone he barked at sauntered over without hesitation. 3 of them wore typical orc attire, skins, leathers, straps, belts, and body armor, and looked ready for action. One in particular had a helmet and a rusty metal face mask, and his protective coverings had spikes and hooks. But the other 5 orcs were newly transmuted and wore ripped human clothing. They looked eager, but a little unsure, the same as Hal felt. Wartfang picked up his pace and marched down the hall, veering toward the newest pocket realm, the one with the town of Carter inside. Another memory stirred. Hal felt like a blanket of murk lay over his mind. His entire past life was in there somewhere, just dulled. Meanwhile, his future as an orc lay ahead, as bright and clear as the sunrise. As Wartfang stepped over the threshold into Carter, Hal couldn't help noticing the striking difference in the daylight. Here, it looked more like early morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon. Wartfang had said the orchard was located on the underside of the world, where the seasons were opposite, and where the days were 6 hours ahead. So, it was early afternoon there, but merely dawn here. Why does that seem important? "It's a new day and I have a job for you," Wartfang announced. "It seems people here are early risers. Walk around, get to know the locals, and invite them to the temple. Explain that the king has a wonderful offer. All they have to do is listen. Don't try and force anyone just yet. We like to warm them to the idea before dosing them with a drop of persuasion. The softly approach first, all right?" The masked orc growled. Wartfang shot him a glare. "Well, it's time you learned how, Bloodfist. Be nice." He glanced around at the gang. Bloodfist is one of the originals, a true orc, which is why he's a little rough around the edges. But while he has a face like a mangled cabbage, he's a loyal warrior. "Now, rookies, let's get out there and—" "Where can I get a club like yours?" one of the rookies interrupted. Others chimed in with similar requests. Wartfang guffawed and held up his hands. "All in good time. For now, see how many humans you can soften up with words alone. Young Hal and Bloodfist, you're with me. The rest of you, move it!" The eager rookies split into 2 groups and set off, each trailed by a watchful armored orc. Wartfang took hold of Hal's shoulder. "Before we go anywhere—" "Yes?" Hal demanded, impatient to get going. An entire town of humans awaited conversion. The people had no idea what they were missing out on. Once they realized just how strong they could be. Wartfang slung his arm around Hal's shoulders. "How are you feeling this morning?" "How am I feeling?" Aghast, Hal took a step to the side, ducking out from under him. "Who cares how I'm feeling? We have people to transmute. I was human a few hours ago, weak and feeble, nothing but skin and bones. Being an orc, I can easily build houses like Robbie, a friend of mine who... A friend who can transform into an ogre." Indeed, Wartfang said, nodding. "And these friends of yours, how do you feel about them now?" Hal frowned. "I don't know. My brain is a little foggy. They're still my friends, but they probably feel the same way as I do. Glad to be orcs." Wartfang continued nodding, a little more thoughtful now. Yes. And what about the people in this town? You grew up here, so you know them. What if a situation gets violent?" "Violent?" Hal muttered, distracted. "I didn't grow up here," he thought. "I grew up on an island in old Earth." Wartfang continued. "Yes, to prove your loyalty to the king, you need to help persuade these people to abandon their old life and join the king. Are you up for that? Some will protest and cause trouble, and you may have to hurt them. You wouldn't have a problem with that, would you?" Hal held out his hand. "Give me a club." To his disappointment, Wartfang didn't hand one over. He simply chuckled and said, "Later, young orc, later. For now, bring me 10 curious volunteers, and that'll certainly prove your worth. Then you'll get the pick of the most fearsome clubs in the armory." 10? Consider it done." As Hal stalked off, Wartfang called to him. "Bloodfist and I will be close by if you need help, young Hal." He wasn't sure what to make of that. Was it an offer of genuine help, or some kind of veiled threat? He thought about that as he cut across the grass toward a dusty road. Buildings loomed a short distance away. Despite the murk over his memory, he knew these streets well, and he headed for the market. 10, he thought, as he shook his head in disgust. He fully expected 50 volunteers within the next hour. It was impossible to expect otherwise. He felt amazing. There was no way he planned to reclaim his human body, even if that were an option. All he could think about now was helping others to see what they were missing. Just one taste of being an orc would convince them. And they hadn't even met King Gruel yet. Glancing back, he spotted Wartfang and the creepy Bloodfist trailing behind. What, they didn't trust his loyalty? Didn't think him capable of being a real orc? Hal felt anger stirring in his chest, all that prattle about his feelings toward his friends and growing up in the town. He didn't need babying. In fact, they'd better watch out, or he'd show them what he was really made of. He was the strongest by far. He was an orc that could transform into... He halted suddenly. A dragon. He stared into space as a powerful memory surfaced. How had he forgotten that? "I'm a dragon shapeshifter," he mumbled. "Robbie's an ogre. And Abigail." He heard stomping footsteps behind him and turned. Wartfang and Bloodfist paused 20 paces away. "Trouble, young Hal?" Wartfang rumbled, his bicep bulging as he raised his club. Hal swallowed. "There's nobody around. The streets are empty." The orc nodded slowly, lowering his club. "Yeah, it's weird. People were everywhere before the sun came up. Now it's quiet. I've seen some peeking out of windows, though." Bloodfist grunted. Wartfang barked a laugh. "No, my good friend, you can't go bashing indoors. Not yet, anyway." He called again to Hal. "See if they're all at the dome wall. Any direction, doesn't matter. There's nothing going on here in the center." Hal set off again, veering slightly to the right, deep in thought. Plodding along, he barely noticed a door slamming shut across the street, or a man scrambling to hurdle a fence. He rounded a corner and came across a family of 4 who froze in their tracks and stared at him as he approached. But Hal simply nodded and passed them by, a little disturbed at the way they cringed and cowered, the mother and father wrapping their arms protectively around their 2 small children. As if I'd hurt them. He checked over his shoulder in time to see the family rushing down an alley to get out of the way of Wartfang and Bloodfist. Another couple of deserted streets later, he arrived at the market, which of course was completely dead. Normally, it would be in full swing. He didn't stop moving and instead cut across to the far side, glancing at abandoned stalls as he passed. Several struck him as very familiar. He'd bought all kinds of pies and pastries here. Now the tabletops were empty. Another stall caused him to pause. This was where he'd bought Abigail a dragon necklace as a Christmas gift. She often wore it to school, but she had to stash it when dealing with emergencies because, as a tiny fairy, it would fall off and get lost. He marched onward, heading to the outer reaches of the dome. Wartfang and Bloodfist still trailed him. "They don't trust me because I'm not like them. I'm not even like the people of the Grey Kingdom. I'm a shapeshifter, and I didn't want to join the Orcs. They locked us up. They opened Pandora's jar and made us suffer." His murky memories grew clearer by the second, and his horror increased. What am I doing? Did I actually agree to help Wartfang recruit people? To join the king and be turned into orcs? Anger welled up in his chest, and he felt like spinning around and blasting his pursuers with fire, but he held off for the moment. There was more. He needed to remember what... It came to him suddenly, and he almost reeled. The far side of the dome, Robbie and the crystal. He would be opening a hole at dawn for people to escape, and it was already past dawn. He stopped dead in his tracks and looked over his shoulder. Once more, Wartfang and Bloodfist paused, watching him. Hal spun around and marched toward them. "I don't like being followed. Why don't you just trust me?" "You have to earn trust," Wartfang growled, raising his club. "You passed a family back there and didn't even attempt to recruit them. They ran off down an alley. Try harder, young Hal." "I'm still waking up," Hal complained. "All right, fine, let's try over this way. I hear voices." He did too. But regardless, he had to lead them away from where Robbie was supposed to be opening the hole in the dome wall. He marched with purpose in a different direction, Following the muted sounds of voices, his orc hearing amazed him. Wartfang and Bloodfist still followed, more closely now. As Hal neared the end of a street, he found a group of maybe 10 men clustered there, unable to advance any further because the wall of the dome cut across from one side to the other. Not that they were trying to advance. They seemed to be standing around, discussing something in earnest. Their conversation died as Hal and the larger orcs approached. Aware that his every word would be under scrutiny, he had to think fast about what to say. Nothing sprang to mind other than what Wartfang expected to hear. Swallowing his dismay, he started into his feigned sales pitch. Good morning. I just wanted to come by and, tell you all about the orcs in the temple if you— We don't want your kind around here, a man shouted, rushing forward with an iron fire poker held above his head. Get rid of this invisible wall and leave us alone. Well, just let me— You have no right to be here, another man shouted. This one brandished a long knife. We have powerful friends, you know. They're shapeshifters. When they get here, you'll be sorry. Hal found himself speechless for a moment. One of the men nudged another and gave a nod, and a quick, very quiet message spread throughout the group. What are you all whispering about? Wartfang snarled as he stomped closer. He stashed his club for the moment and held up both hands in a calming gesture. Now look, it's clear you're angry, but take a moment to listen to what my king has to offer. The orc continued in a surprisingly soothing voice despite his towering size. He fingered the string of teeth dangling from his neck, which every man in the group peered up at with wide eyes. Hal's attention wandered to the masked Bloodfist, who glared through the eye holes, one fist clenched and the other gripping a ball and chain hanging from his belt. A couple of the men kept glancing at Hal, and he finally realized they'd noticed his clothing, the silky garments of a shapeshifter. They had to be confused. Or maybe Robbie had spread the word about what was happening in the temple, in which case they must have guessed one of the shapeshifters had been converted. Hal pretended to scratch his chin. And then, when he caught someone's gaze, he raised a finger to his lips. Shh! Recognition passed across the man's face, and he quickly looked away, focusing on Wartfang's speech. And endless possibilities, lands of beauty and wonder, all within easy reach. All we ask is that you come to the temple and hear us out. I'm just a lowly warrior orc. My king is far wiser, and he will— We're not interested, someone snapped. We have all the beauty and wonder we want right here in Carter. He almost spat the words with scorn. You're nothing but a bunch of thugs. Hal spoke up before Wartfang could offer a retort. There are people in houses, he said, putting on a gruff tone. Why don't you get everyone together so we can talk to you all at once? The group stared at him, saying nothing. I mean it. I saw a family on my way here, running about the streets, and a man still in his home. If you could gather everyone in one place, I think we could resolve this matter quickly and safely. Still, the group stared. Then the man with the fire poker said, A family, you say? Where? Hal gestured. I think the sign said, Maple Lane. The man shut himself into another house there too, about halfway down. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Wartfang turn fully toward him, radiating suspicion. That's what we're trying to do, the fire poker man grumbled. That was the plan, to get everyone together. We'll go find those people you mentioned and keep looking for others. Every last one, Hal warned. Every last one. Just for a second, the understanding between them seemed so tangible that Hal feared Wartfang would see it. He nodded briskly. Good. And then you'll agree to listen to what my friend Wartfang has to say. Sure, several of the men mumbled. Hal faced Wartfang and Bloodfist. Well, that's that. We're halfway to recruiting every last man, woman, and child in this town, or those inside the dome anyway. I suppose anyone outside the dome is pretty much out of reach. For now, Wartfang growled, his expression still deeply suspicious. The orc said nothing as the group of men started to shuffle away, and it was only when they disappeared around a corner that he thrust his face toward Hal and continued. I don't trust you. What was all that about? Gathering them together for what? To talk to them, Hal protested. I just don't see the point in walking about saying the same thing over and over to small groups when we could get them all together in one place. And where is this place? How should I know? Wartfang grabbed Hal's smart shirt and yanked him closer. The orc's breath stank of rotten meat. I don't know what your game is yet, but I'm watching you. Do you hear? You may be an orc in appearance, but so was Seth, and he betrayed us. To help you. With a grunt of disgust, he shoved Hal backward. The king is too confident in his own magic, the orc snarled. The power of persuasion only works on those who are already halfway agreeable. You never were and never will be. He was a fool to think you would simply wake up and be a faithful orc. Do you know why he's going out on a limb for you, young Hal? Why you're even still alive? Because you're a shapeshifter, and he's determined to have a dragon shapeshifter by his side as a pet. Maybe he could try being nice for a change, Hal muttered. Wartfang almost sputtered his indignation. Nice? Nice? Lifting his club to Hal's face, he growled, You, boy, should have been dispatched already. And mark my words, I'll kill you myself the very moment I discover what you're up to. Chapter 15. Thugs in Town. Wartfang and Bloodfist stalked away, but they didn't go far. Hal hung back, watching as they disappeared from sight. Less than a minute later, Wartfang peeked around the corner and snatched his head away when he saw Hal was paying attention. Being spied on was a problem. I just want to find Robbie and see how the rescue mission is going. But Wartfang would follow, and the game would be up. Hal hunkered down on a doorstep and moped for a while, trying to figure out what to do next. Wartfang knew he was up to something, and Hal knew he knew, and Wartfang knew he knew he knew. Another part of his brain reasoned differently. Come on, Hal. You're a dragon. Pounce on Wartfang and Bloodfist while they're close and deal with them. Make sure they don't go running to King Gruel. As long as they're trapped somewhere, then the people of Carter will have plenty of time to sneak out of Robbie's hole in the dome wall. And once everybody's out, Phobal the Faerie can close the pocket realm. Yeah, simple. He absently rubbed his wrists. Wartfang was right. The king had too much confidence in his own powers. He should never have removed Hal's shackles. Can't sit around here all day. He stood, walked to the center of the street, and glared at the corner where Wartfang and Bloodfist waited out of sight. I know you're there, he yelled. I may look like an orc, but I'm not, so you'll just have to come and kill me. After a pause, both orcs emerged, along with several more. Wartfang hefted his club and snarled as he stomped closer. Behind him, Bloodfist casually extracted his deadly ball and chain weapon, and the other four orcs spread out to the sides, itching for a fight. Hal waited. A little closer, guys. Come and get me. When the gang closed the gap to a mere 20 paces or so, Hal transformed. Except he didn't. He felt a jolt of absolute terror. He couldn't imagine what he looked like, standing there trying to shapeshift, but it caused a ripple of laughter among the approaching orcs. They even paused for a moment so they could point and guffaw. Work, he told himself. Transform! What's going on? He changed a little bit, a slight rippling of his shoulders, a tightness on his back, a weird sensation in his face, and a smattering of scales across the backs of his hands. But that was about it. Get him, boys! Wartfang roared. Hal turned and ran. Instantly, he remembered the street ended at the dome wall, blocking the way, so he darted toward the nearest house. Hardly anyone locked their door in Carter, and to his relief, he crashed into the hall, slammed the door, slid a bolt across, and ran for the kitchen at the back. Behind him, the door exploded inward. With a bellow of excitement, all 6 orcs thundered in after him. Hal dashed out the back door and didn't bother pausing to close it. He crossed a small yard and hurdled a short fence into an alley. There, he turned to the left and sprinted. His pursuers were tall, with long strides, but they weren't exactly fast with all their heavy armor and weapons. Unfortunately, Hal realized he wasn't exactly fast himself, not as nimble as he would be in human form. Still, he pulled ahead. At the end of the alley, he turned the corner and desperately looked for a way to duck out of sight. An abandoned 4-wheeled cart stacked with hay? No, too obvious. The fence directly opposite? No, he wouldn't make it in time. Climb a drain pipe? Hide inside another house? Duck down under a hedge? Instead, he kept running in plain sight, straight along the middle of the street. The orcs bellowed for him to stop, but the gap was a little bigger now. Hal felt confident he could lose them as long as he didn't run himself ragged. He veered left to avoid leading the orcs toward Robbie. He'd sooner run all over the town before he made that mistake. A few more sharp turns and narrow alleys later, he began to smile, knowing Wartfang was far behind. Winding up in the market square again, he had a ton of stalls to hide behind. He picked one at random and hunkered down to take a breather and to concentrate on transforming. The sun had risen. It was long past dawn by now, and Robbie had to be nearly done getting everyone out. Right? And then it was up to Phobal the Faerie to... He inhaled sharply as a horrible thought struck him. What if the Faerie closed the pocket realm while Hal was still running about inside? The image of the king's crushed grape came to mind. Then again, when would it be safe to close the pocket realm? How would Robbie know when every last resident was out? It wasn't like he could do a head count. There might be some who hadn't received the message to escape at dawn, and those who stubbornly refused to leave their home. The flaws in Hal's plans started to surface. It was so risky. Just one person left inside the dome when it closed. "Young Hal!" a distant voice boomed. Come out! Come out, wherever you are!" Not likely, Hal thought. Unable to transform, he tried breathing fire. He could manage that at least. He peeked out from his hiding place, checked the market square was clear, and began a mad dash to the far side, staying low and using stalls for cover. When he reached the safety of another alley, he took a moment to plan a long, circular route in case he was spotted. He saw nobody, at least not inside the dome. Whenever he ran up a street and was blocked by a faintly shimmering barrier, he spotted crowds of people loitering outside, staring back at him. He kept turning and trying other routes, staying as close as possible to the dome wall as he made his way around its perimeter. Then suddenly, the crowds outside the dome increased. He'd found the secret exit point, smack in the middle of a street where the invisible barrier cut across. And there was Robbie. Hal let out a whoop of joy. Along with his best friend, maybe 20 people were still inside, huddled together, but the vast majority had already exited a small hole at ground level. It looked like half the town had congregated on the outside, waiting anxiously for the rest to make their escape. Robbie waved them one by one out of the strange opening. "You did it," Hal said as he ran to greet him. "Nice one, Robbie." His friend spun around, jerked in surprise, and immediately transformed into a full-size ogre. Hal skidded to a stop, then ducked as a massive fist swung toward him. "Whoa!" he yelled. "What are you? Wait, Robbie, it's me!" The ogre lumbered after him wherever he tried to duck and dodge. Hal couldn't remember ever being on the receiving end of Robbie's sledgehammer fists, and he didn't want to start now. "Robbie, it's me, Hal. I know I look like an orc, but I can explain. Stop trying to hit me." The ogre paused, tilting his head and frowning deeply. Behind him, the last group of escapees scrambled faster, wriggling through the hole as fast as possible. Judging by the whitish outline, the hole couldn't be much wider than a pair of shoulders across. The evacuation would have been much quicker, if not for that. Hal held up his hands, then plucked at his silk shirt. "Look!" he yelled. "See? Smart clothes. It's me. Listen, there's a bunch of real orcs running about, and they'll be here any minute. It looks like we're just in time. But do you know if anyone is left inside, hiding in a house somewhere?" Robbie shrank back to his human form, a frown still on his face. "I knew they were turning people into orcs, but... You?" He shook his head and said, "Never mind. Explain later. I'm glad you're here, because I can't make this decision. Mr. Patterson dragged his bedridden mom here in a wheelbarrow and shoved her out the hole. But then you have some idiots who decided to stay home and barricade their front door." "Yeah, I just saw a group wandering about trying to find them," Hal cried, aghast. "We can't close the pocket realm if—" "I know!" Robbie yelled, his face white. "This whole plan is pointless." Hal thought quickly. "No, it's not," he said at last, watching as the fleeing crowd diminished to the last 5. "Most people are out. That's still a good thing, even if we can't close the dome yet." Approaching the hole in the wall, he spotted the glowing crystal mounted on a stick. The makeshift staff jutted out of the grass and leaned on the barrier. "How's it work?" he asked, intensely interested despite the urgency. Still gazing at him in wonder, Robbie shrugged. "This morning, Phobal gathered every bit of magic he could and channeled it all into the crystal. It got superheated pretty fast. Good thing you said to put it on a stick first. Anyway, I just touched it to the dome wall and, well, that happened." The last person crawled through, and Hal got a good look at the hole. The circular edge was almost frothy, like sea foam. "Is it safe to touch?" "Oh yeah, it's fine, but it's shrinking. It was twice the size when I opened it. The crystal is draining." "Well, everyone's out now, so we're good." "Almost everyone's out," Robbie reminded him. "How do we close it?" "The dome? No, the hole." With another shrug, Robbie said, "Apparently, we just have to move the crystal away from it, or it'll close on its own if we wait long enough." Hal checked over his shoulder. "We can't wait. Let's close it now." "The dome?" "No, the hole, unless you want some orcs following you out." Robbie squinted at the frothy, foamy opening. "You reckon they'll even fit? Will you fit?" With a shiver of fear, Hal realized his friend was right. Well, I guess not. You should go, buddy. Where's Thomas and Emily and the rest?" A sudden bellow from behind caused him to spin around. Wartfang, Bloodfist, and the 4 other warriors had come into view at the end of the street. "Treachery!" Wartfang roared. "Charge!" Hal spun back to Robbie. "Go! Get out! But don't close it yet!" "Wait, what? Don't close the hole?" "Don't close the dome. Close the hole, but not the dome. Give me a chance to get back to the temple first." "But—" Hal gave his friend a hefty shove, almost sending him flying. With dozens of people outside the shimmering wall urging Robbie to hurry, he stumbled over to the hole and stooped to crawl out. Then paused. "You can still transform, right?" "Robbie, get out of here!" Hal yelled. The orcs had closed the distance by half already. "Hal, can you shift?" Robbie demanded, straightening up. "Show me right now or I'm staying." Hal faced the charging orcs and knew even Robbie, the ogre, would be in trouble against such a furious mob of giant warriors armed with clubs and knives, and a spiked ball that Bloodfist swung in the air with practiced precision. "Robbie, please go!" But Robbie, ignoring the pleas of the townsfolk, turned his back on the rapidly closing exit hole and hurried over to stand by Hal's side. "No way, man. Get on my shoulders. Phobal, you better get out of there." To Hal's surprise, The tiny fairy sprang from Robbie's pocket and buzzed into the air. As Robbie started to grow, Hal leapt onto his friend's back, flinging his arms around the thickening neck from behind. Seconds later, he was clinging to the massive, shaggy shoulders of an ogre. The thundering stampede of orcs hit Robbie like a tidal wave, causing him to rock backward. He staggered, kept his balance, and began lurching about as orcs whacked him with heavy clubs and even nastier weapons. Robbie might be tough and a good bit taller, but this was a vicious onslaught. He roared and groaned, stumbling around in circles as he tried to escape the jabs and blows. Hal had to scramble up and sit atop the ogre's broad shoulders just to keep his feet out of reach. Knowing his friend couldn't take much more of this, Hal clung tight and tried to focus on transforming. "You can do this! Think! Concentrate! You've done it 1,000,000 times!" Lashing out, Robbie sent 2 orcs flying, then another, but all 3 got back up and rejoined the battle with increased ferocity. And then the ogre, letting out a mournful moan, toppled forward and slammed face down on the ground. Hal rolled off, and as he tried to sit up, there was a moment of calm as 6 orcs stared down at him. Then Wartfang snarled, "Let 'em have it, boys!" Hal raised a hand to ward off the attack, even though he knew the very first club would smash his arm without the slightest pause. And then a black lizard tail came out of nowhere and smacked a couple of orcs so hard that they stumbled backward and collapsed. Hal glimpsed a long body and short limbs, and a pair of glowing red eyes, and then a spray of grey water that drenched Bloodfist. Fenton swung himself about, twisting this way and that, whipping his tail around and catching a couple more orcs. But Wartfang let out an enraged yell and somehow grabbed hold of the thrashing tail. As soon as he did that, he tugged hard and yanked Fenton backward across the street. "If Fenton can transform, I can too," Hal told himself before the rest of the orcs gathered and attacked him again. This time, he didn't just try to shapeshift, he actually did it. Whatever mental block he'd had earlier, suddenly it was gone. He changed quickly, his reptilian body expanding, his claws popping out, and his wings unfolding from his back. Even before he was at full size, he leaned forward and breathed fire in a semicircle, forcing the orcs to retreat. Hal barreled through them, intent on reaching Wartfang, who stood over Fenton. The orc spun around, eyes widening. Hal snatched him up in his jaws. He refrained from crunching his enemy in half. Instead, he tossed him aside so hard that Wartfang hit the front door of a cottage. The door caved in on impact. Part of the frame collapsed, and the orc ended up sprawled on the doorstep amid a pile of dust and splintered wood. Fenton slithered up onto Hal's back. Robbie, still dazed, groaned and sat up. "Hurry!" Hal growled. By the time Robbie climbed aboard, all 6 orcs had picked themselves up and collected their senses. They banded together again, wary now, spreading out to surround the dragon. At the last second, a buzzing creature zipped overhead. Hal blinked and missed it, but he guessed it was Phobal. But where were Miss Simone, Abigail, and Darcy right now? He saw no sign of them. With no time to stick around, he launched straight upward, leaving the angry orcs in a cloud of dust. The only plan he had was to get away from Wartfang and his gang. But as he flew low over rooftops, he spotted more orcs lumbering about. One had hold of a young-faced man with a mop of curly brown hair. Another chased a couple of fleeing women. "What should I do?" he frantically asked himself. "Who should I save first?" It was already too late. As he circled around, the orc pursuing the women lobbed his club and hit one over the head, then pounced on the other as she stopped to help her friend. Meanwhile, the curly-haired man now squirmed in the grip of his captor. A small group of orcs on a street corner caught Hal's attention. One was short and old, Hobfidget, and seemed to be rotating slowly, holding in his hand a dangling pendant. The other 3 orcs loitered behind him. Suddenly, Hobfidget pointed straight at the front door of a cottage, and the group thundered inside with triumphant yells. Hal circled again, and not long after, the 3 orcs emerged with a man, woman, and teen son tucked under their arms, all thrashing and yelling. "How are they finding these people?" Robbie shouted, clearly back in human form again. Fenton didn't answer. Either he was still in lizard form, or he simply had no clue. With a cry of frustration, Hal absently rose higher and higher, and then had a shock when he glanced up to find a white-winged figure standing in mid-air directly above. "Lauren!" Robbie called. She'd landed on the dome's invisible roof, and if she hadn't been there, Hal feared he would have crashed into it and squashed his friends. He flapped about in hover mode, sweating inwardly and thanking his lucky stars Lauren had turned up out of the blue. The harpy shapeshifter dropped to her hands and knees and yelled something. With the barrier, the steady beat of Hal's wings, and the constant yelling from below, it proved difficult to make out what she was saying. Robbie heard, though. "Did you hear that, Hal? She said not everybody made it out." "Yeah, we know that," he thought. "And she said she's headed to the temple with Thomas, Dewey, and Emily." "Wait, Lauren, stop! What do you mean you're headed to the temple? Stay away from those spears." But Lauren had already shot off into the sky, leaving Hal to flap about alone, his wingtips occasionally batting against the dome ceiling. He made up his mind what to do next. Since the orcs had captured people already, and it looked like they were hell-bent on capturing more, he decided he was better off returning to the temple himself. A much quicker way. Find Miss Simone, Darcy, and Abby, he thought quickly. Then figure out a way to knock out those giant crossbows before Lauren and the others get there. Maybe we can get the whole team together. Then we can go after the king. Staying low, he flew fast across the rooftops. Orcs glanced up as he passed over, but he was too quick for them, except for one, who lobbed a battle axe almost without thinking. It fell short and smashed a hole in the roof of the community hall. He saw more orcs along with a few extra human captives. Hal's heart sank. So much for the plan to get everyone out and close the dome. That wasn't happening now. In fact, he needed to make sure Phobal didn't get it into his head to close it anyway. Suddenly concerned, he surged forward and swooped toward Miss Simone's lab building. It stood outside the dome wall, but it was the shimmering archway Hal aimed for, the official entry and exit point. A squad of orcs guarded it. They saw him coming and braced, crouching low with weapons held out in front, grimaces on their faces as if they expected to be roasted alive. Hal obliged them, shooting a long stream of fire while dropping as low as possible. He leveled out mere yards above the ground and hurtled toward the heavily guarded archway. Orcs roared their savage war cry. Fenton and Robbie yelled in terror. At the last second, Hal stopped flapping, tucked in his wings, and pulled up his feet. His belly touched down on the grass, and he rocketed through the archway at full speed, sending orcs flying and taking out the columns with him. Once inside the temple, momentum carried him and chunks of marble across the hard, smooth floor. He careened into more orcs, and finally slid to a halt on the opposite side of the hall, inches from an archway that led to a desert realm. He could feel the heat emanating from the hot breeze within. But he had no time to lie around gawking. "Shapeshifters!" King Gruel bellowed. Chapter 16. Basilisk in a Box. "Phobal, stay here," Robbie urged as he slid off Hal's back. "I seem to remember Wartfang saying the battlements are down those alleys. That's where we're going. Fenton and I have some serious bashing to do." The Faerie buzzed about, jabbering in a high-pitched voice. "Get in Hal's pocket," Fenton barked at him in a deep, throaty orc voice. "It's right there, around his neck." The buzzing stopped just after that, and the orc jumped down. "Hal, come with us. We can lose ourselves in the crowd." That was probably true. The entire hall hummed with activity, but while the furious king and his dangerous cohorts occupied the hall in one direction, the orcs in the other were far less warlike and seemed puzzled and uncertain. Their raggedy clothing suggested most of them were newly transmuted. Hal shook his head. "I'll keep the king busy," he grunted. Not that Fenton understood his dragon growls. It seemed Fenton got the general idea, though. "All right, Beanpole," he said to Robbie. "It's you and me to the battlements." The two of them took off running. "Stop them!" the king bellowed at once. A few nearby orcs jumped into action and made lumbering grabs for the fleeing boys, but Hal roared at them and breathed fire. The crowd instinctively ducked, and a few seconds later, Fenton and Robbie had disappeared into the nearest alley, heading for the battlements. "Go and break some crossbows," Hal thought gleefully. "Give Lauren and Emily and Dewey a chance to get here without being speared." "Get after them!" At the sound of their master's voice, the less warlike orcs began a half-hearted run toward the alley. But a few meaner warriors broke from the king's ranks and charged along the hall as well. Remaining in dragon form, Hal swung his head around to face the approaching king, who swayed from side to side, puffing and panting, his forehead shiny with sweat. Flanked by his meanest-looking warriors, he was either fearless or foolish. What was to stop Hal from burning him alive? Oh yeah, the Sintamani stone around his neck. The entourage came to a halt. "Stand down," the king ordered between breaths, "or I will unleash my pet." Confused, Hal watched as a hunched orc shuffled out of the heavily armed gang. He hefted an enclosed rectangular black crate made of metal, complete with a carrying handle. The sides of the box were solid, but the top had dozens of holes punched into it. The hunchback crouched and grasped what looked like a small, upward-sliding door on the front end. Yes, it probably lifted to release whatever pet was inside. What kind of... Hal drew in a sharp breath as he remembered something the king had mentioned earlier, a basilisk in a box. "I have only to snap my fingers," the king growled at him, "and you'll be turned to stone. Do you understand?" After a moment's thought, Hal nodded. He could shut his eyes, but running around blind would make him completely useless. The king visibly relaxed. "Good, good." He took out a rag and dabbed at his forehead. Then he gestured, and from behind him, a couple of guards dragged a prisoner forward, a female orc wearing a silky dress and a dark green cloak. A streak of blonde hair stuck out from the top of her head. Hal's heart sank at the sight of her. "Your friend, Lady Simone, will come to no harm if you behave," the king warned, putting away his rag. He snapped his finger and thumb and gestured. "And the same goes for—" "No, not Abby and Darcy as well." The king gestured again, but this time all he received were a few whispers. He listened, then rolled his eyes and scowled. "Well, your other friends won't get far," he grumbled. "Ha ha!" Hal thought with glee. Darcy vanished, and Abigail zipped away. Good for them. Still, it was a shame Miss Simone had been caught. Hal cast his gaze across the hall to the archway he'd entered a few moments ago. He'd knocked down both columns and gouged a chunk out of the wall. Just beyond, inside the pocket realm, he could see the corner of Carter's lab building, a swath of grass, and a depressingly long line of people, at least 20 or so. The helpless townsfolk, standing on the grass, were guarded by a squad of 8 or 9 orcs, including Wartfang and Bloodfist. Everyone present, orcs and townsfolk alike, looked in through the archway at the king, awaiting his next move. "Now," King Gruel said, absently smoothing his voluminous robes and fingering the stone around his neck. "You, young Hal, have irked me for the last time. Shift back into your far more pleasing orc form at once, and then you and I will speak." Hal resisted at first, but when a couple of extra-large orcs twisted Miss Simone's meaty arm behind her and caused her to cry out, he realized he was once again at the mercy of the king. but that was okay. Being in the spotlight might give Robbie and Fenton time to do their damage in the battlements. He reverted to his orc form. Dozens of others sighed with relief and a sense of awe. The king nodded enthusiastically. "Good, good. All right, ease up," he added, speaking sideways to the brutes holding Miss Simone. "But don't let her go. Not until my business with young Hal is concluded." He waddled closer, and his legion shuffled with him. The hunchback orc with the black crate came with them, but once he put it down with a dull clang, he stooped idly by, his hand nowhere near the sliding door. That was a good sign. Nobody wanted to tangle with a basilisk, not even the orcs. The king glared at Hal. "Now I'm sure you'll understand that I need to restrain you again." Without waiting for a direct instruction, two burly warriors raced forward with the now familiar glimmering jeweled net. Hal was tempted to make a run for it, but he hesitated, and then the moment was lost. Once more, Indra's net fell over him, and he suddenly felt powerless. A cheer went up, and dozens of warriors held their clubs aloft in a triumphant gesture. The net draped from Hal's head, light and delicate, yet his feet refused to move, and he couldn't lift the webbing even an inch. All he could do was peer out of the gaps. The king smiled and raised his hands for quiet. A hush fell. "Now, where's Hobfidget?" The elderly orc shuffled out of the crowd. "I'm here." "Ah." King Gruel glared down at him. "Please regale me with your excuses as to how the people of that town were able to escape the pocket realm boundaries." Hobfidget lived up to his name and began to fidget endlessly, his shoulders rolling and his fingers twitching as he launched into an explanation. "I'm really not sure, sir. One of Queen Morgana's soldiers came wandering into my study yesterday and must have stolen my crystal while my back was turned." Hal was impressed. The elderly orc lied with ease. "Whoever it was," Hobfidget went on, "had the know-how to open a second door, and it seems everybody, slipped away. Well, almost everyone. Some didn't want to leave, and they hid in their houses. But nobody can escape my soul divination device. I've located every remaining human in the town." "Pah," the king interrupted. "A mere handful compared to what's been lost. I'll deal with you later, you imbecile." He cuffed the smaller orc across the side of the head, then turned to the struggling female with the lock of blonde hair. "Lady Simone, I've had a trying day, and my patience is at an end. Therefore, you will convince what's left of my new subjects to fall in line." "I will not," she growled. King Gruel sighed. "You will, because if you don't, I might as well kill them all now and be done with it." He made a small gesture. Within moments, the metal box containing the basilisk was relocated nearer to the archway, its business end pointing into the pocket realm. The people of Carter probably weren't aware what was inside, but Wartfang and Bloodfist and the other orcs knew, and they all hurriedly shielded their eyes. Miss Simone struggled furiously, but as large and powerful as she was in orc form, her captors were far stronger. The king spoke to her again, his tone threatening. But something distracted Hal, and he glanced around as best as he could, trying to locate the source of the high-pitched buzzing. "Phobal?" he whispered. "Where are you going?" He felt something squeeze through the netting and touch down on his shoulder. "It's me!" a tiny voice squeaked. "Abby!" Hal whispered. "I can't move!" What did Abigail look like right now? She'd been transmuted into an orc, but now that she'd shifted to fairy form, did that mean she looked like a miniature orc with wings, or was she still human? Because fairies happen to look like humans anyway, so it made sense for her to. He gave up trying to guess. He wished he could see her, but he couldn't even turn his head. "You can't move?" she teased. "You're such a weakling. Listen, Darcy and I escaped. She's right here." "Hi," an unfamiliar orc voice said. "I can't see you," he said in a low voice. "I'm invisible, idiot." Hal's mind wandered again. Was she an invisible orc? Or, I'm thinking we can pull this net off you, Abigail squeaked, now that everyone's attention is on Miss Simone. Wait, Hal urged. Not just yet. I have an idea. He gently patted his pocket. Phobal, are you there? After a moment, he felt movement. With a buzz of wings, the fairy darted up to join Abigail on his shoulder. He spoke in a language Hal didn't understand, and though Abigail's responses made sense to him, it was like getting only half the conversation. Nice to see you again, she said. Oh, really? That's nice. I suppose we can chat later, but right now What? Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm dating Hal, you see, and, well, that's not going to work. Phobal's voice grew more agitated by the second, and Hal felt a pang of jealousy as well as impatience. The king was raising his voice to Miss Simone, who steadfastly refused to do his bidding. Phobal, Hal hissed. Not now. I have a plan, and I need you to be ready. It took Abigail another few seconds to get him to shut up and listen. Go ahead, Hal, she said, sounding a little shaky. Keeping his voice low, Hal outlined his very simple idea. While Abigail and Phobal digested his words, he turned his attention back to King Gruel. I am rapidly losing my temper, the king barked. Fine. You called my bluff, and you're right. Turning your people to stone would be a shameful waste of potential orcs. So, Lady Simone, if you won't help me, then I have no use for you. He gestured vaguely with one hand. Pull her arms off. Hal gasped. Abby, go, he croaked. Phobal, get ready. Abby buzzed away. Are you sure about this? Darcy whispered, sounding like she might be wringing her hands. What if you're wrong? Then our people will turn into orcs like Queen Morgana's, Hal said, trying to control his thudding heart. It was too late now. Abigail was on her way. He just hated that she would be the one to do it. Get ready, he said again to Phobal. And you, Darcy. He felt Indra's net lift slightly on one side, where she gripped it with invisible hands. Yet when he tried to lift the other side, absolutely nothing happened. As the intended prisoner, he alone was helpless under the net's magic. Phobal slipped out from the netting and buzzed into the air, hovering just above Hal's head. Miss Simone began to scream as her powerful captors leaned in opposite directions, wrenching with all their might. If she were human, she'd have been in separate pieces by now, but, being an orc, she was a little tougher than normal, and she resisted by clenching her fists and tightening her muscles. Her distinctly unladylike biceps bulged with veins and sinew, and sweat broke out as she thrust her head back, screeching and thrashing to get free. The king laughed heartily. A legion of orcs chortled with him, enjoying the show. Even Wartfang, Bloodfist, and all the other orcs inside the Pocket Realm joined in and began yelling their encouragement. Exactly 24 Carter residents looked on fearfully, no doubt wondering when the king would turn his brutality on them. Miss Simone's grinning captors seemed to be toying with her, prolonging the torture. But then the king's laughter eased off, and he gave a nod, a clear signal for the final limb-ripping wrench. Suddenly, amid the noise, Abigail appeared out of nowhere. She switched from a 6-inch fairy, buzzing quietly in the air, to a full-grown teenage orc kneeling by the archway. She let out a yell. "People of Carter, look at me!" Naturally, everyone's gaze snapped in her direction. Abigail whipped the black box open. A gasp of horror swept across the hall. Inside the Pocket Realm, 24 Carter residents and all but one orc turned to stone with an eerie, creaking, scraping sound. "Darcy now!" Hal hissed. As Darcy snatched the net from his head, Phobal spun about in the air and began some kind of strange ritual with flailing arms. "What is this?" The king began to roar at Abigail. "What have you—" A second later, the Carter Pocket Realm collapsed with a pop. The space within the archway rippled like the surface of a pool, then abruptly became still. Nothing lay beyond except an ordinary darkened room. Another shocked intake of breath. What? Get on, Hal urged Darcy and Phobal. He transformed and began stomping. Astonished orcs stumbled backward, and the king, suddenly without his army of guards, spun around and around, stammering and turning red in the face as he struggled to speak. Released from her arm-wrenching torture, Miss Simone had slumped to the floor. Abigail weaved and dodged the fleeing guards, racing to help her up. Hal added to the confusion by breathing fire and roaring his head off. Orcs scattered in all directions, though some turned and lobbed heavy clubs and long spears, which either bounced off his hide or whistled overhead. "Stop them!" the king thundered. He clutched his medallion, holding it out in front of him as if checking to make sure he was still invincible. Hal tested by engulfing him in fire. This gave Miss Simone time to pick herself up and stagger with Abigail to safety. They climbed onto Hal's back just as the black smoke cleared from the cowering king. Completely unharmed, Hal thought, mostly relieved that he hadn't reduced the orc to a charred mess. He didn't want that image haunting his dreams. His passengers were on board, and the open-topped golden dome yawned just ahead. As he beat his wings and took off, he glimpsed a black, wingless, six-legged lizard, no bigger than a squirrel, scuttling across the temple floor, turning more orcs to stone wherever it happened to glance. Many slapped hands across their eyes and spun away, but a few braver ones went after it with upside-down buckets and crates, like trying to catch a mouse. Hal tore along the hall, barely noticing more spears pummeling his underbelly. As soon as he reached the hole in the roof, he soared upward and out. "I'm coming after you!" the king screeched, his voice already distant and muted. Hal felt a mixture of emotions. Overjoyed that they'd escaped, terrified he'd just turned 24 Carter residents to stone, and fearful that he and his friends would be stuck in orc form forevermore. But he had other concerns at the moment. On the lookout for ballista spears, he spun in tight circles over the temple. They couldn't fire directly up at him, though a couple tried. He spotted a large gap in the battlements. Most of the ballistas could be seen poking from apertures in the temple wall, but 3 were missing. Hal aimed for the middle vacancy and dropped fast, digging his claws into the sandstone wall to slow his descent. He came to rest, hanging off the sill. "Robbie!" Miss Simone yelled. "Fenton!" Both boys appeared, one a familiar human boy, the other a youthful orc with cropped hair high on his head. Robbie scrambled out of the aperture and over Hal's head. Fenton quickly followed. Then a stampede of real orcs skidded to a stop at the window and came face to face with Hal. He glared at their handheld spears and jerked backward as they jabbed at him. One spear grazed his scaly cheek, narrowly missing his eyeball. His passengers yelled, and he pushed himself away from the wall. He had to flap like crazy to avoid crashing down on the hillside 30 feet below. Then he was off, climbing as hard and fast as he could, aware that a couple of ballistas at the far end of the battlements were angling toward him. Giant spears fired, but Hal was too fast and already too high. Everybody whooped with delight, but then Robbie shouted, "There's Lauren!" Hal had to keep climbing straight up, but he scoured the sky for a harpy, hoping she had the sense to stay out of the way. There she was, dropping out of the clouds. He roared to get her attention. She veered toward him, then paused, flapping about in circles and waiting for him. When he drew near, she landed neatly on his back amid a number of excited cries. "I was clearing the battlements for you," Robbie squawked with glee, "but then Hal came and picked us up." "Good thing we cleared a space, then," Fenton said. "Yeah, but if you'd stayed with Hal in the first place," Abigail suggested, "we could have just flown out of the hole in the roof and been far away by now." "We couldn't have known about Hal's crazy plan, though," Darcy argued. "I mean, what the heck?" "Lauren, what's wrong?" Robbie asked. Flying high over the hills, Hal listened with his ears pricked. "Robbie, they're orcs!" Lauren gasped. Robbie laughed. "Oh yeah, I guess you haven't heard the latest. So, except for you and me, everyone here was— what's the word?" "Transmuted," Miss Simone said in a grim voice. The mood turned somber. In less animated tones, Robbie quickly filled Lauren in on the king's dastardly scheme. "I hope it's not permanent," Lauren cried. "Me too," Hal thought. "Lauren, where are the others?" Fenton said at last. "Oh, I almost forgot. Watch out for them. They'll be coming across the hills soon. They couldn't keep up with me." "Not even Emily?" Abigail said. "Nope. She's not so good with fast flight over a long distance." While Hal kept his eyes peeled for Dewey, Thomas, and Emily, he listened to Abigail talking about how she'd let a basilisk out of its box. So much could have gone wrong. It could have emerged and immediately glared at her. Even facing into the pocket realm as it was supposed to, what if it hadn't turned every last person to stone as intended? "It was incredible," Darcy said. "I swear that little creature is more powerful than Molly." Hal sensed she was deliberately dodging the important factor. He could tell by the nervous tremor in her voice. "Basilisks are worse than gorgons," Miss Simone agreed. "They'll run around all day, turning people to stone if cornered. And if you somehow manage to catch one without looking into its gaze, it can spit venom on you and melt your skin. It's a good thing we don't run across them very often." "So where are basilisks normally?" Fenton asked. "How come we don't find statues all over the land?" He's stalling too, Hal thought. "Because they're intensely timid creatures and usually stay inside fissures and caves in mountains. The black wingless variety is nocturnal. The red and yellow ones with wings are the worst, but very rare." "Yeah, like the one you transformed into during that nasty magical storm last summer," Lauren said to her with a shudder. "Indeed, I've had quite enough of being transformed into creatures I'm not." After a pause, Darcy said, "Can basilisks turn people to stone when it's dark? When people can't see them?" Miss Simone sighed. "That's a very good question, but we're evading the bigger issue here." About time, Hal thought. 24 of our people have been turned to stone in an instant," Miss Simone went on, "as well as all the orcs that guarded them." "Almost all the orcs," Darcy said. "One must have had his eyes shut." "Yeah, Wartfang," Abigail said, "but he should have just let himself be turned to stone. His soul would have been snatched away into the world of darkness, and that would have protected him when the pocket realm collapsed." She clapped her hands. "Now we just need to call on Blair. He'll do his Phoenix rebirth thing and reset all the magic in the area. The souls will return, and those people will wake up." "Hopefully," Darcy said with a tremble in her voice. "Hopefully," Abigail agreed. Miss Simone patted Hal on the neck. He only felt the gesture because, in orc form, she had a much heftier strength. "You did good, Hal. Don't worry." He appreciated her words. But he did worry. They'd awoken a Gorgon's statues before, but not a basilisk's. Did the same rules apply? Were the souls of those people truly safe in the world of darkness, waiting for a phoenix to burn to ashes and rise again? Or were those poor people simply dead? Chapter 17. Trouble on the Horizon. They found Dewey galloping along the foothills with Thomas racing by his side. Emily flew above in her slender winged naga form, her hair streaming backward and her silver scales glinting in the sunlight. "Is it over?" she yelled as Hal landed. "Did we miss all the—" She almost fell out of the air when she saw Hal's passengers. He could imagine her surprise. So many orcs, but like Lauren earlier, she apparently recognized their clothing. Still hovering, she frowned and tilted her head. "Oh no, King Gruel turned you into orcs." "Horrible, isn't it?" Darcy said. Everyone jumped down from Hal's back. After a bit of shuffling and morphing, they ended up splitting into two groups as if about to play a game. In this case, humans versus newly transmuted orcs. On one side, Emily, Dewey, Thomas, Lauren and Robbie gazed in silence. On the other, Hal, Abigail, Darcy, Fenton, and Miss Simone stared back. "I imagine this must be quite a shock for you," Miss Simone said, absently smoothing her silky dress. It still fit, but she was big and bulky now, and it looked weird on her. "You, Dewey said, squinting. "Are you really you?" "It speaks like Miss Simone," Thomas said out of the corner of his mouth to his fellow humans, "and it has the same color hair and the same clothes. But it doesn't look or sound like her." "I'm pretty sure it can hear you," Lauren said, giving him a nudge. Emily sighed and shook her head. "Okay, let's all catch up. The whole story, from start to finish." Abigail kicked off by detailing the dreadful Pandora's jar experiment. After that, Hal took over with the tale of his release from the prison cell thanks to a mysterious young orc who turned out to be Seth. He also talked about Hobfidget, from whom he'd obtained the crystal. Then Robbie jumped in, saying how he and Phobal got the crystal working so Carter residents could wriggle out of a magical back door to safety. Miss Simone leaned closer and said, "You did a wonderful job, Robbie." He grinned, then winced when she accidentally squeezed his shoulder too hard. While Robbie had been busy with his task, Emily traveled to the temple the long way around in case she could be useful. Thomas, Dewey, and Lauren had immediately agreed to go with her. "We never got there, obviously," she finished. Darcy took over. After the awful experiment with Pandora's jar, Orcs had escorted her, along with Fenton, Abigail, and Miss Simone, to the maze. That was where they'd met up again with Hal, and where the even more awful transmutations had occurred. "The strange part was waking up in the garden," Abigail said. "I was in a daze. I didn't recognize anyone, not even Hal. I just kind of wandered off on my own." "Glad I wasn't the only one who forgot everything," Hal muttered. "I didn't give you much thought until we were heading back into the temple." "Huh?" Fenton grunted. "I forgot too, but the whole time I had this weird feeling I had to stop Wartfang from doing something bad. I just didn't know what or why. It took me ages to realize it was you he was following, Hal." "You showed up in the nick of time," Hal said with a grin. "Thanks. I was about to be mincemeat." Abigail shuddered and slipped an arm through his. "Well, Darcy and I stuck together once we figured out who we both were, but we'd already lost sight of Miss Simone by then." Miss Simone looked morose, even for an orc. "The less said about that, the better. My shoulders are still sore. Anyway, we should get on. There's business to attend to. First, to Castle Grey. I need to meet with Queen Morgana and break the news of what's happened to her people. Then we need to find a cure." "Is there one?" Lauren exclaimed. "I believe so." Miss Simone rubbed her strong jaw, absently touching the tusks that jutted from her mouth. "As I understand it, transmutation is more complex and permanent than random transmogrification, but it's essentially a spell that can be undone." "Aren't both those words the same as transformation?" Thomas griped. "That's a topic for another day. We have more pressing concerns at the moment." She studied her gnarly hands with distaste. "I'm afraid of what King Gruel will do next, and we need to find Blair so he can burn to ashes and transfigure himself once more into a phoenix and restore life to those statues." "Transfigure," Thomas said. "Another stupid word." So much to do, Hal thought. Should we split up? Yes, that would be wise. Miss Simone considered for a moment. "Emily and Thomas, go and see Baba Yaga. She lives close by. If anyone can come up with a cure, it's her." "We'll do that," Emily agreed, drawing herself up and grinning. "Hey, speak for yourself," the red-headed boy exclaimed. "If you think I'm going to that crazy old woman's house and chasing a cabin around the field—" Miss Simone held up her hand to stop him. "Thank you, Thomas. Please do as you're told. Abigail, you go with them. Baba Yaga will need a test subject. Perhaps you'll be the first of us to be cured." "Or turned into a frog," Hal mumbled in Abigail's ear. She battered at him and went to join Emily. Miss Simone seemed to have all her ducks in a row now. "Dewey, take me to the castle. Hal, head back to Carter and watch over the town. I fear the king is not done with us yet. Take Darcy, Robbie, and Fenton with you." "And you want me to find Blair?" Lauren asked. Miss Simone smiled at her. "You guessed correctly. I'll give you directions." So it was agreed, and shortly afterward, everyone set off. "See you soon," Abigail mouthed to Hal. She offered a hopeful smile, but her short tusks made it look like a grimace, which pained him. Still, he caught a brief glimpse of her more familiar features as she shifted to her tiny, human-like fairy form and buzzed onto Emily's shoulder. He missed her the moment she was gone. Before Hal launched with his 3 passengers, he checked he still had Phobal in his pocket. The fairy had to be snoozing. They were nocturnal after all, and it was way past his bedtime. "Glad he's here with me," he thought as he flew over the hills, instead of pestering Abby. He knew splitting up was the smart move, but he felt a little pang of envy for his friends. Seeing Baba Yaga again would have been a blast, especially with her trying out reverse transmogrification spells. Lauren's task to find Blair was fairly simple, but it would have been nice to fly alongside the Phoenix on the way back to Carter. As for Miss Simone, Hal wondered what she and the Queen were like together. Did they get along? Who was the stronger personality? He guessed Queen Morgana was, at least until Miss Simone's patience wore thin, and then the tables would abruptly turn. In comparison, Hal and his passengers had a fairly menial job once they got back to Carter, to watch out for the king and his orcs. "Do you think Baba Yaga can find us a cure?" Darcy asked from behind his shoulders as he cruised through the air. "Yeah, we'll be fine," Fenton assured her. Robbie spoke up. "You don't know that. You might be stuck as orcs for the rest of your—" "Ow! Why'd you hit me?" "We'll be fine," Fenton said again, much more firmly this time. After a pause, Robbie laughed softly and said, "Oh, I get it. You're trying to make Darcy feel better. Okay, sure, you'll be fine. Nothing to worry about. Baba Yaga will figure something out. Even if the chances of her developing a safe antidote anytime soon are astronomical." "Ow." "Open your trap again, Beanpole, and I'll show you astronomical." "Oh yeah? What does that even mean? Anyway, you may be an orc, but you're no match for an ogre." The light banter continued for a while, but Hal tuned out when the flicker of a shadow below caught his eye. With the morning sun rising high in the sky, his own silhouette had been playing across the hills for the past 10 minutes. Now a second shadow appeared, smaller and lighter, flitting alongside his. He glanced all around, then up, and gasped. A wyvern. It was hard to focus in the glaring sunlight. He squinted for a while, noting how the creature gradually passed him by and pulled ahead. "Does that wyvern belong to the orcs?" Darcy called. "Hard to say," Fenton grunted. "You'd think they'd send all 3 if they wanted to attack us." "Maybe they split up," Robbie offered. "Yeah," Hal thought. "One following us, one going after Miss Simone to Castle Grey, and another trailing Abigail to Baba Yaga's house." "Well, as long as they don't attack," Darcy said, sounding doubtful. The lack of response suggested nobody believed that, though. Carter wasn't too far away by now, and a wyvern flapping about over the rooftops would be bad news. Hal decided he'd better warn it off. He picked up speed and started to climb. The landscape spread out before him, mostly the pale winter greens and drab browns of forests and meadows. But also, not far beyond, a sprawling mass of tiny houses with trails of smoke rising into the air. The wispy columns were largely absent from the town's center, where the invisible dome had been, but that would change as normality resumed. As long as the orcs don't send their wyverns to attack. Hal gained on the smaller creature, and when it came into sharp focus, he squinted and gawked. Was somebody riding it? Fenton noticed as well. "Who's that? Is it an orc?" Wyverns are small, Robbie scoffed. There's no way an orc could ride one. Then who is that? Darcy spoke up. I think a small orc could probably ride the biggest of the wyverns. Maybe they sent a scout, one of the younger orcs. Maybe, Robbie said, sounding like he didn't agree. Hal, get closer. Hal was already accelerating hard and rapidly catching up. The rider did indeed look smaller than the average orc, but definitely an orc all the same, judging by the squat build. When the rider glanced back, Hal gasped in recognition. He had no tusks, but he did have wisps of white hair that stuck up in the wind, and a monocle jammed in one eye. Hobfidget! He wanted to shout the name so his friends would understand, but since he couldn't, he concentrated on intercepting. What was the little old fellow doing here? Had he escaped, or was he a spy? Wait, isn't that the old fogey who ferreted out the last of the Carter people? Robbie said at last. With the soul divination device? Darcy exclaimed. Yes, the king's little genius, Hobfidget. While the three of them discussed whose side the orc was on, Hal closed in on the yellow and red wyvern. It screeched back at him, flapped its blue-tipped tail, and veered wildly. Then, at Hobfidget's command, the wyvern dropped suddenly, its wings folding back. It rocketed toward the ground, and Hal gasped at its agility. He gasped even more as he realized just how close Carter loomed ahead. "Stop him!" Darcy yelled. "He might be on our side," Robbie argued. "Maybe he escaped from the king and needs our help." "Stop him anyway, Hal," Fenton ordered. "Knock him out of the sky." Hal agreed. He streamlined his body and plummeted, ignoring the chorus of terrified screams from behind his shoulders as well as another from the wyvern's passenger. The elderly orc kept twisting around, his eyes wide as he held on tight. The wyvern hurtled in over the town, leveled out, and whipped between chimneys, tilting and banking so fast that Hal had trouble keeping pace. Then, abruptly, the red and yellow wings snapped upright like sails to catch the wind. Surprisingly, Hobfidget guided his ride to land near Miss Simone's laboratory building. As soon as the creature touched down, Hobfidget rolled off his perch and stumbled backward until he collapsed on his butt. The wyvern screeched, gazing with suspicion and fear as Hal came into land nearby. Then it flapped away, extra agile now that it had unloaded its passenger. "Stay where you are," Fenton yelled, jumping off Hal's back almost before full touchdown. "Don't move, old man." Fenton was quite a bit bigger than Hobfidget, as well as younger. The old orc cringed and hunkered low, his hands up in front of his face. "Don't hurt me! I surrender! I'm here to warn you!" Darcy and Robbie jumped down, and Hal reverted to his human, no, orc form. He'd almost forgotten again. He ran to join his friends. "Warn us about what?" Fenton demanded, raising his fist and making Hobfidget cringe even more. "Spit it out, or you'll be spitting teeth." Please listen to me," Hobfidget stammered. Darcy suddenly let out a cry and pointed. For a second, all was forgotten as Hal, Robbie, and Fenton turned to look. Under some bare trees, on the lab building's lawn, just to the side of the main entrance, stood a long line of statues. Grey and unmoving, humans and orcs alike faced the curiously empty spot where the Pocket Realm's archway had once been. "Oh my goodness," Darcy said a little breathlessly. "How horrible." "They'll be okay," Robbie muttered. "I mean, right? When Blair gets here and—" "I'm glad the Basilisk is still inside the temple," she muttered. The thought of that deadly creature running wild filled Hal with horror. "You have to listen to me," Hobfidget pleaded. "There's not much time." Hal counted the statues. 24 humans and 8 orcs. Yup, Wartfang is missing. He should have just kept his eyes open. Then he wouldn't have been crushed like a grape when the dome closed. "Please," Hobfidget croaked. The old orc struggled to his feet, waving off Fenton's newly raised fists. When he spoke, he faced Hal directly. "You have to watch the skies. I heard the king shouting after you all escaped. I've never seen him so angry. He's coming for you all. I had to get away before he could use me again to create another pocket realm, which means he'll be even angrier now." "So you escaped?" Hal said. "How?" The old orc frowned. "Well, on a wyvern, obviously." "Why didn't you do this a long time ago?" Hobfidget shook his head. "I never had the urge until you... all this excitement lately. Look, never mind. King Gruel is on his way here with Pandora's jar, and he intends to use it." "What?" Darcy cried. "He wouldn't." "He most certainly would, young lady," Hobfidget snapped. He huffed and stood up as straight as he could, giving Fenton a sideways glance. "And you can kindly take your fist away. I'm sure you wouldn't hurt an old elf like me." Fenton blinked at him, and Hal realized there were probably still stories to swap. But right now, he had to be on the lookout for a crazy king with a deadly weapon. "I have to go," he muttered. "Yeah, fine," Fenton said, putting his hands on his hips as he glared at the line of motionless figures. "While you're gone, we'll get these statues away from Carter. Otherwise, Blair's rebirth trick will knock out all the magic in town." Darcy slipped her arm through his. "You're right. We'll ask the goblins to take these poor people out to a field somewhere. Orcs as well, I guess." Hal was about to transform when a buzzing startled him. Phobal emerged from his pocket and zipped up in front of his face. He looked bleary-eyed, as if he'd just woken from a deep sleep. He waved his arms about and squeaked something. "What?" Hal said, cupping a hand behind his ear. "You're too quiet, and I don't understand the language." "Just go, Hal," Darcy urged. "Phobal can stay here." Hal nodded, backed into a clear spot, and transformed. Seconds later, he was flapping over the rooftops, heading north. Back to the temple, he groaned. "That place is gonna wear me out." How would the enormous King Gruel travel? Certainly not on the back of a wyvern. A wagon pulled by horses made more sense. Only Hobfidget had said to watch the skies. In any case, the army would be traveling on foot, and that would take time. He scoured the landscape as he went, on the lookout for a legion of charging orcs and a dust cloud rising into the air, and listening hard for the thunder of hooves. If he found the army, it would be a simple matter to fly around in circles, breathing fire and preventing the orcs from advancing. "Come on, where are you? Show yourselves." He tried to imagine how far the king's army might have traveled already. Most of the orcs would be on foot. When had they set off? How fast were they? Could they have even made it halfway to Carter yet? Not a chance, which meant it would be some time before. Hal drew in a sharp breath as a dark shape appeared out of the clouds and hurtled toward him. 3 dark shapes, a couple of wyverns flanking... What? A large figure sitting on something very flat and rectangular. A rug! Hal gasped. A magic carpet! He'd read the tales of Aladdin, but he'd never expected to see an actual flying rug. It made sense, though. Yet another artifact the king had acquired over the years. It was perfect for someone his size. The heavy-set orc sat cross-legged, his enormous bulk pressing down in the center of the flimsy-looking textile, arms folded and robe billowing as he raced through the air. He seemed calm, but grim, his head tilted forward. No sign of his army, though. He was alone. Hal had just a moment or two to act before the orc shot past, but the wyverns screeched and veered toward him, and he pulled up to avoid a mid-air collision. As the creatures reached out with vicious claws, he breathed fire, and they screeched louder and tumbled away, smoke pouring off their hides. Circling around, Hal went after the king. He wasn't worried. His target might be fast on that nimble magic carpet, but dragons were faster. He picked up speed and roared, causing the orc to crouch lower. Yeah, as if that'll help, Hal thought. I wonder what happens to an invincible orc when they fall from the sky in flames. Let's find out. But before he could get close enough, the wyverns were back on his tail, snapping and snarling, distracting him. He lashed out, catching one on the face, but the other bit hard and clung tight, and suddenly Hal had an angry, writhing attachment that he couldn't shake off. The weight on his tail sapped all his speed. He twisted and thrashed, trying to fling the wyvern off while keeping his eye on the magic carpet. The king zigzagged away. "Get off me!" Hal roared. But the wyvern had latched on and refused to budge. It didn't even bother flapping its wings. It just hung behind, glaring obstinately, jaws locked, wings out wide, a dead weight that dragged on Hal's rear end more than he thought possible. And then the other wyvern reappeared, flying in from the side and slamming into his right wing. When it bit hard, dug its claws in, and started whacking him with its poison-tipped barbed tail, Hal began to panic. How long before that barb punctured his tough hide? And how was he supposed to fly with a couple of vicious limpets clinging to him? He soon realized that flying would be very difficult indeed. In fact, his right wing was so severely hampered that he rapidly lost altitude. He couldn't even glide in a straight line. Helplessly, Hal began a steady downward spiral. Chapter 18. Gruel's Revenge. Spinning faster and faster, Hal feared he would slam down in a random field in the middle of nowhere. But he had a secret weapon. Steeling himself, he abruptly shifted to orc form. Since orcs had neither tails nor wings, they shrank to nothing, and both wyverns ended up blinking in surprise before tumbling away. Hal transformed again. Having retaken control of his wings, he flapped hard and distanced himself from the wyverns, which were already righting themselves in mid-air. This time, as they drew close, he was careful not to underestimate them. A savage blast of well-timed fire sent them screaming amid billowing clouds of black smoke. They weren't done, but they kept to a safe distance, watching warily as Hal located the king and set off in pursuit. Carter loomed ahead once more. King Gruel was so close already. The orc leaned to the side, and the flying carpet tilted with him, then veered in that direction. He seemed to be aiming for the center of the town, where the community hall's spire gleamed in the sunlight. Time to bring him down. Hal put on an extra burst of speed and descended on the king, engulfing him in fire as he flew overhead. Flames roared, black smoke belched, and the flying carpet became a raging inferno. If the residents of Carter glanced up, they'd see what appeared to be a fireball tearing toward them. Amid the flames, King Gruel gripped his Sintamani stone and laughed, even as flaps of his charred robe fluttered away, exposing several patches of bare orc skin. The carpet itself curled at the edges, but not for long. The flames died, and the edges straightened out again. It seemed the king's immortality stone extended its power to include whatever he might be in contact with. Fine. I'll just knock you off your stupid rug. Hal was already circling back for another pass. This time, he intended a full-on collision. The orc wouldn't stand a chance. Both he and the magic carpet would tumble away and slam down onto the ground. The king might still be unharmed, but he'd be less of an immediate danger. But as Hal aimed himself at the target, King Gruel held up an object, Pandora's jar. "I dare you!" he bellowed. Hal jerked sideways and tore harmlessly past the orc. Dang it! He'd known all along the king might be in possession of that deadly jar, but actually seeing it. He couldn't risk the artifact smashing on the ground below and releasing every ounce of evil within. The toxic cloud would drift straight into Carter and infect everyone, and then, well, it didn't bear thinking about. Once again, the king slipped away. By now, he was already on his final approach to the town. He passed over rooftops, dodged around chimneys, and sailed in for a smooth landing outside the front of the community hall. Several people scattered as he heaved himself to his feet. Hal touched down nearby, trying to figure out what to do. How could he attack when the king held such a fragile, deadly weapon? But if not, the orc might release its contents anyway. "Hear me!" King Gruel roared at no one in particular as he lofted Pandora's jar high above his head. "I demand an audience!" His bellowing voice echoed throughout the streets. Faces appeared in windows, and men peeked around corners. Somewhere, a dog yapped furiously. Hal slowly morphed into his orc form so he could speak. "Nobody's interested in what you have to say." The king turned to face him. They should be. Ignoring the summons of a ruler is a great insult, punishable by, "You're not our ruler," Hal said shortly. "I hereby claim that right. The question is, will the people of this town swear their fealty to me and willingly submit to my transmuting process? Or do I have to release the contents of this jar?" He had a manic grin on his face as he thrust out his tusks and glared at Hal with wide, yellow eyes. "He's completely mad. Why would anyone join him? Dangerous threats aren't going to win anyone over. As for turning people into orcs as some kind of reward..." Hal felt very alone. No Miss Simone for guidance, no friends nearby for backup, not even his parents, although honestly he was glad his mum and dad were out of harm's way. Apart from pale faces looking out of windows and a few men loitering almost out of sight around corners, the streets were empty except for Hal and King Gruel. "Speak, boy," the king snapped, his smile fading and impatience setting in. He began to huff and grumble as he took several plodding steps closer. "Since your elders are too cowardly to face me, I'll accept you as their spokesperson, so choose wisely for everyone's sake." "Choose what?" Hal mumbled, his mind whirling. His gaze locked on Pandora's jar, which was clutched tightly in the huge orc's left hand. "Choose life or death!" The king made a show of gripping the lid of the jar as if he were about to yank it off. Hal took a step back, though it wouldn't make any difference. "Why are you doing this?" he pleaded. "Why does everyone have to be an orc and call you their king? Why can't we all just get along as friendly neighbors like before? What changed?" The orc waddled closer, his face reddening with the effort. Sweat beaded his forehead. He might not be as tall as Robbie in ogre form, but he probably weighed the same. "What changed?" he repeated. "What changed? I'll tell you what changed, my boy. Me. Did you think I was always an orc?" Hal blinked in confusion. You're not—" "I was a Naga once. Yes, a Callan, belonging to a secret guild that practices magic." The king scowled. "True orcs are imbeciles. Yet they are strong, and my old body was frail, so the obvious solution was to transmute into a far more commanding physical form with a longer lifespan." "But an orc?" Though mildly interested in the king's story, most of his attention focused on Pandora's jar, which bobbed around every time the orc punctuated a point. How strong was it? Certainly tough enough to withstand the test of time, so maybe it would remain intact if it accidentally got squashed under the weight of an attacking dragon. The king stomped closer, then scowled while he got his breath back. "Listen to me, boy. Listen to my story." He sucked in a huge breath. "Callans have always been considered outcasts. But like the great Casimus of old, I had ambition. In pursuit of powerful magic, I heard rumors of the elves creating what were later called pocket realms. It transpired they'd simply stolen the magic from the fairies. So I, in turn, stole it from the elves. It seemed only fitting to also take their temple and prolong my life by becoming the leader of the orcs. That dim-witted bunch hailed my uprising and became steadfast, loyal followers." Behind him, Citizens of Carter began to emerge from doorways. The king hadn't noticed them yet, and he continued his story in a conversational tone for Hal's benefit. Of course, I may have overindulged in the past few years, and I'm not as agile as I once was. An orc sitting on a throne doesn't get as much exercise as a naga weaving between the trees, but I'm alive beyond my years. Hal gaped at him. So you're a naga ruling over orcs. How many real orcs are there at the temple? The king scoffed noisily. Mere dozens. The rest of us are elves, humans, a few goblins, a dwarf or two, oh, and a gang of trolls. He took a step closer and loomed over Hal. But you must be wondering why I'm explaining this, yes? Yeah, A huge hand clamped down on Hal's shoulder. The king had a truly mighty grip. To show you, boy, the astonishing level of loyalty and respect I command from my followers despite their origins and my overbearing presence. Why do you think that is? Because you cast a spell over people? Hal said weakly. Indeed. Why suffer unrest among the ranks? Why allow citizens to rebel against laws and rise up against the throne? Great leadership comes from crushing the opposition before it has a chance to stir. That's where powerful spellcasting comes in, simple, safe, and effective. Yep, he's mad. Hal swallowed. He eyeballed the jar again. I have to do something. Just transform and fall on top of him. Pin him down and yank the artifact from his grip before it's too late. King Gruel stared over Hal's shoulder and spoke in a calmer voice. You angered me today, boy, but I must learn from my mistake that although shapeshifters can be transmuted as easily as anyone else, they are less susceptible to my powers of persuasion. In short, your loyalties remain unshaken. Did you feel any loyalty to me at any time? No? Well, no matter. There are plenty of ordinary human folk here in this town, and I intend to recruit them all, or dispatch them. Utterly off his head. The king took a long, deep breath, then exhaled slowly. To business, then. I want a simple answer, boy. Will you stand aside and watch the continued rise of the Orc Empire, or will you choose to die? Hal's gaze fell once more on Pandora's jar, gripped tightly in the orc's pudgy hands. Too tightly. Then an idea occurred to him. It was so simple. Quick as a flash, he snatched the Sintamani stone from the king's neck. The chain broke easily, and Hal took a few quick reverse steps, grasping the precious artifact in one tight fist. King Gruel's eyes widened. His mouth fell open, revealing his stubby teeth. He groped around his neck as if hoping the medallion might still be there. Give that back, he croaked. Hal retreated a little farther. No way. He raised his voice so the slowly growing crowds could hear him. This stone makes you pretty much invincible. But without it, you're just like the rest of us. If you open Pandora's jar, you'll suffer the same as everyone else. As the king lunged toward him, Hal swung the stone behind his back and held it there while he continued dancing about. The orc went for it like a dog after a bone, trying to get around Hal, but not nearly fast enough. After several failed attempts, King Gruel faltered. Hal smiled. So now what? Still going to open that jar? Not so tough now, are you? He shouldn't have said that. The king's face darkened in an instant, and he glared at Hal while issuing a command in a foreign language. The moment the words left his mouth, the magic carpet jerked into action and whipped over to where the king stood. A nimble owner might have hopped and landed gracefully on the rug as it swept underneath. But the king was neither nimble nor graceful, and when the rug smacked against his heels, he staggered backward and sprawled awkwardly in the center even as it began to rise. Hal made a grab for the carpet, but missed by a long way. "You'll pay for this!" the king bellowed as he spiraled skyward. "This is your fault!" He flung Pandora's jar. Hal gasped. The deadly artifact tumbled through the air. People cried out, then froze. The brown jar arced downwards and landed on a nearby thatched roof. The thudding impact made everyone wince. But the object bounced slightly and remained intact. The jar began rolling down the slope. Several men and women instinctively ran to catch it. Hal did too. The jar slammed into the gutter, bounced again, and teetered on the edge. Then tipped and plummeted to the ground. Many people skidded to a halt. Not Hal, though. Already committed, he hurtled onward, unable to stop himself. He transformed as he went, at first hoping to reach it faster so he could catch it, and then, when that looked hopeless, thinking maybe, just maybe. Pandora's jar hit the ground and cracked into several pieces. A split second later, Hal landed on it, belly flat, limbs akimbo. If the jar wasn't already broken, it was now. He heard it crunch. He froze, unable to believe how stupid he'd been, as if lying on the artifact would help. He twisted his head sideways to see a large crowd standing absolutely still, as if they'd been turned to stone by the Basilisk. With wide eyes and shocked expressions, it was clear they expected a cloud of evil to infect the whole town in a matter of seconds. "Don't move!" a man shouted. A woman ran forward. She was a familiar face from the market. "Lie still," she urged. "Maybe it's trapped under you, as long as there are no gaps for the evil to escape." Hal kept still, but he highly doubted his dragon bulk could keep the nastiness contained. Not unless he had a fully unbroken seal between his belly and the ground. What were the chances? "I think you might have caught it, young Hal," an elderly bearded man said in a quavering voice as he stepped out of the crowd. He was one of the council. "And if you haven't, then so help us all." A glimmer of hope rose in Hal as people milled around him. Many dropped to their hands and knees and crawled closer, faces to the ground, calling to each other. "We're good here. No gaps on this side?" Completely smothered. No way, Hal thought. Did I actually stop the evil from spreading? But disturbing thoughts crept into his head. How would he ever get up off the ground now? How could anyone possibly stop the evil spreading? And, even though he might be protecting the town from its darkness, what about him? His belly was fully exposed to it. The evil might be seeping into his scales this very second, penetrating to his heart. What if he grew mean, or reckless, or foolish? What if he didn't care anymore and simply stood up? What if he was suddenly overcome with hunger and made a grab for someone in the crowd? He saw no way to avoid being infected by Pandora's evil. It was a matter of time before he exposed the rest of the town to it as well. Except, while the elderly man called above the noise for people to move back, Hal stared in amazement at his right paw, where the Sintamani stone was hooked around his claws. "I'm invincible." He remembered all too clearly how the king had skulked in a corner of the temple's prison block and remained unaffected, because of the stone. Now it was in Hal's possession. Gently, he curled his thick digits tight around it. He would never let go. The townsfolk bustled and argued, pointing and gesturing, trying to come up with ideas to isolate the evil while freeing Hal. Each idea was as futile as the next. Still, though they'd cleared a large circle around him, they weren't going anywhere. There probably wouldn't be any point. If Pandora's evil got free, it would spread far and wide. Rather like the deadly spore virus in old Earth. "We need one of those domes," someone piped up. The chatter died away. Suddenly, that idea became the way forward, and a wave of enthusiasm bubbled up. "Yeah, how's it done? Can we do it?" "Where's Simone? She'll know." "Hal probably knows too. Shame he can't tell us." "Where are the rest of the shapeshifters?" Hal's mind spun with possibilities. A dome. A very small pocket realm around him, and the evil would certainly protect the town. In fact, Darcy had tried to lob Pandora's jar through the invisible wall and failed. The jar had rebounded, which meant the evil within was alive. So a pocket realm could indeed work. It would safely contain the evil. It would also trap Hal inside with it, but he'd worry about that later. "Stay where you are, Hal," several people called to him. "Just be patient. When your friends and Simone get back, we'll figure something out." "Darcy and Fenton are right here in town," Hal grunted. "They're with Hobfidget and Phobal." Of course, nobody understood him. He desperately wished he could communicate his thoughts. No amount of growling and huffing helped convey his message to the townsfolk. They backed up a little, clearly noting his increasingly agitated state. "Somebody go fetch them," Hal begged. It was no use. What emerged from his throat was a steady, menacing rumble. An idea popped into his head. He'd done it before. Carefully stretching out a paw, the one not clutching the Sintamani stone, he slowly scratched words into the dirt. Seeing what he was doing, the crowd again fell silent. Several approached and squinted down at his rudimentary scrawling. "They're here?" the elderly councilman read. "Who's here?" Hal kept on scratching. "Friends, near lab." The old man brightened. "Oh, he came with some of the other shapeshifters. Go find them quickly." At least 10 people sprinted away, 3 of them even younger than Hal. Messenger boys and girls were far quicker than adults. He relaxed, allowing his belly to remain firmly attached to the ground, trapping the evil underneath. Now he just had to wait. Letting out a sigh that blew up a cloud of dust, he closed his eyes and forced himself to be patient and calm. He could do nothing right now, and it infuriated him. While King Gruel escaped on his magic carpet, an army of orcs marched south toward Carter, and all Hal could do was snooze. "Really?" Fenton snorted. "You're just going to lie around all day?" Hal snapped his eyes open, blinked, and focused on the group standing before him, a group consisting of 2 young orcs that he recognized as Fenton and Darcy, plus his friend Robbie, and Hobfidget, who edged into view at that moment. "Keep still," Darcy quickly reminded him. "Yeah," Robbie said. "Don't go yawning and stretching and rolling all over the place, or you'll let Pandora's demons escape." The evil! It all came back in an instant, and he froze. The Sintamani stone still hung from his paw. Whew! He remained immortal. A quick glance to his left and right revealed small crowds of onlookers. Nothing appeared to have changed during his snooze, except that most of the townsfolk had dispersed, probably told to get as far away as possible. Phobal buzzed into view and landed on Hal's snout. He waved his arms about and squeaked something. "He's unable to help you until dawn," Hobfidget translated. "He needs a source of water and a strong dose of magic before he can do his very special bead weaving." "We suggested geo-rocks," Robbie said. "The goblins have piles of them in a barn, but apparently it's not the right kind of magic." He rolled his eyes. "Not fresh enough or whatever? It has to be dawn magic." Hobfidget nodded. "And without that tiny orb, I cannot create a pocket realm for you. Otherwise, I would surround you with it." He grew excited then. It could work, you know. The very earliest experiments into pocket realms resulted in simple, impenetrable bubbles. Later, they became impenetrable bubbles in faraway places. Later still. Later what? The orc stared into space. "Later still, I accidentally created a pocket realm that instead of bringing a faraway place to our doorstep, did the exact opposite. I magicked our doorstep to a distant location." Hal immediately imagined a slab of square-cut stone disappearing from the front door of a house, but he dismissed the silly vision straight away. Hobfidget was speaking figuratively. "That would be ideal in this situation, to transport you someplace else, Hal, along with the evil." The orc spread his hands. However, even if I were able, you would be trapped inside with Pandora's shattered jar and its terrible evils. Then turn me to stone first, Hal growled. He blinked, stunned at his own brilliant idea. He would only be a statue until Blair arrived. In the meantime, Phobal could safely collapse the pocket realm around him and destroy the evil. But all of that meant waiting for dawn. Judging by the position of the sun, it was still only mid-afternoon. He'd probably only been asleep for 30 minutes. How annoying. I can't just lie here all day and night. The orcs will be here soon. We just need one stupid little realm orb. There's a whole stash of them at the temple somewhere, and all we... Sucking in a sharp breath, he blinked in amazement a second time. It seemed his short snooze had cleared his mind. They did have a realm orb. He had one in a pocket somewhere. Chapter 19. Army of Orcs. It took a minute or two to scratch out a message in the dirt that was both concise and legible. His friends crowded around and squinted. "In my pocket," Robbie read. "What's in your pocket?" "Realm. Orb." Darcy read as Hal finished scrawling. She gasped. "What? Are you serious?" Hobfidget looked like he'd been struck by lightning. He straightened up, his eyes widening. "Oh my goodness, yes!" I handed him one back in my study. In all the excitement, I'd completely forgotten about it. "Where is it, boy?" "Beats me," Hal grunted. Darcy and Robbie clambered onto his back and started searching the thin strap of silky material around his neck. Fenton hunted around under Hal's throat. Hobfidget joined in, and even Phobal started buzzing about. Hal could do nothing but wait. It would be so much easier to revert to orc form and simply pluck the orb from his pants pocket. But that wasn't an option. Darcy found it. She let out a squeal and jumped down, holding the tiny object between finger and thumb. Though still covered with bits of fluff, it caught the sunlight and glinted. She handed it with reverence to Hobfidget, who placed it on the ground in front of Hal's face. "A realm orb," he said with a nod. "Little Phobal, will this work? Can you expand it to encompass this dragon and the evil he's lying upon?" The elderly orc was already backing away as he spoke. Fenton, Darcy, and Robbie reversed also. The silent crowd of onlookers remained where they were, intensely interested. Phobal buzzed around in a circle, gazing down at the orb. Zipping closer, he peered at it, then zipped away. He did that a few times, occasionally waving his hands about, apparently enjoying the moment and hamming it up with flourishes, as if performing to an audience. Which indeed he was. "Get on with it," Hal growled. With a final extravagant wave of his hands, Phobal zipped backward, and the tiny orb instantly expanded around Hal. Hal blinked as a charge of energy swept over him. His surroundings disappeared in a bright flash. Suddenly, he was deep underwater, and the walls of the sphere held nothing back. Though a chunk of hard ground still existed under him, it quickly dissolved into a soupy mess. Then, the contents of Pandora's jar escaped, mingling with the silt and darkening the water. Shocked, Hal kicked for the surface, thrashing his tail and tucking in his wings to speed up his ascent. The rippling sunlight above told him he wasn't too deep, and a few seconds later he burst clear and sucked in a lungful of air. Dragons could swim well and hold their breath for quite a while, but only when they had time to take a breath in the first place. "Where the heck am I?" The malevolent marshes. The grungy landscape was instantly recognizable, though obviously this was a particularly deep section. He couldn't decide whether to be relieved or annoyed, so he focused instead on being anxious, because Pandora's terrible evil was busy spreading through the depths of the water all around him. His grip on the Sintamani stone tightened. The surrounding marsh began to bubble. It churned and spat, turned as black as oil, and began steaming. Horrible, jagged trees erupted all around. They were dead and twisted, glistening in the wispy vapors. Slithery vines snaked out of the water and writhed like a teeming mass of serpents. Hal felt them brushing against his paws and creeping around his tail as he fought to stay afloat. It was impossible to launch from the lake, so he swam across the sinister marsh until his feet touched the muddy bottom. He was still within Pandora's range, but at least he could trudge out of the slick, oily mess until he was merely knee-deep. Glancing back, he was astonished to find a hideous, foreboding, blackened forest of bare trees where it had been open marshland just minutes before. A dense mist hung over it, and mournful cries drifted from the gloom. With a shudder, Hal shook his wings dry and launched, eager to get well away from what he would forevermore call Pandora's ugly, nasty, sinister bog. It was the kind of place the Grim Reaper would feel at home. He figured Doolan's Point was distant enough that the eerie black woodland wouldn't be a problem. He had a feeling Jenny Greenteeth wouldn't approve, though, as if the malevolent marshes weren't already bad. It felt good to be away from the creepy lake. It looked like an ominous black stain on the otherwise green landscape. He hated to think what effect the evil spirits would have on the wildlife for years to come, but he hoped it would be confined to the water rather than float off in the air. Must warn Doolan when I get a chance, he thought absently as he got his bearings, just in case the nastiness gets anywhere near his hamlet. Right now, he had an army of orcs to stop. Spotting the Golden Temple on a nearby hill, he turned away from it and set off toward the south. He imagined the army must be getting close to Carter by now. To his surprise, a dark speck in the sky caught his attention. At first he thought it was the king on his magic carpet, but then he realized it was too big and heading south. Seth. Grinning to himself, he put on speed in an effort to catch up. This was perfect. With 2 dragons dive-bombing the army, each breathing fire, the orcs wouldn't stand a chance. He noticed small figures clinging to Seth's scaly back. 6 humans, Queen Morgana, Thomas, Dewey, and Emily, along with Miss Simone and Abigail. He did a double take. Yes, they were human. Miss Simone's blonde hair and silky cloak streamed behind her, and she looked regal even next to the Queen. And as for Abigail, it was so good to see her normal self again. Hal roared a greeting, and all the figures jumped in surprise and twisted around. Seth bellowed back at him as his passengers waved. Hal flew side by side with his exact replica. 2 dragons. We'll show those orcs. We have a cure, Emily yelled from her perch. Well, obviously. Baba Yaga made it, she added, cupping her hands around her mouth. We can turn Queen Morgana's people back into humans. Hope flared in Hal's heart. The end of their troubles were in sight. Restoring those soldiers to their ordinary state would be a pretty good blow to King Gruel's forces. He just hoped the true orcs wouldn't turn on them when it happened. Abigail grinned and waved, and Hal bared his teeth, the best he could offer. Thomas gestured ahead. Eyes on the road, he yelled at Hal. The dragons flew in perfect sync, beating their wings at a leisurely pace and stretching out their bodies to streamline their travel. They veered close to one another, their wingtips almost touching. At this proximity, Seth's passengers could speak to Hal without yelling so hard. What's hooked around your claws? Queen Morgana called. Hal carefully maneuvered overhead, then dropped the Sintamani stone into the Queen's outstretched hands. It didn't quite fall where he'd expected, so it was Darcy who caught it, but she immediately passed it to the Queen. After a while, Queen Morgana's eyes opened wide, and she whistled. Does that mean the king is vanquished? Did you kill him? Hal shook his head and shrugged. Dewey poked Abigail in the back. Abby, Weren't you learning dragon speak? Can't you understand him? Only basic words and phrases, she explained. I know when Hal is asking if we should fly higher or lower or to land or go eat. It's not like we can hold a long conversation. Well, maybe he should come over here and be one of Seth's passengers as well, Thomas said. How about it, Hal? Fly overhead, switch back, and drop down onto— Absolutely not, Miss Simone protested. Hal, ignore him. Just keep flying. We'll debrief later. Let's concentrate on our task. The task, yes, to stop the king's army. Miss Simone couldn't have heard about that from Hobfidget, but Queen Morgana likely had spies. Her own people were marching alongside the Orcs and into battle against humans. With Baba Yaga's cure, she could save them from their own foolishness and revert them back into humans. But how could she ever forgive those who deserted her? How could she let them return to the Grey Kingdom and allow life to continue as if nothing had happened? She had to be deeply hurt and steaming mad. Right now, Queen Morgana had grim determination on her face. It wasn't long before King Gruel's army came into view in the fields ahead, and just a little farther beyond, thin trails of smoke rose from Carter's chimneys. The Orcs had almost arrived. Listen to me, Queen Morgana announced, speaking loud and clear from her perch. That's a battalion of over 700 Orcs, but remember, at least 30 of those warriors are my soldiers from the Grey Kingdom, and some of them have wives and children at the temple. We're not here to burn these people or hurt them in any way. Hal was perfectly happy with her instruction, especially as he knew that far more of the Orcs were not in fact Orcs at all. The plan is very simple, the Queen went on. We fly low over the battalion and activate the potion. Somewhere in those ranks are my people. Activate the potion? How? Hal and Seth skimmed the fields, approaching the marching army from the rear. Many hundreds of Orcs stomped tirelessly, clutching clubs, spears, hammers, short swords, and other weapons. Some had shields and helmets along with their tough leather and animal skin clothing. Others were bald and less encumbered with vivid war paint. Dozens wore belts and necklaces decorated with skulls and bones. But Queen Morgana's soldiers stood out. They still had on their tattered human clothing and parts of their chainmail. Exposed skin gleamed white after a lifetime of living in the misty Grey Kingdom. Even so, they marched with the same purpose as the rest, thrusting equally dangerous weapons in the air, eager for battle. Brainwashed, Hal thought, or weak-minded. That was probably unfair. Most people didn't have the healing ability shapeshifters enjoyed. A shout went up. Heads turned. The rear end of the battalion faltered, then spun about with cries of warning. Dragons! Hal had a feeling Seth experienced a similar jolt of excitement as they tore overhead. Meanwhile, Miss Simone and Queen Morgana hefted what looked like liquid-filled pouches. They took it in turns to lob these into the heart of the battalion, one after the other, 4 in total. Spears flew up into Hal's face, most of them clattering off his thick hide. One punctured his wing, but it was just a handheld spear, not a giant bolt from a ballista. Still, it stung a little, and it took an effort not to breathe fire down onto those leading the march, some of the biggest, baddest Orcs. He and Seth circled around, taking their time. The potion-filled pouches had burst open on impact, and the liquid had turned into some kind of gas that rapidly spread outward in all directions. It had a bluish tint to it, and for a moment Hal was reminded of the fawn from last summer who'd menaced the town in a similar way. Her potion had disintegrated people. This one, though, had a more discreet effect. The tail end of the battalion halted in confusion, and weapons fell to the grass. Orcs gagged and choked as the gas drifted over them. Most buckled to their knees, and some keeled over. Others staggered and jostled to get clear, but the expanding cloud was too big, and they simply toppled a little farther away. "On your feet!" a familiar voice roared across the field. King Gruel came flying in on his magic carpet. He was hunched low, his robe flapping in the wind. Though several orcs struggled to get back up, most did not, and the enraged king bellowed at them as he tilted from side to side, zigzagging over his fallen soldiers, uncaring of the blue gas. "I will not be stopped! Get up and fight!" His words had no effect, and the battalion's midsection quickly fell into disarray. The disgusted king battered at the hazy cloud and continued his furious barrage. He must have noticed the two dragons, but he didn't let their presence deter him. In fact, just for a few seconds, he glared at Hal and Seth and aimed his carpet straight at them. It was at that moment both Hal and Seth received a faceful of the thickening gas. Totally distracted, they started hacking and quickly ascended to get out of its range. That meant they completely missed the opportunity to knock the king off his perch. Maybe on the next pass. Their throats tickled pretty badly. No wonder the expanding gas below had taken the fight out of the orcs. So many had dropped and now lay gasping. Still, is that it? Though the potion was definitely toxic and stinging, it didn't look like it was working the way it should. Hal glanced across at Miss Simone, who sat covering her mouth and nose, a stoic expression on her face as she peered down. Queen Morgana and everyone else appeared equally grim. Hal and Seth circled back for a third pass. The king raced about on his carpet, but he seemed unable to bellow anything while he coughed so hard. By now, about 80% of the army had fallen. Those in the very front, where the gas was at its thinnest, roared with anger on behalf of the king, thrusting their swords skyward as the dragons shot by overhead. But even they doubled up when the gas finally hit them. They quickly succumbed to coughing and hacking. On the fourth pass, the gas had mostly dissipated, leaving a sea of gasping bodies laid out on the ground. Very few were coughing now, and about half were struggling to sit up. They're still orcs, Hal thought, disappointment settling in. King Gruel had crashed down. His carpet lay in a heap, and the huge orc rolled from side to side as he fought to get up on hands and knees. He gasped and let out strangled noises as he tried to order his army onto its feet. "It's working!" Emily squealed. "They're changing!" Hal looked again, but saw nothing to indicate that. Wait. His jaw dropped open. Those in the rear, the first to suffer the choking gas, were beginning to shrink. Hal, tired of circling, switched to hover mode so he could watch the process uninterrupted. An eerie hush swept over the army, starting at the rear and speeding toward the front like an infection. Even the king's biggest, baddest brutes stopped bellowing to gawk in shock at what was happening in their ranks. Hundreds upon hundreds of battle-ready orcs dwindled in stature, reducing to the size of mere humans, elves, and goblins. Their clothes suddenly hung loose and baggy. Here and there sat a shaggy troll or a large-headed gnome. An impressively muscular figure stood up and turned slowly, revealing a bull's face and deadly horns, a minotaur. Hal counted at least 3 Naga too, but orcs remained. Those leading the charge hadn't altered one bit. Out of 700 recovering from the choking gas, a mere handful were true orcs, part of the original gang who, led by Gruel, had stormed the temple all those years ago and ousted the elves. They were fierce and dangerous, not to be underestimated. But would they launch an attack when their battalion consisted of bewildered weaklings? Hal thought not. Hal's focus turned to King Gruel. The heavy-set orc had drastically dwindled in size and grown a long, serpentine tail. He slithered free of his loose, tent-like robe, spun around to gape at his rather thick but definitely reptilian body, and let out a cry of anguish. Though far more handsome in this form and much more agile despite his age, he roared with horror and revulsion. "What have you done to me?" The sound of defeat echoed across the field. At the same time, Emily, Dewey, and Thomas yelled in triumph and punched the air. Miss Simone and Queen Morgana retained steely expressions on their faces. Hal made sure to sweep by extra low and let King Gruel have a quick blast of fire, just enough to make the restored Naga yelp as he ducked and weaved to the safety of the trees. "Drop me off ahead of him," the Queen ordered Seth. "Then go on to Carter with the others." "But we can help," Emily protested. "We have a couple of dragons. All we need to do is—" "No," the Queen said firmly. "This is my fight, not yours. My people need to decide where their loyalties lie and rally to my side to defeat the true enemy. This is the moment of truth, and I need my soldiers to make a decision instead of standing around while a couple of dragons swoop in and save the day. This needs to be real. They need to fight for what they truly believe in. Please do as I say and go on without me." Seth quickly passed over the fleeing king and thumped down to block the route into the woods. The Naga stopped dead and watched as Queen Morgana clambered off. Shortly after, Seth relaunched and left her there. "It's just you and me, Gruel," the Queen shouted. Drawing her short sword, she began marching toward the panting Naga. The few remaining true Orcs stood confused at their sudden loss of leadership. Looking around at one another, they seemed unable to make a decision. But then, as one, the grips on their weapons tightened, and they turned to King Gruel, even though he was now a Naga. Meanwhile, many hundreds of restored humans shook the confusion from their heads and picked up their fallen weapons. All across the massive field, the clink and clatter of metal rose into the air. Above it all, one small but commanding voice yelled, "Our Queen! Gather your arms, soldiers, and protect our Queen!" The elves had another chant, "Attack the Orcs! Take them down!" Goblins grumbled in agreement. Trolls howled for the blood of the Orc leader. The battalion began to charge. "Let's go, Hal," Miss Simone called from her perch. "You too, Seth. We're not needed here." As Orcs clashed with humans and elves, and Queen Morgana launched herself at the overweight Naga, Hal and Seth grimly cast their gaze ahead and flew on toward Carter. Chapter 20. The Missing Statue. Hal felt enormous relief. The army had been halted. All of King Gruel's hard work over so many years had unraveled in short order. His plan to conquer the land with his mighty forces had fallen by the wayside. His rule was kaput. "Well, that was a huge success," Emily shouted. "Too bad," Thomas griped. "I was looking forward to a good fight. My quills have grown back now." Hal passed over the laboratory building and saw no sign of the 24 calcified residents or the 8 Orcs, which meant their removal from the town had been successful. So where were Fenton, Darcy, and Robbie right now? And Hobfidget and Phobal? Hal flew over the houses to find the intersection where he'd confronted King Gruel. Sure enough, his friends were still there. In fact, Fenton was in lizard form, sticking easily to a rooftop where he could get a good view of the sky. Hal gave a quick blast of fire as he swooped in for a landing, with Seth following close behind. As soon as they thumped down, Hal reverted to his orc form so he could study a large crater in the dirt. It was a perfectly round indentation, exactly the same size as the miniature pocket realm that had earlier snatched him up and deposited him in the malevolent marshes. So amazing. But then his gaze drifted to his own 2 feet, his human feet. He was human again. He'd taken a faceful of the choking gas, but hadn't realized he'd been reverse transmuted or demogrified until now. A boy about Hal's age loitered nearby. He had untidy brown hair, a thin frame, and grey clothes that were far too big for him. In the absence of another dragon, this had to be Seth, and he too was back in human form. Just an ordinary kid like me, Hal thought. The shapeshifters spent a moment congratulating each other. Well, all but Lauren, who hadn't yet arrived. "We cut those orcs down to size," Robbie laughed. "Just dropped a few bags of potion on their heads and wham! The orcs switched to humans." "And elves," Emily added. "And goblins, a few trolls, some naga." Miss Simone smiled. "That old crone Baba Yaga came through for us with her restorative potion." Despite her slight insult, she spoke with affection. "We just have the temple to deal with now, and statues to bring back to life." Abigail slid her hand into Hal's and gripped tight. "Hey, are you okay? Your clothes have weird smudges everywhere." She was right. It was like he'd been rolling in the burnt-out ashes of a campfire. In fact, he'd emerged from an evil, blackened swamp, and though his clothes were bone-dry, he had unusual dark marks on his sleeves, a stain across his side, and numerous mouldy-looking blemishes on his pants. But he'd waded in marshes before, and mud normally washed off just fine. He couldn't remember ever having such deeply ingrained discolorations in the silk material. He felt a chill. "I had a tight grip on the Sintamani stone, and it protected me from the nasty stuff that came out of Pandora's jar, but I was lying on it. Maybe the stone only protected me and not my clothes. You know how our smart clothes are magical and sometimes seem like they have minds of their own? Well, maybe that heavy dose of evil was a bit much." Hobfidget, who had remained quiet until now, edged closer and plucked at Hal's sleeve. "You're saying your garments are sentient? You call them smart clothes as if they have the capacity to think." "Oh, well, I'm not sure I'd go that far." Thomas snorted. "Let's be honest, Hal. Your clothes are way smarter than you are." Phobal suddenly appeared. His eyes lit up at the sight of Abigail, and he buzzed around her head and alighted on her shoulder. Whatever he said made her blush. Hal fought the urge to swat the little creature away. Since he found the fairy's words too squeaky to be comprehensible, he refocused his attention on Seth, who approached wearing his baggy clothing. "Looks like you're one of us now. Another shapeshifter on the team." Seth shrugged. "I live in Castle Grey." "Well, that's okay. We can always come and get you if we need you, right? You can be a backup shapeshifter. We'll get you some smart clothes that fit." Miss Simone cleared her throat. "May I get us back on track? Fenton, Darcy, Robbie, where are the Basilisk victims?" Robbie spoke up. "We asked Blacknail and his fellow Munchkins to move all the statues out of the town. They loaded them up on carts and rolled them away." "But where are they now?" Darcy said, "In the woods. There's a trail that—" "In the woods," Miss Simone repeated with a frown. "All right. So when our resident phoenix goes up in flames and rises from his ashes, we can expect a lot of magical creatures in the woods to lose their power?" Darcy's mouth dropped open. "I hadn't thought of that." "Never mind. Perhaps Blair can limit the scope of his regeneration." She held up 3 pouches of potion. "This is what we have left of Baba Yaga's brew. 3 bags should be enough for the temple." Hobfidget cleared his throat. Miss Simone smiled at him. "Indeed. You need some for yourself. Let's take care of that right away." She unstoppered one of the pouches and held it over Hobfidget's outstretched hand. A few drops splashed onto his palm, and he sniffed at it, frowning with curiosity. "You know, I could have brewed this myself if only—" "If only what?" Fenton said. Hobfidget shook his head. "If the king's magic hadn't been so deeply ingrained in my very soul. Reversing a transmutation spell isn't difficult. What I found impossible was finding a reason to do so. My mind is much clearer now." He started coughing as the drops of potion sizzled and turned into the familiar blue gas and wafted up his nostrils. Miss Simone watched, her mind already elsewhere. "There must be a couple hundred orcs left in the temple, and I'm betting the vast majority are humans and elves." Where did King Gruel find all these people, Emily wondered. But before anyone could offer a conjecture, a group of townsfolk marched around the corner and veered toward Miss Simone. There had to be a dozen or so determined men and women. A few familiar councilmen hurried after them, looking flustered. "We demand answers!" their spokesman shouted. He stomped up to Miss Simone and halted directly in front of her. "First, we're told to evacuate the town through a hole in an invisible wall. Then it's all okay to come back. Then we find a bunch of people have been turned to stone, and some of us went to identify the victims only to find that goblins have taken them away in carts. And then the Orc King comes flying back into town on a magic carpet, threatening us with Panama's jaw." "Pandora's jar," Miss Simone softly corrected him. "Look, we just want to know if it's safe to be here or not. We don't know if we're coming or going." The crowd nodded, and a hush fell. For a moment, the only sound to be heard was Hobfidget hacking. "You're Devon, aren't you?" Miss Simone said gently. "Devon, we just now prevented an army of orcs from invading the town, and we're regrouping to discuss the few last threads. Those statues will be awakened shortly, and I can assure you that the council will advise you as soon as—" "Yeah, well, for that to happen, the council needs to be kept in the loop first," Devon retorted. He took a deep breath. "Look, I'm just saying that nobody knows what's going on around here, and we have people missing, and we're terrified that our loved ones have been killed, only we have no way to verify that. I'm sure you've been busy saving us, Lady Simone, and we thank you. But how about a bit of simple communication?" Miss Simone bowed her head. "My apologies. But don't worry, the worst is over. Blair, our Phoenix shapeshifter, will be here soon to revive the Basilisk victims. Please just be patient for a while longer. All is well." "Yeah? Then why is there a huge orc staggering about the streets?" The man jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "An orc?" Miss Simone said in a sharp voice. "There's an orc here?" "A mean one," Devon said, "with a fancy round shield." The reminder of a nearby orc made Hal think of Hobfidget. The small librarian magician had been restored, and he sat on the ground blinking in surprise, staring at his tiny, blue-skinned elven hands. His orc clothes were far too big for him now. What little hair he had remained white and wispy. "A fancy round shield," Miss Simone repeated, frowning. She paled and turned to the shapeshifters. "Could that be—" Hal gasped. "Wartfang! He's wearing the indestructible armor of Achilles!" He smacked his forehead. "We assumed he'd shut his eyes when the Basilisk attacked and was squashed like a grape when the dome collapsed. Turns out the armor protected him from both." "Where is he?" Miss Simone demanded of the man named Devon. He pointed. "Down that way. You can't miss him. But be careful. He's crashing about all over the place. I think his mind snapped." Miss Simone sighed. "Shapeshifters, our work isn't yet done." "I can take him down," Thomas yelled, transforming as he went. "Look, I have a tail full of poison quills now." "Thomas, wait!" Miss Simone threw up her hands in disgust and turned to the others. "Go help him." Nobody needed to be told twice, or even once. Robbie broke into a sprint, but his rapid pace slowed to a lumbering gait as he grew into a full-size ogre. In centaur form, Dewey galloped past him, and Fenton slithered to catch up, his long tail thrashing from side to side. "Typical boys, rushing off without a plan," Abigail muttered. She squinted at Phobal on her shoulder. "Stay here," she ordered. Then she abruptly shifted to her tiny fairy form and zipped away. Distracted, Hal watched Phobal grin and dash after her. What the heck? It seemed Phobal was more interested in chasing Abigail than dealing with the danger around the corner. Emily sprouted her wings and shot away, leaving Darcy and Miss Simone to hurry on foot. Hal found himself left behind with Seth, Hobfidget, and the crowd of disgruntled townsfolk. "Think there's enough shapeshifters to take care of one gnarly orc?" he whispered to Seth. Seth shrugged. "Wartfang is a monster. They might need help." "Well, then I suppose we'd better—" The distant crash of glass breaking caught his attention. Then a girl's scream. Hal took off running down some of the narrowest streets in Carter. The problem with being a dragon was his size. He wouldn't be much good if he couldn't even land. Seth followed closely. Wartfang really was still alive. A tentative crowd had gathered to watch the enraged and confused orc trying to scale the wall of a house. He'd smashed a window and had his foot on the sill as he reached for the gutter to haul himself up. As he did so, the gutter pulled loose, and he nearly fell, but he slammed his fist down on the roof so hard that he punched a hole through the slate tiles, and then he was able to dig his fingers in. With a secure grip, he roared and heaved himself up. "Where does he think he's going?" Hal asked Darcy as he joined the crowd. She shrugged. "I don't think he's in his right mind." The crowd was less panicked and more curious now. The owner of the house, a middle-aged woman who wore an apron and had flour all over her hands, had apparently dashed into the street to see what the ruckus was about. She exclaimed with horror at the sight of her window and roof being torn up by a rampaging monster. The orc slipped and stomped his way to the apex and planted himself there, with one foot on each slope. His impressive height made the house look oddly out of scale. "What happened to his shield?" Hal asked. Darcy pointed. "There's a guy over there who picked it up. I think he plans on keeping it." Hal squinted up at Wartfang. The orc still wore the armor of Achilles, but his exposed skin, face and neck, shoulders and arms, and his lower legs were badly bruised. "The armor protected him from being crushed when the dome closed," he muttered, "but it still did some damage." "That's what I thought," Darcy agreed. "I think it knocked him senseless, and now he's lost his marbles." Wartfang shuffled to the very end of the roof and peered across the rooftops. Then he scowled as he brought his hands in front of his face. "What is this?" he bellowed. He peered down at himself as if wondering how he'd come to be wearing such strange clothing. Then, obviously frustrated and bewildered, he stumbled about, nearly slipping from his perch and causing the crowd to wince in anticipation of a terrible fall. Abigail zipped onto Hal's shoulder, then changed her mind and buzzed to a clear spot, so she could grow to a human-sized fairy. She dropped lightly to the ground. "He's remembering what he was before," she said breathlessly, her face red with excitement. Darcy's jaw fell open. "Yes! He needs to be demographied." At that moment, Robbie came pushing through the crowd toward them. He was back to his normal size and seemed as excited as Abigail. "Guys," he said, pointing up at Wartfang, "I figured it out. He wasn't always an orc, right? So I think he's lost his memory or something, and now he's confused about what's happened to him." "We know, Robbie," Darcy told him. But Robbie wasn't done. "We should get some of that cure and fling it in his face. He won't be anywhere near as dangerous once he's been dehumidified." Abigail frowned. "Are you suggesting we draw all the moisture from his body? That sounds gross." Robbie looked blank until Darcy whispered that he meant demographied. He impatiently shook his head. "Whatever. The point is, he needs to be turned back into whatever he's supposed to be. I'm going to get some potion. I think I saw Miss Simone over there somewhere." But before he could run off, Abigail halted him and buzzed away instead, saying she'd be much quicker. "The excitement never ends," Hal muttered, rolling his eyes. Behind him, Seth grinned. "I have to say, this is more interesting than the Grey Kingdom." Hal turned to him. "So stick around. Seriously, we could use your help here. There's always some mission or another." Oh? Remembering what Miss Simone had said early Saturday morning, he suddenly wondered if sticking around would be the best advice. Well, apparently you're still, a fugitive. One of Queen Bee's gang who attacked us, you know?" "Oh," Seth said. "That. Yeah, that. I guess Miss Simone wants to, Well, it might be nothing, but just in case, maybe you'd be better off slipping away while you can. Seth said nothing to that, but he nodded and looked thoughtful. Abigail buzzed into view. Still at full size, she headed up to the rooftop where Wartfang stood panting. The orc nearly slipped again when he spotted her rushing toward him. "Get away!" he yelled. The entire crowd sucked in a collective breath as Abigail rose higher, staying out of his reach. Then, grasping a small cup by the handle as if she were about to offer the orc a spot of tea, she flung the contents in his face. As before, the potion instantly turned into a blue gas that puffed and whirled around Wartfang's face. He blinked and waved his hands about, then looked puzzled as Abigail backed off to watch. The gasping and choking started moments later. Wartfang doubled up and collapsed, luckily straddling the apex of the roof so he didn't go sliding. Everyone in the street waited in silence. "Any second now," Darcy muttered. "Any bets on what he'll turn into?" "Well, probably something with wings, since he's on the roof," Hal said. "But it can't be some random monster because it must have a soul, right?" "Monsters don't have souls?" "Well, I guess they do." He had to think about that. Pocket realms allowed birds and fishes and bugs passage, suggesting those animals didn't have souls, or at least not the same kind of souls as intelligent people. But what about magical beasts? I suppose you're right. Monsters do have souls. I'm a dragon, and I couldn't get past the soul barrier. Seth sighed. Which means Wartfang could be pretty much anything. Hal suddenly wondered if giving the orc some demographizing potion had been a smart move after all. While waiting for the reversal process, he scoured the crowd for his other friends. Fenton was busy pushing his way through to reach Darcy. Dewey and Thomas could be anywhere. Emily rose above the crowd to watch the antics on the roof, her silver wings buzzing noisily. Abigail zipped back to the ground, landing lightly next to Hal. She handed him the cup, and he took it without thinking. It was empty now, but when he sniffed at it, he jerked away and coughed as remnants of the potion tickled his throat. He handed the cup off to Robbie, who also took it without thinking. Hal grinned. His friend was stuck with it now. Up on the roof, Wartfang began to change. As if possessed by a demon and still crouching on his knees, he arched his back and roared. "Werewolf!" Fenton exclaimed. "Ooh, good call," Darcy agreed. But werewolves had hair. Whatever Wartfang was becoming, it had a distinct lack of it. He began shrinking, thankfully, and tugged off his armor, heavy leather, and animal skins. It all came tumbling down the roof. The orc shrank to about half the size and slowly turned grey. His jaw protruded, and instead of losing the tusks, they actually grew a little longer, and a skinny tail sprouted from his back end. When the transformation was complete, Wartfang remained utterly still, frozen in place, crouching and looking out across the rooftops, his eyes now as dead and grey as the rest of him. Darcy whispered, "Please tell me the Basilisk isn't here with us somewhere. Did Wartfang just turn to stone?" "Yeah," Hal said, "but he's not like the other statues. He's a gargoyle." After a pause, Robbie suddenly yelled, "He's a gargoyle! He's a gargoyle, everyone! It's okay, he's not going to hurt us. He's just a harmless gargoyle." "Well, they're not harmless," Hal said, remembering the time they'd been attacked outside Madame Frost's house. The crowd seemed to be moving again. After holding a collective breath, relief swept through the streets, and people began to disperse. Someone laughed with the homeowner about her fancy new ornament, and the flower-covered woman rolled her eyes and smiled. Others looked a little more concerned, suggesting that gargoyles were bad news at night. As the crowd thinned, Miss Simone wandered over, and all the shapeshifters came together, all but Lauren, who still wasn't back. "Well, a gargoyle," Miss Simone said, shaking her head. I don't think we can leave him up there. It's true they're bad news at night. He'll come awake and get into the garbage and smash windows. They're troublesome. But for now, he's in sleep mode for the day. We'll deal with him later. Funny, isn't it? Thomas mused, staring up at the roof. He avoided being turned into a statue, only to be turned into a statue anyway. And speaking of statues, Emily exclaimed, here come Lauren and Blair. Chapter 21. Reborn. It was good to see Blair again, and Lauren too, of course. But it was Blair everyone gazed at when the two of them landed. The harpy stood to one side, her feathers pure white and gleaming in the sunlight, a beautiful creature that ordinarily caught the eye of anyone nearby. But the phoenix outshone her with his glorious colors, mostly scarlet, but with swaths of yellow, blue, and green across his chest, and golden frills in his tail feathers and around his neck. He looked magnificent, and he knew it. He spread his wings wide and puffed out his plumage, turning slowly so the light caught him from every angle. Yes, yes, Miss Simone grumbled, rolling her eyes. You're extremely handsome. Now, can we get to work? Blair dropped his wings and folded them away. He made a weird, scratchy sound and tilted his head. I think he's asking where the statues are, Lauren said with a smile. Since she was basically human with wings and talons, she could hold a conversation with the team. Blair could not. He was a giant, multicolored bird. In the woods, Fenton said. Hal, take us there. Hal sighed and transformed. He was back to carting people around. Blair indicated he would fly alongside, but everyone else climbed aboard so they could get Lauren caught up on the story. Miss Simone and Hobfidget joined the crew as well, meaning it was a pretty full load. Even Phobal hitched a ride, and to Hal's amazement, Seth climbed on as well. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. Taking advantage of a poor old dragon, he thought as he launched. Why does Seth want to ride instead of flying? Then he realized he had a sudden urge to be a passenger on Seth's back sometime. What would it be like, sitting there on smooth scales, clinging for dear life to the dragon's knobbed spine? Fenton guided him to the forest where just outside, a large group of goblins sat around a campfire, roasting chestnuts. 5 empty wagons stood nearby, along with sturdy horses. Hal tried not to frighten the mares when he landed. As everyone clambered down, one of the goblins came to greet them. He stomped over with a scowl on his pig-like face. "Simone," he grunted. Miss Simone smiled. "Goodness, Blacknail, why are you so cheerful today?" Hal thought she was being sarcastic until Blacknail replied, "Those are some good chestnuts, and I'm happy to take a break from my usual duties." "Well, I'm glad the transport of 24 statues meets with your approval." His scowl deepened. 32, including the 8 orcs. "Of course." The goblin nodded toward the 3 pouches hanging loosely from her hand. "You brought some fine ale along?" She laughed. "You wouldn't want to drink this. A sprinkling of droplets quickly turns into a gas that can reverse a transmutations spell. If you drank it, well, it might very well cancel out your shape-shifting ability. Would you like to be a human again, Riley?" Blacknail recoiled. "Nope." He cast a glare at Hal, then pierced his friends with similar levels of scorn. He paused for a second on Seth, then Hobfidget, and then clicked his tongue with annoyance at the sight of Phobal darting round Abigail's head. The fairy seemed unable to keep his eyes off her. "Well," Blacknail said with a snort, "my afternoon was quite pleasing until all of you showed up." "Thanks," Abigail said, beaming. She clasped her hands together and batted her eyelids at him. "I'm so happy to see you again, Mr. Blacknail, sir." The phoenix swooped in at that moment, landing lightly and making sure to flutter his wings before folding them away. Blacknail groaned. "Yep, afternoon's completely ruined." He turned and barked, "Come on, boys, time to go." All the goblins grumbled and muttered, stomped out the fire, collected up their precious chestnuts, and marched away. Miss Simone headed into the woods. "Show us the way, Fenton." The statues were arranged in a surprisingly neat semicircle. "That's blackmail for you," Darcy said. For all his faults, the goblin was fastidious in everything he did. Goblins in general were extremely hard workers, and Blacknail, one of Miss Simone's old school friends, was no exception. Blacknail was in Miss Simone's class at school eons ago, Hal explained to Seth. His name was Riley, and she said he was just as grumpy then as he is now. He liked being a goblin so much he stuck as one. Blair strutted back and forth, taking in the array of motionless figures. The stone-faced orcs had been positioned at one end. "Whenever you're ready," Miss Simone called to him, "let us get clear first and then do your thing." She paused. "This might be tricky. I know it takes a lot of power to awaken statues, but try to keep the blast zone contained to this clearing so the wildlife doesn't suffer." All the shapeshifters, along with a fascinated Hobfidget and a sickeningly love-struck Phobal, retreated to the trees and hunkered down behind them as if the trunks would somehow block a phoenix's reset magic. They wouldn't. Still, it felt safer somehow. Phobal sat on Abigail's shoulder, a smile on his face as he peered up at her. Hal shot the fairy a murderous glare that went completely unnoticed. He wanted to tell Phobal to get lost and for Abigail to brush the little guy off, but she was too intent on the proceedings to pay attention. Hal ground his teeth and faced forward. Blair's rebirth trick was always nothing short of spectacular. He spread his wings wide, puffed out his chest, and closed his beady eyes. A faint wave of heat suddenly radiated outward, and everyone hunkered lower. The heat grew more intense. Wispy curls of smoke drifted off Blair's feathers. Then the tips of his wings burst into flame. Everyone gasped. Phobal dived for cover under a bush. Hobfidget muttered, "Oh my," and Seth swore under his breath. The flames leapt angrily into the air, engulfing the phoenix in seconds. Blair didn't seem bothered. He remained quite still, even though his spread wings quickly blackened. The yellow flames turned blue, the awful crackling sounds petered out, and the heat faded. What had been an awful spectacle suddenly turned magical. The phoenix basked in splendor as burning feathers fluttered into the air. A deafening bang made everyone jump and scream. It was normal, just startling. They all laughed nervously, and Hal felt a prickling on his arms, like a slight charge of energy. "I hope we still have our magic," he muttered. "We do," Darcy said. Everyone looked her way but couldn't see her because she was invisible. Her dryad magic remained intact. The blue flames vanished, and instead of a phoenix, Blair stood there in his human form, a plain, ordinary guy with dark brown hair, a thin face, and a pointed nose. His smart clothes were unfazed by the event, which always struck Hal as fascinating since the garments were magical and closer to Blair than literally anything else. Surrounding him, 24 Carter residents and 8 orcs came to life. Only the orcs weren't orcs at all. They were elves. Blair's rebirth had cancelled out their transmutations. Movements were sluggish at first, but when they all focused on their whereabouts, they began to talk over each other. "What the? How did we get here? Where are we? What happened?" The elves seemed even more confused. Not only had they jumped from one place to another with no memory of it, they'd been demogrified, and their loyalty to King Gruel washed away. One looked stricken and horrified, while the others wore expressions of utter confusion. Miss Simone climbed to her feet and stepped out of the trees. "It's all right. Don't panic. I'll explain everything." While many of the shapeshifters ran to help with the tale, Abigail remained where she was. She glanced around, then turned to Hal and laughed. "What?" he said. "You, being jealous of Phobal. It's hilarious to watch." The little guy must still be hiding under the bush. Hal leaned toward Abigail and hissed, "If he even looks at you again, I'll—" "You'll what? Squash him? Hal, that would be mean." She snaked out a hand to find his. "Don't worry, he'll be going back soon. Seth is heading home to Castle Grey, so let's make sure Phobal goes with him." Hal smiled. "Good. I know he's small, but there's no room in this town for me and him." A very large group headed out of the forest toward Carter. Hal and his friends were accompanied by Seth, Hobfidget, Phobal, Miss Simone, 24 residents, and 8 elves. Most walked 4 or 5 abreast on the trail, a murmur of voices filling the air. The shapeshifters hung around Blair, who soaked up the admiration and assured everyone that he'd mastered his rebirth trick to the point where he could limit the blast zone to a small area, maybe 20 or 30 feet in diameter. That meant any nearby magical creatures would have been rendered powerless for a while, until they recharged naturally over days or weeks. The safely restored residents had no recollection of their time in the so-called World of Darkness. Seth and Hobfidget wanted to know all about this mysterious place, and since Hal knew more about it than anyone, he took them aside to explain. "It's a place where the souls of the dead go," he said. "They arrive in this black void, pass through a gateway of light, and are turned into magical energy. That energy ends up back in the real world in the form of magic, deep in the ground and all around us. You know how fairies have their little fairy patches, and we have geo-rocks of energy from the mines? All of that energy came from the dead. It's recycled." "You're kidding," Seth retorted. "I'm not." Hobfidget gasped. This is fascinating." Seth didn't look convinced. "So how does that explain what Blair just did?" "Because people who are turned to stone aren't really dead. Their souls go to the same place, to the world of darkness, but they linger there, floating around in the void forever, unless they're woken up. Luckily, time passes at a different rate, so hours in the real world will only be seconds for them. And anyway, when they wake, they can't remember." "And you know all this how?" Seth said with a snort. "Because I've been there twice. The first time because I was turned to stone by Molly the Gorgon. The second time, a sylph got me." "If all that's true," Seth said, unable to stop his lip from curling, "then how come you remember this world of darkness when nobody else does?" "Well, the Lady of Light has a soft spot for me." Seth shot him such a disbelieving glare that Hal gave up. He chuckled inwardly. It was kind of a hard story to swallow. Meanwhile, Hobfidget looked like he wanted to wrestle Hal to the ground and pin him down until every last tiny detail had been explained. "May I speak with you?" a woman's voice called. While Hobfidget ambled onward in a daze, Hal and Seth turned to find Miss Simone approaching. She had her steely blue eyes fixed on Seth, and he paled. "I'm sorry," he said quickly. "About the attack on the beach at Broden, I mean. I was just following orders." Miss Simone's eyebrows shot up. "Oh, that's not why I—" She paused, offered a smile, and nodded. "But thank you for saying that." Seth looked surprised. "So I'm not in trouble?" "Well, you've redeemed yourself by helping us so much this weekend. Besides, I already discussed the matter with Queen Morgana. She spoke highly of you and insisted I pardon you for any wrongdoings of the past." "She insisted?" "With her hand on the hilt of her sword, no less." Miss Simone smiled. "I'd already decided to give you a pass by then." She cast her gaze over his baggy shirt and pants. "I saw that your clothes magically reappeared when you stopped being a dragon. Where did you find these garments?" "At the temple. The king put a spell on them so they can reintegrate." Miss Simone sighed. What a waste of potential. A Naga with that kind of talent could do so much good in the world. "Oh, that reminds me." She held up the 3 pouches of potion. "These are for you. It should be a fairly simple task to enter the hole in the temple roof and drop these. Anyone who's not really an orc will be saved. Finish what you went in there for." Seth gently took them. "So, I'm free to go? And free to come back, I hope?" Hal said, looking at Miss Simone. She nodded. "Of course. Any time, Seth. Meanwhile, stay by Queen Morgana's side, heed her advice, and you won't go wrong. It's time you had a decent chance in life. She'll be good for you." "So was Queen Bee," he said, his face quickly darkening. Miss Simone placed a hand on his shoulder. "No, Seth, she was good to you, but she wasn't good for you. There's a difference." With that, she smiled and walked on. Hal gave him a nudge. "There you go. You're one of us now." Seth swung to face him, his eyes shining with excitement. "She said to finish what I went in there for." He lifted the 3 pouches and gazed at them with awe. "That's what I'm going to do right now." "What, this very minute?" "Hobfidget," Seth called. "Come with me." The elderly elf paused and turned back. "Me?" Seth quickly handed him the 3 pouches, then stepped away. "You're going to ride on my back and lob those down inside the temple when we get there. Okay?" "Well, I suppose—" "Good. Ready?" "Wait!" Hal exclaimed. "There's someone else who needs a ride." He rushed after the group of shapeshifters that surrounded Blair and dodged between them. "Abby, Seth's leaving. He needs to, He has room for another passenger, a small one." Abigail broke into a smile, then quickly changed it to a sad expression. "Oh, Phobal, I'm so sorry you have to leave." The fairy, who was seated on her shoulder, jumped up and buzzed noisily, waving his arms about while squeaking strange words. "Maybe we'll hang out another day," Abigail told him. "Anyway, we have school and chores and it'll be boring here, I promise you. Go with Seth and Hobfidget for now. They'll get you back to your glade. We'll meet again." Another round of squeaks. "Oh, I don't know. Soon." Abigail waited patiently, and before long Phobal let out what was obviously a sigh of disappointment. He nodded and buzzed off to join Seth. Hal grinned. "I feel better already," he whispered. "You're so jealous," Abigail said, shaking her head. "It's pathetic, really." Hal rushed back to where Seth had transformed. The tiny fairy had settled on Hobfidget's shoulder, and the little old elf was busy climbing up the dragon's tail. It was the slower route onto the dragon's back, but by far the easiest for an old elf. Even so, he puffed and panted as he went. "I have to say, being an orc had its advantages," he mumbled. "I wonder how many others will be sad to lose all that strength and longevity." A puff of Seth's hot breath forced Hal to retreat a little. The sheer size of the dragon's head was unnerving, and the teeth. Now he understood exactly how it was to be one of his friends, constantly feeling very small against such a large, powerful beast. "Come back later," Hal said to Seth, but quietly so Phobal couldn't hear. "We'll show you around the town. Bring the queen if she'll come. It's time she got to know her neighbors." Seth gave a brief nod, then began flapping his wings. Hal stepped back a little, but not too far. He enjoyed the massive downdraft as the wings beat harder and harder, and then the dragon was off, 4 legs and tail dangling as the magical monster spun around and flew away. "Brilliant!" Hal exclaimed, feeling a burst of pride. That evening, Miss Simone organized a small gathering on the grass outside the laboratory building. Or rather, she delegated the task to someone who actually enjoyed masterminding such events. Dozens of lanterns hung from branches, each giving off a soft, flickering glow. A large campfire crackled pleasantly, its embers red among the pale grey ash. Several skewered chickens rotated slowly, their juices dripping into the fire with spitting, sizzling sounds. Potatoes and vegetables roasted on metal pans. The smells wafted through the air, and Hal's stomach rumbled. All the shapeshifters were present, along with their parents and a few others, so at least 30 people were crammed onto the lawn, many of them warming their hands on the fire as the night air turned chilly. Blair regaled whoever would listen with tales of his exploration in the mountains, seeking out others of his kind. Queen Morgana and Seth dropped in as the sun began to set. The Queen promised to stay a couple of hours, mainly to debrief Miss Simone, but she needed to get back. Her kingdom was full now, not just with her own people, but quite a few incomers from the temple. Seth's mission with Hobfidget had been successful. They dropped the pouches and filled the temple with gas, demographying most of the residents. A few statues were untouched, though. The Basilisk had nabbed another half-dozen, and they needed a certain phoenix to restore them. A short time later, the confused army had come home. In total, out of the temple's nearly 1,000 inhabitants, less than 50 actual orcs remained. The vast majority were struggling to come to terms with what had happened. Not everyone welcomed the change. Some actually recalled their orc lives with fondness and wished it could continue. But most felt humiliated by their years of false loyalty to the tyrant king. Many vowed to hunt him down and make him pay. There was no need, though. The Queen had overwhelmed him in battle and imprisoned him at the castle, and nothing anybody did to him could ever worsen his mood. He'd fallen from grace. He'd gone from the most revered figure in the land to the most reviled. In light of so much hate for that old fraud, Queen Morgana said to everyone within earshot, I may have to relocate him to somewhere far away, lest his presence incites a riot. What about the elves? Abigail asked. The trolls? The goblins? Queen Morgana pursed her lips and frowned. Well, naturally there's some turmoil at the temple as everyone adjusts to who they really are and what kind of life they've ended up with. People are nervous about the trolls in the room next door. Elves quite rightly feel the temple is theirs. Humans aren't exactly impressed with their quarters, despite having lived there for years. It appears orcs have low standards. Hence why people have joined you at the Grey Kingdom, Miss Simone said, nodding. The Queen looked around at the sea of firelit faces. It would seem that we have become good neighbors and allies, Lady Simone. It's strange. While I had some passing knowledge of this town, none of you here had any idea I even existed in my hidden pocket realm. Perhaps my sister, Agatha, was right about one thing. It's time for my people to emerge from the greyness of my kingdom. What? Dewey piped up. Leave your pocket realm? The Queen nodded slowly. My numbers are swelling. The confines of the kingdom soon may not be large enough. Perhaps it's time to emerge from our cocoon and spread our wings. She smiled across at Seth. And Hobfidget? Emily asked. Oh, he's fascinated by absolutely everything. I don't think even he knows where he'll end up. The conversation paused then, and for a moment, the only sounds came from the crackling, spitting fire. Then a parent cleared her throat. It was Hal's mom. Simone, perhaps this would be a good time to, she said, trailing off and raising her eyebrows. Miss Simone sighed and gave a curt nod. Of course. She looked around at the shapeshifters, casting her gaze over each in turn. There is, concern that your schoolwork is falling behind, not to mention the fact that I've been placing you in grave danger every time I send you on a mission. But Miss Simone, Thomas started. She snapped her hand up to cut him off. I witnessed that danger firsthand this weekend, and it gave me pause. When you came here from the island of Fog, your roles were clear. You would be emissaries between our people and our neighbors. Emily, you brought us closer to the Naga. You, Dewey, were instrumental in discovering the Centaur's secrets. Lauren, you thwarted the Harpies with your ingenuity. Hal, you stepped into the labyrinth of fire and dealt with the dragons. You all performed admirably, far beyond my expectations. Hal had a sinking feeling. Abigail's hand snuck into his, and he squeezed reassuringly, even though he felt that a great disappointment was coming. Somehow, Miss Simone went on, I allowed your successes to cloud my judgment. I used you without enough consideration for your safety. Over the past year and a half, I've taken you for granted and put you in the most terrible danger. No, 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 Hal thought. Don't quit on us. Miss Simone drew in a long breath. And that's why I'm no longer sending you on missions. A collective gasp spread throughout the shapeshifters, including Blair, who loitered in the background. What do you mean? Fenton demanded. No more missions? Darcy exclaimed. Then what's the point of us? Thomas yelled. Miss Simone held up her hands in a placating gesture. It's not forever, but for the foreseeable future, you're to live your lives as ordinary children and to buckle down on your schoolwork. And what if an angry griffin shows up with a spear in its side? Robbie demanded. We just stand by and let it attack the town? Again, Miss Simone appealed for calm. Emergency situations will be dealt with accordingly, she said rather vaguely. However, any non-urgent missions I had planned for you will be postponed indefinitely. You're to hang up your smart clothes, so to speak, and refrain from jumping into danger wherever possible. In short, you're to put aside your natural urge for heroism and simply be children for a while. Hal and all his friends felt like they'd been gut-punched. No missions? What kind of nonsense was this? We're shapeshifters, he pleaded, turning to his mom. Mom, we were born for this. Like Thomas said, what's the point of us if we can't transform and save people? It's not forever, his mom said in a soft but stern voice. But just to reinforce the idea of a break from being heroes, Lauren's mother is taking you off for a week of cramming. What? Everyone gasped with horror. Schoolwork, Fenton added, his voice cracking. This is worse than literally every dangerous monster we've ever been up against, Lauren squealed. Mom, you can't be serious. Where are you taking us? Mrs. Hunter, her mom, and their teacher couldn't help chuckling. My goodness, what a lot of fuss. It'll be fun, I promise. It's a cabin deep in the woods, far from anywhere. The plan is for all of you to work hard with no distractions. Class will be from 8 until noon as usual, but resuming after lunch until 4. She raised her voice over the babble of complaints. It's just for a week, and if you do well, we'll be back on track with your schoolwork, and then we can come home. And go on missions again? Abigail said, putting her hands together in silent prayer. No, her own mother said. Dr. Porter wagged a finger at her. Your father and I agree that missions need to be sidelined for a while. The discussion went on, or rather, the new dictatorship, as Hal thought of it. It was like King Gruel multiplied by 500. He and his friends had no say in the matter. Even though he'd turned 14 in 3 weeks, it seemed he would now be treated more like a kid than ever before. No missions? A cabin deep in the woods, Abigail whispered to him. I mean, it actually sounds like it could be creepy and mysterious, so maybe... Oh, and in case you're wondering, Mrs. Hunter said, breaking through the babble of voices again, the woods are enchanted, so there will be absolutely no danger. It's a lovely place, full of gorgeous scenery and harmless wildlife. You won't need to transform, and in fact, I insist on that. There will be no shape-shifting whatsoever for a whole week, starting tomorrow morning. No shifting for a week. Double-length school days. No missions. The ghastly horror of the proposal descended on him and his friends, and they gawked at each other. Forget Queen Bee and her scrags. Never mind the yokai and their sinister haven, and demons inside whispering mountains, and ghosts trapped within cavern walls. And don't even mention Norse gods and crazy orc kings. Tomorrow morning was the first Monday of March, and it promised to kick off 5 days of absolute torture. The Island of Fog series. The next book in the series, Box of Fables, promises no adventures whatsoever when the 9 classmates go to a cabin in an enchanted forest to catch up on their schoolwork. But then, a traveling salesman sells them a mysterious box that brings their favorite fairy tales to life, just not as they imagined. It's impossible to concentrate on classwork when such terrible dangers lurk in the trees. Visit islandoffog.com for all the most up-to-date information.